Hello everyone and welcome back to some more Fate Grad Order 2025 class tier lists. And last week we finished off the knight classes, and this week we're gonna start the cavalry classes, and the order is the same as ever, so you know what that means. We got riders. Although if you're watching this right now, you might notice something sad, arguably. There were no new riders added between last year's and this year's tier list, so that is a bit unfortunate. Very bad year for writers, maybe this year, surely. But we're still obviously going to do the full list as is. But yeah, do note, there are actually no new servants. Not just gold that we're covering, but there were not even low stars added. So yeah, just so you know. But of course, before we move on, I want to introduce my lovely Smobcasty co-hosts, and let them say their intro again.
Hey everybody, Plushy here, back again this week for the rider list. I have exactly one grilled rider. Actually, no, that's a lie. I have two grilled riders, but glad to be back.
Hi, I'm Otto. I have definitely the most grilled riders of any of the four people you're going to be seeing on these tier lists. I also have maxed out rider class score. Yeah, of course, host of the Smobcast. I'd also, if you don't mind, I'd like to clarify a little bit of my thought process of something about something last week. So last week we were talking about like Romulus versus Erish and high damage, and I just want to let you guys pick my brain a little bit. So the comparison of like super high damage versus utility, I like every time we have this discussion, I see people pop up with how damage is like the most important type of utility. It makes sense from a certain perspective, because when you have all of the options, you have no issues making up for any other weakness of a servant. If you need buff removal resistance, well, obviously everyone has buff removal resistance, but if you need Pierce Invuln, it's easy to get because you got Calamity Jane. If you don't have access to everything, if you have more limited options, then it's a lot easier to compensate for damage.
So yeah, again, to reiterate some disclaimers from previous lists, because again, not everyone's going to watch all of them. So the main difference to last year, which I kind of already talked about in the intro, is that because these lists get so long, they're kind of have a lot of fatigue going on because we do these in little one session. We decided to cut low stars from them, so we're only going to talk about 4 and 5 star servants. But after we've covered all the gold stuff in the standard list, there probably will be low star lists as well. So don't worry in case you want to hear us talk about some low stars as well. Also, again, another difference we're doing is that we used to kind of hard assume MP1 for non-welfare gold servants. Not really the case anymore. I'm not saying we're going to assume MP5 even for like limited 5 stars, not even close, but we're not just going to be like, oh, look at the MP1 damage, is not even good. So just more, leverage if anything. And also, I'm not going to put too much emphasis into sheets this time around because, some data is kind of hard to objectify. So I'm just kind of this time rocking just an AoE looping sheet just for some AoE numbers for farming, looping and all that. Also, on that note, shout out to Opal, JR, and Tamala for this one that we will be using, same as the previous lists this year. Again, links in the description. Shout out to Bupa for this servant average stat sheet. This I won't be showing too much, but again, I have it open for reference anyway. Just get some more comparison going between inside the class and the rarities as well. And of course, shout out to Mr. Copyright Suck for making this template. And funnily enough, this is basically the same template as last year, minus the low stars. So I guess he got off easy this time. But hey, still great work, of course. Awesome. And shout out to my awesome co-host of Otto and Plushy for being here today. So the links to their channels, the sheets, the template, everything I just listed will be nicely ordered in the description of this video. And also timestamps, because I know you guys like timestamps. Those will be in there as well. Every single server I'm going to talk about today. So feel free to jump around with those in case you don't want to listen to us yap for like, 5+ hours again, most likely. Understandable. Also, last time people liked the idea of using the dark mode on the wiki, so I'm going to keep using it, and I kind of agree, it looks it's nicer to look at, so thank you for the feedback. And I think that is kind of it for all the disclaimers, not to yap too much. So hey, yeah, grab some drinks, snacks if you're watching this live, or if you happen to watch it fully on YouTube as well, that's pretty cool, because we're going to be here for a while. And having said that, to reiterate myself from the intro, we have 36 gold riders to cover today, 0 new riders. And also I guess also because of that, this is now the shortest in terms of entries. The shortest before this was Archer and Lancer both being 38. So this having 36 means it's the shortest one. Not sure if it's going to be the shortest actually in terms of the duration. Maybe not. But entry-wise, it is the shortest. So having said that, I think we are actually good to go. Yeah. Gonna be interesting to edit that intro, but yeah, I'll make it work. Okay, let's frickin' go. So again, inside the rarities, we're gonna start with the 4 stars, then the 5 stars, and they go from oldest to newest in terms of the order as well. You guys know the drill by now. Alright, so day 1, let's go. We do have some day 1 4-star rider action. Starting by talking about Marie Antoinette, the OG rider. So we got an AoE, a quick, I want to say DPS because her farm numbers are definitely not amazing. You can farm with her though, but I want to say I kind of like her more as a DPS. But yeah, we'll see here. So attack-wise, she is rocking 8.2k, which definitely is below average quite a bit among 4-star riders. So that's not the greatest thing for a DPS to have. She is rocking double arts, double quick, and I believe the standard rider deck normally is double bust or double arts. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here. So it's a bit of an unusual deck as well for a rider servant. And her gains, unfortunately, are not good. They are pretty awful, in fact. So don't think you can get a lot of gains out of her face cards. This is some day 1 travesty at its finest. Okay. So upstairs looking pretty bad, I want to say. Okay, so first skill on a 6-turn cooldown. It's a targeted charm, 80% chance on max rank. Good thing is that it can target any enemy. There's no niche or trait tied to it, but it does not scale up to 100%. And then the party gets a full 20% attack for 3 turns. So it's basically a charisma with a higher cooldown that has a chance-based charm. It's kind of cutesy, I guess. Again, I like the non-trait restriction, but I don't like the 80%. That's not even factoring innate resistances, so that's definitely whiffable. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 3 attacks. No duration, by the way. So that is a very flexible defensive tool to have. And then she gets 600 healing per turn for 5 turns. That one is not that big of a deal, especially because, you know, this skill already protects you a lot from damage anyway. It's just a bonus, I guess. But yeah, the invul is actually very solid for defense. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% mental debuff success rate for 3 turns and then a 2.5k heal on herself. So with this, you can help or try to solve the first skill a little bit. So obviously it works with the charm. So with this, it's 110% base chance. I'm still not a huge fan of, you know, giving servants solutions to their own problems, because this could be something else, really. Like if this charm was already 100% on base, she would not even need this. This could be a whole different effect. So I'm not a huge fan of them, you know, trying to band-aid the servants inside their own kits. But at the very least, it at least means the charm is now more usable. Overall, the kit, you might notice it's lacking on damage. There is like pretty much nothing for damage besides the attack up, so does not favor well with her low attack. But she's got some other stuff at least. Passives, there's 15% debuff risk, that's fine. And 11% quick is good mostly for damage, not so much for gains, but it's very good. And of course, most riders will be having the riding trait, because it is kind of the de facto trait for the class, although a lot of sabers also have it. But yeah, definitely riders. We'll be seeing that a lot. So quick riders, kind of a boost, I guess. She's anti-Avenger, which not really relevant at all. Not only is Avenger rare to fight, it's a full neutral case, and I would not bring her on full neutral in any case. The MP has been buffed, so it does AoE damage, removes all debuffs from the party that can be removed, so that's pretty cool utility. Gives the party 20% crit damage for 3 turns flat, and then on overcharge base heals the party for 1k, all the way up to 3k on max overcharge, so a bit more healing. So she's in a weird spot, right? Because she can't really farm, and then she's like this weird mix of like a DPS that's very heavy on the defense side. So I'm not sure if it's enough to bring her as a support, to be honest, and her damage won't be very great either. I'm not a huge fan of Marie. Maybe I'm missing something. You guys can feel free to add if you have something, but I'm not a huge fan of her.
I mean, I used to criticize her for being like a tank, but like not really a tank. She's like a crystal chandelier. She just stands there. She doesn't die. She doesn't do anything. She actually just steals your stars because she's a rider. I think her MP is really good, but
Yeah.
she doesn't spam it enough to justify it. But yeah, I don't know. If she had been like an AoE arts that could spam her MP, I think she could be really good. Like the MP is strong in my opinion as a supportive effect.
Yeah, effects wise, I like it too.
Yeah, but other than that, she just really doesn't have much, unfortunately. Like she lives very long, but yeah, I just don't see a lot of teams fitting her, unfortunately. Doesn't like I don't know. Maybe some of her skills should help the team if she wants to go with that. Like I guess like Da Vinci Rider-esque playstyle where like spamming the MP also helps the party. She doesn't really do that. So
maybe it's a super heavy debuff heavy fight, then you could make an argument because the MP is a full cleanse every time. But besides that, it would be hard to justify bringing her over someone else, even if she has some stuff going for her.
Yeah, it's just hard because like even if you're not using like an arts DPS, if you need cleanse, you just bring Castoria. Which I mean, I'm not gonna just use Castoria to like ruin every argument. Obviously, that'd be really stupid. But like,
but it is kind of true.
It's just. She just kind of doesn't do enough as a support, and as DPS, she's just okay. But I don't think she's the worst thing ever, though. I think
she's not bottom tier by any means.
Yeah.
So I don't have something to add to Marie.
Oh shit! I was muted because I was eating pizza. So.
Okay, well, a good thing I checked.
Yeah. Okay. So I think she is usable as a support. I have had situations where I used her as a support in like a caster battle. She has no issue staying alive, unlike some supports because she's got like charm, she's got the invuln permanently, basically. Her biggest issue is she just really struggles to get her NP. If she was able to get her NP more often, if she could get her NP as often as someone like Steno, then I think she would be okay. But it's just like so much of her support is on her NP. It's really good support, but it's just kind of hard to get there.
Yeah, zero battery doesn't help with her really awful gains.
Yeah.
So it's a bit unfortunate, but there's a lot of room for buffs here still in this kit. For both, I'm hoping mostly for the third skill, because again, it's just a band-aid as is. They can add something more to it. But yeah, placement-wise, I'm thinking like a C-ish, one of the C's maybe.
Yeah,
like
C-ish feels fair.
Like C maybe flat. Like she can still be used, just not super appealing.
Yeah. It's just the teams that you would run her in. They don't help enough with getting her NP.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Again, even the card type change, like you guys said, could help a lot. Especially arts. That would be pretty good, actually. Oh, well. Alright, so now the other day 1 4-star rider. There's 2 of them. So next up, we got Martha. Good old. Also has variants, much like Marie. Even more than Marie, actually. So we got an AoE Buster DPS with some team utility as well. Rocking 8k attack, so it's even worse than Marie actually, unfortunately. So that's not very flattering for her own DPS potential. And she has a full caster deck, triple arts. Also pretty unusual. Her gains are better than Marie's, but certainly not anything remarkable. It's just because you're better than, bottom tier doesn't make you really impressive, to be honest. So yeah, ever so slightly a bit better. Now, first skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 100% debuff rest for 3 turns and a 2.5k heal. This skill on higher ranks is actually really good. Unfortunately for her, she doesn't have a high rank of it, which is really weird because, again, this is an A rank. So like an A++ was already like 3 more effects or something. Like, how does that even work? This should be like a D rank or something. It's missing so many effects of the higher ranks. But yeah, at least it's still a decent defensive skill. You're basically debuff immune most of the time, unless they have crazy, like, chance to land stuff. And the heal is just, a cool bonus, I guess. So I don't hate it, but man, it's unfortunate, because the skill could be so much better. Then the best buff.
I agree.
Yeah. Best buff of all time, by the way, right here. So the second skill on 6-turn cooldown does a 2k AoE heal and a full cleanse. I don't hate the skill itself. I hate the buff, because the buff it just added 500 heal. Like, what is that?
I thought they added the cleanse.
Yeah, you would think so.
I forgot, man. This is
arguably the worst buff in the entire game. arguably.
Yeah.
500 increase healing. That's it. At least now the ranking makes sense. It went from D to D+. Honestly, maybe even like a half plus. It's just, yeah.
In the very least, we can appreciate that it is a team-wide change instead of like a a change to a one
Yeah.
to a defense debuff that affects one enemy on an AoE berserker. That's happened 3 times.
Oh yeah, honestly, I forgot about it, but yeah, the Spartacus buff, the healing one is even worse actually. But yeah, this is still terrible.
AoE berserkers get weird buffs.
Like this skill is fine. This buff sucks. Okay, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, targeted buff strip, and then does a minus 30% defense down on them for 3 turns. I really would love for both of them to be AoE. I don't think it's asking for too much, especially because she's AoE, but it's not a bad skill by any means. It's still a better torture technique with a good utility on top. But I feel like this could also still be better. Because it just feels kind of annoying to use a single target thing on an AoE servant. Yes, you can still bring her as a support. That's fine. You don't even have to use her MP. But I would still like to see some AoE. Because we have someone like, let's say, Roland now. He's a 4-star permanent saber. He has a full buff strip, like AoE, as a single target. So, yeah, it's kind of backwards, if anything. Anyway, this skill set, it could be worse. I like it more than Marie's. It's just very bare bones, but there's some okay effects in there. Okay. Passives, 20% debuffers is nice. 11.5% quick is actually not that good on her in particular compared to Marie. She only has that 1 quick card, which is absolutely not great. Divinity C for 150 flat damage doesn't really do anything at all. She is anti-berserker though, so the append is good if you want to DPS with her. Good DPS case there. And then the buffed MP, so they tried to make it do more damage, because before this it did like almost negative damage. So now, before damage, you get 20% Buster for 1 turn, flat. And then after damage, all the targets get minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, scaling up to 40%. Still pretty bare bones on effects though, and it's a one-hitter, so no stars either. And even with the buff, it still doesn't hit particularly hard, because much like Marie, she doesn't really have like any damage going on in her kit, coupled with the low attack to begin with. So if anything, much like Marie, you're gonna bring her for not damage. But luckily for both, they do have some uses outside of damage, so it's not like she's a hopeless case. But just kind of doesn't have a ton of stuff.
Okay. So, I'm going to be a bit harsh on this character. I think her DPS is just completely worthless, unfortunately. Not just... It is an upgrade MP, but triple arts deck, Buster can't really spam her MP either. Just not really worth it. She used to be pretty good because she was like the only unit that had full buff cleanse and buff removal. So for certain bosses, she can immediately deal with 2 things at once if you need that. But
I think there was some raids in the past where you benefited from that. Like the Case Files raid, I think, for instance, debuffs you in the start.
Yeah, but like here's the thing with that. Like the only time you would need like both of them so urgently that you need both of them on a skill is either you're doing a min turn or you're doing like a raid. You're trying to be as fast as possible. I mean, if you're doing a raid, it's technically a min turn, right? But like, it's just, first of all, she doesn't have any, like, she has like very little offensive, help. So you usually don't want to run her.
And you would need to MP for that to get more defense down, and it's hard because again, no battery and the gains are not very good.
Yeah, and usually you don't need both of them immediately, right? Like you have people that can do buff purge, you have people that can do debuff cleanse, and then you don't usually need both of them at the same time immediately. And if you don't need them immediately, you can even use command codes, right? Like command codes is such a great addition to a lot of this stuff. They can, either strip a key buff, or they could cleanse, your debuff every turn if you select that card. And there are just other units that provide more value on top of the utility, if you are willing to wait a little bit. Or like sometimes you don't even have to really remove their buff. You can just wait it out. If you're not trying to min turn or anything, you just wait out the buff, wait out the gimmick. Usually they don't make it too brutal because I think they design fights with you don't have buff removal in mind, right? So like there's just so many ways to like kind of not have to have both of these exactly at the same time, and her additional value that she provides on top of that is near nothing. So I think I would just not use this character at
Yeah,
all.
nowadays when we have more options, it is kind of harder and harder to justify or finding good uses for her.
Yeah. So it's kind of sad. Like I used to think she had some utility, but it's just
So
kind of.
So I think she's still okay. I'm totally down for a buff for like her first skill or something. Something to help her be a bit more supporty. But I just really like the combination of team debuff cleanse and buff removal. I don't think that her offensive support is really that negligible. Like 30% defense down, I don't feel like that's a really small number. Like I feel like once you get past the 20% mark and you're in the 30% range, it does start having value. Then like as for getting her NP, I don't feel like it's really that hard to get her NP.
I mean, if you
Because
spam arts chains, I guess.
yeah, but also she takes stars, and like she's got a bunch of arts cards. So yeah,
But that's a
as
bad thing
for
if you're using her not as a main DPS. So
well, when I'm using her, I'm never using her on a. I'm never using her to support like a crit servant. And if I am, they have enough stars already. They have their own ways of
I
like
guess.
making stars. She's just the type of servant that has like a couple things line up, and when those two things line up, she is a pretty good support for what she does. It she There's comparisons to be drawn between her and Tristan is a servant that I just don't uh I like. In ways he has more support because he also has like
The
the team
evade.
evade,
Yeah.
and then he has the buff purge, and then same cooldown on the debuff cleanse.
He has way better
But
DPS.
Yeah, I think
yeah,
Oh,
for
sorry,
me, I
not to
would
cut
bring
you.
Martha for non-DPS and I would bring Tristan for DPS. That just
Okay.
happens to have bonus
yeah,
utility. So I feel like they're
yeah,
still kind of
yeah.
different.
Yeah, and I think that's where the 30% defense down and then then more defense down on her NP really comes in. She just ends up being a really solid option for some particular fights, and like the two that come to mind immediately are two that a lot of people struggle with, and they're also casters. Those being Woodrose and Demeter. I
Oh,
And
Wood
also yeah,
Woes. I agree with Wood Woes because
yeah,
you need to
because
cleanse the fear, not the terror
yeah, and the
and the
charm,
charm. Yeah.
and then also he has multiple bar breaks where one of them he gets
He has
piercing
guts.
for like 5 turns,
Oh, yeah.
and then the last one he has guts. And
Also, on
her
that note, do you
cooldowns
think it would
don't
be
really
so
feel that
cool for
long.
this to be AoE as well? Like
Oh yeah,
this
yeah.
would actually give her a big. If this 100%
Yeah,
buff
it's like
debuff resist was
immunity.
AoE, that would be so
Yeah,
cool. Then she could be like a
Yeah.
really
yeah.
good anti-debuff support.
See, that would be cool, but I already hate the place that Media Lily is sitting at
Oh yeah.
because that's like her thing. She has a debuff cleanse and then
Well, at least she still has
debuff
the buff
resistance.
removal resistance going for her.
Yeah, for one target though.
Yeah.
Uh, uh,
Well, I guess we'll talk about her as well next week, but yeah, so Martha does
yeah.
have sub uses, but I'm kind of leaning more towards Plushie, where I don't really see many cases at all where I would bring her. She still can be brought, but I would go C at highest.
I was actually thinking C plus was fine, but like, yeah,
I was
I
thinking
I
C plus or B. Like,
You
and
think, so she
she's
should be above
so she
Marie?
has
Maybe
I
she
guess the
should
buff
be.
yeah.
removal is shorter
Yeah, maybe she
cooldown
is more pickable than Marie.
because the buff removal is 5 turn cooldown. I forgot what the cleanse is. Is it also 5 turns?
I think it
It's
is.
6 turn cooldown, but
6.
Oh,
Okay,
it's
but
6.
like
Okay.
it's I still don't see a real place to bring her, but I guess Wood Woes because like I tend to forget like there are still modern bosses that have removable buffs like Kamazots. Kamazots I guess is another okay option to bring her. Um but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's still hard to justify. I definitely say because like you know, no, not a lot of supportability other than 2 skills, but Yeah. I guess slightly better than Murray.
Yeah, I think I like her above Marie just a bit. Okay, we'll go with that for now. C plus. So now we move away from day one and gonna talk about the pirate couple of Anne Bonny and Mary Read. The OG. We already covered their summer version a while ago, but yeah, this is the OG.
I forgot they're on day one.
Yeah, they're because they were released with Okeanos. I think it was the same banner with Drake. So if you get a gold rider, you have to pray. Anyway,
that's why they have a 2-hit arts card instead of a 1-hit.
True.
Yeah.
That's the main difference, yeah. That's how you can tell. Anyway, single target quick DPS, rocking 9k attack, which is about average among 4-star riders. So at least that is now doing better than Marie and Martha for DPS sig. Double arts, double quick deck. So we still haven't even seen the actual quote-unquote rider deck yet. Their gains also not good still. Maybe the best so far, but again, doesn't really say much, does it? So could still do way better on that front. So FA, you guys, what you is there, I don't even, do people like the FA? I don't get it looks like a mess,
Yeah,
bro.
I don't see it. Like
I can't even tell what's going. It's way too
see
bright and weird. I don't know, bro.
Actually, no, the long neck was the summer version. Sorry.
Yeah, they probably have a better art too. Anyway,
yeah. Also, reminder to people: the difference in height between these two characters. It looks like Mary is like half of Anne's height. She's only supposed to be like a head shorter. Like,
yeah, I assume you're looking at the battle sprites for
hilarious.
Summer and Ryder, right? There's not a whole lot of difference, but this definitely is
it's supposed to
misleading.
be like a 12 centimeter difference. I think that's what it
That's
is.
nothing. Yeah, that's like nothing. Okay.
Yeah, like why do they have the taller one on a stool? And also, why is their torso so long?
Oh,
Who
there you
knows?
go.
If someone knows in the comments, do let us know. Alright, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown. They get a Guts for 1 time, 3 turns with a 1 HP revive. They get a Taunt for 1 turn, and then 30% MP gen for 3 turns, and 50% star generation for 3 turns. I quite like this skill. Obviously, it gets even better when you know the MP effect doing more damage at lower HP, so it's a cool little buff. And the Guts being 1 HP revive as well, so that means you can get max damage of the MP as well. Granted, it is scary to be on that HP as a quick servant, because even dots can end you at that point, but I kind of like the combo. And then the MP can helps get their MP as well, in combination with the taunt, of course, because their MP was not the easiest thing to get. So this is not a bad skill at all. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, they get 100% crit damage for 1 turn and 25 stars on use. There is a bit of downtime here, but it's like a crit mana burst. You know, both of the effects synergize, so I don't really hate it, but it could still be better even after the buff. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, they get 30% attack for 1 turn and 600% absorb for 1 turn. So again, it's just a lot of downtime, but there's some synergy between the second and the third skill. Can have one very solid crit turn, although their deck is still not the best for crits either.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the third skill. It's basically just a 1-turn attack buff.
Yeah.
Because they're a rider, they're already taking the stars.
Yeah, chances are you're not going to bring another rider with them, so their natural absorb is already going to cover a lot of the needs for that. So yeah, not the best skill set, but not even the worst, honestly. It's pretty offense heavy, so does at least that. Passive, the only one they have is 12.5% debuff rest, which is not even that high, unfortunately. And again, unfortunately, they do not have the riding passive, which would be great on a quick servant. Even if their gains wouldn't improve a crazy amount, it would still be a good damage boost for their main card. So that is unfortunate. They're anti-rider on the trait, and I would not bring them on neutral. There's no traits, no niches, no nothing, just a low HP gimmick, so you can do better than that. The buffed MP only does damage on normal effect, and then the overcharge is the bonus additional damage, obviously scaling better with missing HP, starting from 1200% all the way to 2k on max overcharge. So it can hit fairly hard, but again, besides that 1-turn attack buff, that's the only thing they have that helps their MP damage, unfortunately.
So it's kind of annoying to me because this overcharge doesn't work the same way as a lot of the the enmity overcharges. Like Hijikata
Yeah,
and
it
Ash,
adds
they
more
double their damage.
like modifier instead of multiplying, right?
Yeah, what it ends up meaning is you get less than you less than double it. It's I think it's like an 80 or 90% increase in damage instead of 100%, like everyone else's. It's
I
weird.
mean this is adding to the MP damage scaling, right? So like it has the Bima
It's
problem.
effectively the same thing.
It has the Bima problem where like if you're doing this on an MP5 unit, you're only adding you're only adding a third. Like how do I put this?
You're adding
Basically
50%
because
on
you're adding
on base overcharge, right?
yeah. You're adding a flat scaling. So the higher MP level you are at, the increase in terms of how many times the damage is like smaller because the base number is bigger, but you're adding the same flat number. So
It's the same concept as like NP upgrades not being as valuable at higher NP levels
yeah.
versus unupgraded
Yeah, there's
NPs.
diminished returns.
Yeah. So and also another thing is like Hijikata is very frail, but his insane damage justifies it, and he's a berserker.
And he has a stackable guts.
Yeah, and he has stackable guts. Ash doesn't have to play with this. Like it's just a good bonus. They only have this. A worse version of the
Yeah,
the other
besides
people.
one crit turn with a suboptimal deck. This is the only damage they have.
And it's so easy to get them killed. Like, and especially if you want to like run Black Grill on them for like optimal damage, the Black Grill kills them. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
it does
just,
with the 1 HP guts.
it's just when you play with these types of characters, you have to have I at least kind of have a script or game plan in mind because you need to protect them at all times. Like Hijikata, right? Like he pairs very well with Chengong because Chengong can proc his thing, and then Chengong can taunt someone else, but they also taunt themselves. So it's like it's very difficult to control.
It's kind of a double-edged
Taunted
sword with the
Guts-
taunt.
Yeah, and taunted guts interaction is like even if they trigger the guts, it reduces one action, but it doesn't like if the first hit of that turn procs the guts, another hit will come and it will still kill them. So like it's just you get them killed for this one like gimmick that isn't even as good as the other people. And I just overall I'm not the biggest fan of this character.
So I feel like a big performance boost for them is that they have Domon synergy. Domon is reasonable against casters, and then like they have a bit of crit performance. Them being chaotic evil. Also, his attack down does help them with the first skill a little bit. It helps prevent them from dying in that first hit.
Yeah,
yeah.
and then,
I
mean,
wish the guts was stackable, but I think the reason why they didn't do a stackable guts is purely because they don't have a guts bond CE. If I recall correctly.
The dream scenario would be turn one. You do the attack down with Domon, and then they don't hit. She doesn't get hit too hard. And turn two, when she's at low HP, the terror procs, and then they get stunned. But yeah, that's That's
I didn't think about the Domon part. That's a good point. That he would be a great combo with them, with also the class affinity. But I'm still not a huge fan of this character.
Nah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like Domon directly, like their synergy versus like his synergy with like Bavanchi is like still different, right? It's not like literally perfect. So I'm not the biggest fan of them. I don't know. C.
Maybe a C.
I don't
know.
No,
I don't know. I don't use them a lot.
Get really mad.
Look. I have no idea. Every time I use them, they die. I have no idea how to use them. Like it just.
I'd say B. They're like completely fine. Like a lot of people, there's like this thing that people focus on a lot, where like they want to completely optimize with some servants. So when they're getting like 50% bonus damage, like if they're like half HP, they still do pretty good damage. Like they've got an upgraded NP. Even if even if they are kind of lacking on their own modifiers, they have free super effective if they're just not at full health. So they're
Free super,
completely
is it
workable.
full super effective? I didn't calculate that. Is it like full super effective? Like it's 50%?
Well, I mean,
is it
like for it to be 50%, I think they need to be at like
MP? Oh,
like
low MP.
40% health.
Oh, 40% health. I mean, it depends on their MP
Not that
MP
difficult to
level
get
as well,
them
right?
level.
So yeah, depends on their
Mm.
MP level.
Mm.
I don't know, man.
Like
I might do a
ultimately, their
C
biggest
plus.
issue is they're a single target rider, and single target
welfares.
riders always have to compete with like 3 welfares. So
Yeah.
uh,
I'll go C
I don't
plus.
think they're that bad. They're completely usable. It's just they're kind of lackluster because their skill set isn't like amazing.
Yeah. Anyway, C plus for now, and then first welfare time on the topic of welfares, and possibly the worst one, unless I'm forgetting someone else. Yeah, Santa Alter is here. So, unfortunately for her, she does not have the nice tools that her Saber counterpart does. So we have a AoE Buster DPS. She cannot farm, and her DPS, well, yeah, we'll see. But at least, hey, 9.2k attack is good for a 4-star rider. So that she does well, and she's the first rider to actually have the quote-unquote rider deck of double Buster, double arts. And her gains are just, again, what could you expect? They're not going to be great. They're not the worst we've seen so far, but they're not great either. So, besides the high attack, yeah.
They're basically the same as like
Martha,
all of
for
the
instance.
Sabers day one.
Yeah, she has the Saber numbers, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna feel a little bit better because she has higher absorb and she takes stars, and then also you use her against casters instead of monsters.
Yeah, of
So
course,
it's 20%
that makes
more.
sense too.
That's how a lot of riders are. Like NP
Yeah.
gain is generally not that big of an issue with riders because they're up against the best class to be up against.
Very true. Anyway, skills, oh boy. So, first skill in a 5-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Heals the target for 3.5k and gives them 30% star gen for 3 turns. So again, I think it's the same skill that was said Jalter Lily has, right? But I don't like it. I just don't like this skill. The heal is not even that huge, and the star jet is even smaller. It needs more. This is not much. Okay, second skill. I wonder. Was this new? No, I think this may have existed last year already. But anyway,
This was there last year.
yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. But okay, so 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 10% gauge, they get overcharged by 1 step for 1 time, 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, and 30 stars on use. Like, it's a good skill, but the problem is, that's all she has. You're not going to bring her for this skill. This should be on someone else. It would be actually really solid, but this is it. This is it. You're not going to bring her for this skill, even if the skill itself is nice. Like, this is a great 5-turn cooldown, but it's just misplaced. Unfortunately. And then third skill, 5-turn cooldown, 45% buster for 1 turn. That's it. You can get 1 MP that does some damage, and then you don't.
It's not even a full mana burst. What the?
Yeah, it's a minus for some reason. It's probably because the MP modifier being that same wonky thing, but yeah.
Yes, because that's a really big positive, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, 20% debuff res is cool if you actually fight bosses. 10% quick does not really do anything for her. She's anti-saber, which also doesn't really do anything. I would never bring her on neutral. The MP hasn't been buffed, but again, because she's Assaulter, the modifier is good to begin with. So, just does AoE damage, and then the only overcharge effect is 10% refund on base, 30% on max. That's it. So, that's sad.
No.
Alter. Again, this skill is. I love this skill. It's so good, but it's not enough for her. This would be so good on someone else, right?
Yeah.
So,
numbers are also small. It's just kind of weird.
Just a reminder to a lot of people that might not know. Somehow at this point, 10 years in, they might not know. But her NP. Basically, the scaling is slightly better than an upgraded Buster because upgraded Buster is normally 400 to 600, and she's 450 to 650. So it's actually still a lower. It's lower than Saber Lily's because hers is 700 at maximum.
So weird.
It's yeah. She like the she if she had some other meaningful support, then her the buff that they gave her would have something of value. But as it stands, it just makes her still a worse version of Bart Roberts
Mm-hmm.
because he also has Team 10% charge and stars, and he doesn't have a wimpy 20% crit. He has a 50% crit.
I guess the only difference is the
like,
overcharge, but yeah, it depends on the
I
server too.
just don't really see a reason to use her because like
Mm-hmm.
even damage wise, like I mean, okay, she's like got okay 1 turn damage, but I just feel like there's better options.
Mm-hmm. Like this is already a support skill, this first skill. Just buff this one too to do something. Maybe give it a cool niche or something, and then you can combo it with the second skill. And then she could be pickable. Maybe not like all the time, but some scenario where she could be pickable. Like give her like a targeted power mod against something that's not super common. Something, because this is a great skill, but it's not enough to make her pickable. That's the bottom
Maybe
line.
a hot
FGO
take,
servants.
maybe a hot take, but I think I would rather use Rider Medusa over her.
Like as is, yeah.
Not that crazy.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
that's too crazy.
I also think Medusa Rider's not that good though, but yeah.
Yeah.
I just look.
Apples and oranges.
Just FGO characters are
That's what it
limited
is.
by the fact that they can only get buffed one thing at a time. So this character, where she needs like 3 buffs, is just she has to wait 3 opportunities, which is not gonna happen because she's a year 1 Santa unit whose animation is just like
Well,
swing her
she's
staff
getting
around.
one buff every 8 years, so stonks in when FGO2
boy.
is out.
Yeah, guys, just wait another 7 years. And she'll be good finally.
Then she's gonna be
it's just-
amazing.
7 more Santas that are like 5 times better than her.
And we'll see one later too, actually.
Is good enough. I think cooldown reduction is good enough. Also, like, yeah, this is no. It's just no. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah. D
no
or
reason.
D plus?
Zero reasoning.
D? Flat D?
D.
It,
No reason. I think like no reason to use this character. It's like Saber Lily.
I just don't
It's like
know why they
Saber
skimped on her support effects. Like, and dude, if they gave her a 2-stage overcharge, she could like barely Buster loop. It'd be a bit awkward because you'd have to use it on turn 3 and not turn 1. But but yeah,
There's
she
no
loop on
universe where you
15%.
can make me bust loop with this character. I would rather pair her
Yeah.
with like Tonalico for the overcharge than maybe.
Yeah, it's funny because even if that was the case, she'd still be a worse Buster Looper than like Columbus,
Yikes.
who was a
Yeah.
3-star.
Columbus is hard to get MP5 though, to be fair. But yeah.
Yeah,
anyways.
I mean, for a while she was too.
I'm gonna go
She
with
was
D
more
for
impossible
now.
for a while.
Unfortunate.
With Kuro,
But-
with what K-scope, bro? That doesn't matter. Like, yeah, she can do it. You're not gonna do it.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about Stolf. OG Stolf. We covered Saber already several weeks ago, but yeah, now it's time for the OG, and yeah, we'll see. So AoE, quick DPS, and I guess a very budget farmer nowadays, something like that. 8.9k attack is not bad actually. It's only just below average among 4-star riders. He's got the full triple quick deck with the quick MP as well, and man oh man, some of the worst gains in the entire game right here. I'm not sure who actually has the worst one, I never did research, but he's probably top 5 worst card gains in the entire game, and he doesn't even have anything in his kit besides a battery to help it. It's just sad. Like, it's
Yeah, and a big thing contributing to that is he has the lowest defense number. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Everyone has at least 3%, but for some reason he only has 1.
I think I'm
Well,
pretty
we
sure
all
I know
know the
why
reason.
they made, because the MP has the crazy evade. They were like, oh, it's gonna be way too OP.
Well,
They were so afraid with this guy. He was
Yeah, this is
absolutely
kinda
gimped.
year 1 design.
Yeah. Anyway,
They're just very scared of some year 1 stuff. It's like they refuse to buff Tamamo, even though Tamamo is like good. It's like not comparable to Astolfo, but like they're just scared of like repeatable cooldown reduction, and they just refuse to buff the character. It's just they kind of do this all the time.
It is pretty funny that there's a taunt servant later that's like a, well, I guess AoE quick writer, but like 5-star that gets 13 times as much charge per hit.
pretty chill. Pretty chill. Alright, first skill. Not a good start. 5-turn cooldown. He gets 28% attack for 1 turn. Terrible. Just terrible. Like, no justification for this skill to be this trash. It is god awful. It's the bare minimum for an offensive skill. Nothing. Just bad, bad, bad. Second skill, 8-turn cooldown. 90% chance to stun one enemy for 1 turn. Like, if Marie can have that charm with a band-aid on her other skill to boost, what is this skill now? Like, this is also trash. Why is it 8-turn cooldown? Why is that 100%? Why does it only do a stun if it's 8 turns? I have questions, but no answers. These 2 skills are absolute trash. And he's AoE, by the way, so why does he have a single target stun? Anyway, third skill, also 8-turn cooldown. This is a funny skill. So he gets 10 stars per turn. Then, 50% star gen for 5 turns, 40% crit damage for 5 turns, and then gets a 50% barrier in use. But the funny part about this skill, it's I don't think any other skill works like this in the game. So whenever you use this skill, you do get all the buff icons, right? They're always going to be there. But the way it works is that at the start of every turn, it runs a check if you land the 65% success or not. And the problem also is, not that I also already hate the RNG to begin with, but the other problem is the buffs icons are always lit up. So you can never tell until you go whether you got, let's say, crit damage. You don't know. Like, there's no way to indicate that. They're always going to be lit up. They should be like grayed out when they're not active or something, but I guess technology was not there back then. Could be an easy hotfix though, but they never bothered because they clearly have abandoned Ryder Astolfo by now. The one nice thing about this skill obviously is the battery, because his MP has good effects and his gains are trash, so it helps. But man, that's a long cooldown as well. They could have made these guaranteed as well because of all his other skills being so terrible. It's just kind of weird. Like, even the stars are RNG. This is a tragedy of a skill set, really. An absolute tragedy. Alright, passives, 20% debuff res, cool for bosses, because honestly, you're mostly just going to run him on bosses, if anything, because his farming is kind of really bad nowadays. He used to be kind of relevant because of battery, but nowadays, everyone has a big battery. 11% quick up is cool because he has 4 quick cards. Won't help his gains much, but his damage goes up a little bit. 8% crit damage, also cool if you land some stars, because even his star gen, despite being full quick, is not good. So yeah, but if you land some crits, that's cool. Then the MP has been buffed, so it ignores defense on damage, which is great. AoE damage, gets a 3-hit evasion on himself, no duration, really good, and then gets 10 stars on use on base overcharge, scaling up to 30. It's fine, because honestly, as an AoE quick, he actually does not generate a ton of stars, so this time the OC actually is not worthless, it does something. And it's a one-hitter, so it refunds like absolutely nothing. Nothing. It just, you won't get any refund from this as an AoE quick. So the MP, I like the effects, but it's so hard to get, and he doesn't do much outside of his MP. He's weird. It's just so underwhelming in so many ways nowadays.
The MP is not always insane.
Mm.
And I think a character like this needs to have their MP be always insane. It's not. He's bad. He's really
also
bad.
worth noting that because the way defensive buffs work, let's say you use the MP, you get hit 2 times, and then you battery up to another MP, you cannot refresh the evasion stacks. You would whiff that evasion and still have a 1-hit evasion left. So that's also a bit awkward sometimes.
Yeah. Unless, of course, you're like, they just arbitrarily make it so you can stack the same defensive buff type like another.
They could
rider
do it on him and it would not be broken, just because how hard it is to spam this MP to begin with. It would still be fine on him.
You can have a fun thing where you like try to set him up and then get like, I don't know, 20 hits of evade and then like have everyone else die. But like that's still just funny. It's not good. I don't know, man. I think he's less usable than both Marie and Martha actually, which is kind of tragic. Like I feel like he was deemed more usable than those two like before, but
before.
Well, that's because he did something which I call Astolfo looping, named after, of course, him, which is basically I mean,
brute forcing
then,
it.
It's
like Buster
sad.
looping on quick, right?
Yeah, you give him K-scope, and then you have to plug a third 50% charger, which these days, I mean, it's not as bad. People will do the same thing to justify, like with the Buster Looper, but to be fair, they're probably going to do better damage than him.
Mm-hmm.
He just, I don't know, he needs something. Like
he needs
they just need to like do something with his skills. Like he feels like a servant that it's like, okay, if we give him some sort of battery to help him get his well, they did that. They did that, and he still sucks. He just needs better skills. That's all it is.
Yeah, this should be minimum 3 turns, and hopefully another effect is attack buff. It's just so weak. It's like one of the weakest steroids ever. Maybe the weakest. So bad.
Also, do what they did with Iskandar and just change his NP gain. Like, it's just a really sad state when you're like either in AoE arts or in AoE quick, and you have like no hit counts. Because that's like part of the appeal of having an AoE quick or arts NP.
Yeah.
Like they at least made it so he makes stars, but
not even guaranteed, no.
Yeah, and the MP is not even a high amount of stars. It's just the overcharge, really. So even his star gen is not very good.
Gives you 20 stars instead of 10.
Yeah,
I guess
it should be 20 on minimum.
There you go.
So he can almost make 50 stars. I mean, if you're lucky, he could make 50 stars.
Yeah, on a full quick chain with the MP that hits a multiple enemies, and you hit the star gen from this third skill. Yeah,
unusable. Even for like defense ignore, I would not.
That's a D tier as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Doing great. Oh boy.
All right, next one, another welfare that is a fairly hot topic across the years, but we're going to talk about Rider Kintoki. So, single target quick DPS, high attack for a 4-star rider, 9.8k attack. That is actually very solid. He's got a double buster, double quick deck, which on hindsight actually is kind of nice because of Summer Scotty. Back then it was like people were like, oh dude, it's worse for caster Scotty because you want more quick, but hey, nowadays it's actually not that bad. It's actually good. His gains are so far the best we've seen. Is not even close. In fact, that's one of the things he actually does fairly well, his gains. So that's cool. And then the skills though. So first skill, a 5-turn cooldown. He gets 30% quick for 3 turns and 50% star gen for 3 turns. It's kind of his bread and butter, you know. Makes them do more damage, gives more star gen, MP gen. It's fine. It's not crazy, but it's fine. It just works. Second skill, 50% battery, 6-turn cooldown, and that is it. But hey, yeah, sure. If anything, I prefer to see like something else, like more damage or something, or some utility, because he kind of loops pretty okay anyway. Especially how many targeted batteries we have nowadays. But yeah, it's a thing. And then the third skill, a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 120% offensive debuff resistance for 3 turns and a 3k heal. So unless, you know, the enemy has a crazy amount of debuff success rate or something, he's not really going to get his damage debuffed easily, unless they're guaranteed as well. But I don't like this skill much. It's very situational. It should have been just flat out the debuff res. That would have been much better. But yeah, it's a thing. His skill set is just very bare bones. He's definitely one of those cases that's carried by his numbers, because there's not a whole lot of going in this skill set. And very unfortunately for him, the only passive he has is Divinity C, which is like nothing. I don't understand why this man, who literally rides a motorcycle over his enemy, does not even have a riding E or something. I have no idea what the reasoning is. It makes no
Can only
sense.
ride motorcycles.
Like he's literally a rider. But you say that, but doesn't say Maid Alter have riding and she rides a motorcycle too? That's the whole argument why she's a rider as well.
Well, she actually rides. Are they called jet ski or water?
Isn't it more? Well, I guess it jumps out of the water and becomes a motorcycle.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, she has a motorcycle. She has a motorcycle. It's
At least
it's not
partly
a
it's a
jet ski
motorcycle.
is Musashi.
Yeah, that's a full-on jet
It's
ski at
different.
least. Anyway,
But
this
yeah,
the
but,
passives are a travesty here. That is.
I mean,
very
vehicles.
I thought she rode. I thought she was on the water when she impeded.
She starts from the water
Yeah,
and then she jumps out and then she rides a
rides her
motorcycle.
Yeah, she rides her bike on the wall. But like, yeah, I think vehicles are weird because Rider Carmilla also doesn't have. I guess she doesn't have driving, but like she doesn't have riding either. I think they're
Yeah,
weird
so
with
weird.
vehicles.
It's
for
very
some reason.
inconsistent for no reason. But yeah, very, very unfortunate for Kintoki. Would love to have that riding buff. Anyway, he's anti-berserker on the append, which is very solid. He's definitely going to do a lot of damage against Zerks. MP hasn't been buffed, and it's very basic, but yeah, it does damage. So single target quick damage, and then before damage on overcharge, he gets 10% quick for 1/3, scaling up to 90%. So it actually has pretty cool scaling on it, even if it's not ramp up. And he has three turn quick on his skill anyway, so it's like the same buff regardless. I mean, you guys are not. I know you guys don't like him much. I still think he's good. I'm not saying he's top tier, but I still think after all these years, this man is legit, even if not top tier.
Oh, sorry. I changed my mind a little bit on this character because like he just has like pure offense, right? And interestingly,
spams his
third
MP.
skill
That's it.
actually stops him from getting offensively debuffed, which is nice actually. Because like if there's like an on break attack down, right? Like he doesn't get hit by that
Unless it's like a box thing that's guaranteed to land, but yeah, a lot of them would be resisted.
Yeah, and then he just has really good internals. He has, I think he's the only quick rider that has this deck.
Maybe.
I think he might be the only quick rider that has this deck. I could be wrong, but
and again, nowadays it's a pretty good deck.
Any other? I can't think. I don't think there's any other riders that have that deck.
Yeah, it's the Lancer deck.
This is a very good deck for him, of course, and he has good internals now with Mighty Chains because his arts is as good as his quick. So like both his Quick Brave and Mighty Brave gives him his MP back essentially.
Yeah,
and he has a big battery. So like he's just pure offense. Like he doesn't have anything else. Like he doesn't actually serve that well as a pure free to play option because like when I'm doing like welfare or low star only clears, I need a servant to have a lot of stuff. I need a servant to be self-sustained. I need a servant to have survival. But if you're using him with premium supports, I think he's still pretty solid. Just because everything he lacks, his support gives him anyways. He doesn't really care. So I think I don't know. He just like if they gave him an MP upgrade, then he'd be crazy.
Oh yeah, that would be crazy.
But yeah, he is. I think he's still really good. It's just like not a good like self-sustaining character. Like
yeah, he
like,
needs some friends.
Since we're not talking about low stars, it's a lot less controversial because like before we always draw comparison between him and Ushi. But like it would be like if you are running like a low star only comp and then you don't have like the best supports ever, then Ushi would be better. But like if you have like all the premium supports, then he'd be better. It's kind of just like that, back and forth. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Interesting character.
Hold on. Had to clear my throat. I don't really have issues with him in particular. I just hate that there's a lot of leeway that people give to him, but they don't give to other quick servants that have similar attributes to him. Because, like he's a free NP5 and he has good internals and a 50% battery. That's it. There are other quick servants out there that have decent batteries and good internals that just do not get the same positive treatment that he has.
It is kind of like, rose tinted lens, but I will say I have seen it less and less as the years go on, because people are starting to realize, Quick isn't trash, and also, like he isn't God, right? Like it's just like people have more experience with the game, and then they, especially I think after Evocation, where people got him back, and then they started to use him again, and then they were like, he's all right. Because I feel like a lot of people didn't have him, and then they just heard his legendary like reputation, and they're like, "Oh my god, this guy's crazy."
I feel like
But
nowadays he's not even that talked about anymore.
yeah, like
There
when
used
you
to be a
actually
part where
get your
he was
hands
still
on
very
him.
talked about, but nowadays you don't hear that much talk.
He's just really like vanilla. Like, I mean, he's okay. It's just like he doesn't have much to justify himself outside of like the 50% battery. I
But
don't
once
feel like
again,
anything else is
That's
that
great, good stats
unique
and
about
gains
him.
though. That's the other thing.
he's the only guy who has that deck, which I really like, and
Mm.
really good internals. So
Like I would
I
say,
can't really
he's not God, but he's good. Plus
still
one.
put him in A,
Plus an A.
honestly.
I would do A
Yeah,
as
I
well.
can
That's what
still
I
put
was
him in A,
thinking.
to be honest.
Like
Like,
I would never
I
put him under A, honestly.
like I don't think he's outright bad. It's just
B plus for
he
it,
just
yeah.
doesn't really shine that brightly.
Yeah, depends on what you want. Yeah, it's just
Gonna go with A. Still like the guy a lot. Alright, summertime. First summer. We got someone that hasn't aged super well. Someone who used to be way cooler because they were kind of like unique in what they did. But yeah, Surfmo, aka Summer Mordred, is the next topic. AoE Arts Farmer. I would not really use her as a DPS. Well, I guess you can, but yeah. She's honestly, neither our cases are that good anymore. Yeah, 9.2 attack is alright. It's above average among 4-star riders, so that's cool. Double arts, double quick deck, there it is. Gains, not the best. It's not the worst, but certainly a downgrade from Kintoki, for instance. Which, I mean, honestly, most of these 4-stars will be a downgrade in terms of gains from him, so that was a bad comparison. But yeah, overall, not very impressive gains. Luckily, the MP kind of helps. So the first skill, 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns. That's it. So a very vanilla steroid, but it still, I guess, does the job, but obviously not a great skill. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, it's a 1-turn evasion and 50% star gen for 1 turn. Why is this a 7-turn? This could be a 5-turn cooldown, I would still be like, okay, and?
Dude,
like, what?
her skill set is so funny to me. It's
What?
just like
And it's
no one
star gen
remembers
of
it
all
because
things
it's
on an art servant? For what? Huh?
yeah, she's just like a her skills like do nothing. They're like no part of
They're
her
just
character.
there. The MP is all she is. She literally is a wave that goes. Alright,
Like,
third
I
skill.
like the combination of evade and guts. Okay, sorry, spoiler.
Yeah. So yeah, third skill, 7-turn cooldown. He gets a guts for 1 time, 3 turns with a 1k revive and 30% battery. Again, even the guts uptime is not even that good. It's like less than half of the turn count, which is not very good. You prefer it before. You would prefer it to be above the halfway, so that's not very
It's
good.
Shuten's third skill, but way worse.
Yeah.
Because it's
I mean, that was buffed though, right? But yeah,
less.
still. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3k less HP, and then it's 2 turns less. So like, it's a battery. Like
It's
you're
just a
not gonna
battery.
be seeing
And to be
much
honest,
use
the
on
fun
it
part is
inside.
she doesn't even need the battery. She needs more damage or something else. So yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. This skill set is not good. It's just not good. Alright, passive 17.5% debuff is okay if you're going as bosses. Then her unique passive of surfing gives her 5% arts and 5% star gen. The arts is cool. Again, the star gen doesn't really do much for her. She doesn't just generate any stars. Just no. Anti-saber, no. On the append, no. Never on neutral for her. MP has never been buffed. It only does damage on normal effect, and OC is a base 50% chance to drain 1 tick from all enemies. Individual calculations, scaling up to 90%. So even max overcharge, you are not guaranteed. That sucks. That just sucks. I mean, it's cool because it's spammable. Like, you can definitely use this MP every turn if you go against bosses. That's not a problem. But that's the only thing it does besides damage, and the damage itself is not impressive either. So it's just it's like super easy to loop, but that's it. That's all she has going for her. Just a very easy to loop MP.
It's funny because like a lot of people dump on Summer BB's NP because it's just like charge drain and then added chance of.
But at least there's the one
charge drain.
guaranteed one, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the
I'm
one redeeming thing about it is it's a amazing refund. It's like some of the best refund
Of
on
any
an
arts
MP,
AoE.
period.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like she just doesn't really do much. Like her second skill really is comical. How bad it is. It's like one evade on like 7-turn cooldown.
And it's
You don't
even
even
worse
get
now that
3 turns counter.
Castoria exists.
Yeah, like look at Ushi's third skill. Ushi's third skill is like it's shorter cooldown and well, I guess, and you get like 100% star gen, I think.
I think,
Instead of
yeah, I think you
50%.
do.
I mean, okay. I only have one comment on this character. Her only worth was farming QP doors, and she can't even farm QP doors anymore because she doesn't kill the last wave.
Yeah,
So, like,
the single door. If you,
actual
unless you have a better
worthless
copy,
character, bro.
is not gonna go down.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
actually worthless character. I'm so sorry. It's
Imagine having
completely.
to Black Grail and use Oberon to kill the last wave there
Yeah.
when
I
your
probably don't. I
best
don't
selling
know if you
point
need Oberon
is
actually.
refund.
But yeah, it's just horrible. Like it's just completely unjust. I think she's a D, bro.
Yeah, I think there's another thing.
It's just not unusable character.
Like, if you want good MP
Yeah,
refund, we
looping
got a
isn't very
spammable MP, but
special
that's
these
it.
days. When
Yeah.
everyone can loop, no
Yeah.
one can.
It's not a
If
special
you
thing
want to loop
anymore.
with her, you
She
might
used
as
to
well
be
use,
one of
like,
the
an
first
AoE.
actual arts loopers back in the day.
Yeah. If you want to loop with her, you might as well use like an AoE dot damage character because as much damage as she does. Just like, bruh. I don't like this character at all.
Unfortunate.
Anyways,
Yeah, D it
I-
is.
I think a cool idea with her could be like you put like cooldown reduction for herself on there just so it offsets her dog shit cooldowns and then
on MP
like,
upgrade,
MP
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a
like
thing.
Anything
guarantee the
that isn't
drain
an
and
MP upgrade, she's just still not gonna do anything.
she just desperately needs something.
Anyway, I guess back-to-back rider. We get back-to-back summers, although this time it's a welfare one. So from Summer 1 to Summer 2, we got Ishtar Rider. So AoE quick DPS with some utility in there as well. 9.6k attack is good. So far the second highest among the 4-star riders. Pretty solid. Double arts, double quick on that deck. And her gains they're okay. They're better than most what we've seen so far. At least the arts, the quicks are not good, but the 2 arts cards are okay at least. So there's something. First skill on 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% buster and quick for 3 turns, and then also 20% MP gen for 3 turns. It's a cool skill. Honestly, it's not even that bad. It's just fine. You know, especially if you bring other servants that utilize these cards, you get a good amount of value from this. And the uptimes are good, even if the numbers are not. So I kind of like this skill, especially in welfare. It's totally fine. Second skill, 4-turn cooldown. She gets an evasion for 1 hit. No duration, but just 1 hit. And 50% crit damage for 1 turn. I mean, yeah, sure. You can maybe tank an MP, but not multiple. So that's it. There you go. Unfortunately, I would prefer for it to be invul, but I guess she already has an invul here as well. But because the problem is you can't use this with Summer or a Scotty caster because it doesn't stack.
Oh, that's fine. It's 4-turn cooldown. You'll get over it.
You probably just pop it for the crit damage, and even then it's not very impressive. Yeah. Anyway, third skill. There's the on a 6-turn cooldown. There's the 1-hit invul as well. Again, no duration. So I guess if you wanted to, you could stack these because they're different defensive skills for 2 hits of damage negation. Then we got a bunch of lights. So for 1 turn, she gets 50% crit damage, 50% star gen, 50% debuff risk, healing rate, MP generation. But that's 3 turns now with the buff, and a 30% battery. So with this, I guess she can kind of loop farm now. I guess,
she can.
Yeah.
She has 70% MP gain up.
So with this buff, definitely fixed that part of her at least.
She actually has really good refund, I think. She's like the best quick looping rider. No. It could be. Hold on.
Like refund wise, you mean?
Yeah, refund.
Yeah. That makes. I was like best quick looping rider. I think we can have arguments about that, but yeah, refund wise, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, it is kind of funny because this is basically it's not quite the same buff as Tamamo, but it's a very similar idea. The only thing
it is basically the exact same buff as Tamamo.
Yeah,
I like this one more because of the 3-turn MP gain, though.
Yeah,
Tamo's what, star gen for 3 turns?
I
prefer
think
Tomo's,
so.
but that's because she had no issues with NP gain to begin with.
Yeah, true. So like honestly, the buffs were
True.
good
They
on
both
both
get
cases
30%
anyway.
battery, and then make a 3-turn.
I mean, yeah,
effect.
Goddess Metamorphosis buffs are always gonna be decent. Other than Kiara's, just because Kiara's didn't have like that big of a drawback to begin with.
Yeah.
Um,
The MP
but
buff made the
but
drawback non-existent.
yeah, yeah, and then they removed it anyway. So now she heals for 9,000 per MP, which does nothing. But sure, dude.
Anyway,
But anyways,
now, honestly, for a welfare kit, this is not bad at all. The second skill is kind of whatever, but honestly, I think it's a decent kit. She's got stuff going. It's actually fine. Right, passives, 12% quick, great. Main card type, we love it. Especially now with the buff to the third skill, very good. 10% crit damage, also welcome. She's going to generate a good amount of stars too. Then she has a useful divinity, so she gets another 22, or actually it's the only one she has, but yeah, 22.5% debuff res, again solid for bosses. So passes wise, she's definitely the best of the riders so far as well. That's cool. Third opponent against rulers, which is really unfortunate because not only are they rare, you would never bring her on rulers, so just forget about it. Alright, the MP then. So it's very basic, just damage on normal effect, and then overcharge. Before damage, she gets 20% quick for 1 turn, scaling up to 60. So it's not ramp up, but it does improve her damage and gain a little bit. I think she's pretty good, right? She's pretty good.
I think after the buff, she's honestly
Yeah,
pretty
like
solid.
she's
Like,
not a
it's
bad
not
AoE
like
option at all.
it's not like you're gonna be looping with like single core looping, single core quick looping is still like not the craziest thing ever, but she has like a lot of gains for that. At the very least, she's a better QP door farmer than Mordred. So like I don't
True.
know. It's just,
How the turntables.
yeah, it's just it's good. I don't think she's still gonna be used that much, but like okay, she's a lot better than what she is.
Yeah, she's good, but not
Yeah.
amazing.
Like B plus to A actually. Am I crazy?
I don't think you're crazy.
Because I am still taking welfare into consideration just because like, you know, she's always MP5. I don't know about her damage at compared to others. Let me check. Her damage at MP5 raw compared to other riders. Where is she? Wow, she is very low down here.
Oh yeah, was this buff
I
new to
mean-
this year's list? I forgot. I think it is,
don't remember. Maybe,
but I'm not sure.
Maybe.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, her damage is still bad at MP5, but like it's not that bad. It's
I think she can be B plus.
I mean, she has basically like almost 50% quick, and that's it. So.
Yeah.
yeah, it's I don't know. I guess B plus.
Yeah, I mean, especially for a newer account, she's going to be a very solid pickup for AoE.
Yeah.
Not bad. All right, another welfare. We got the OG Sakamoto. We covered Lancer again last week, so now we have the OG welfare version. So single target arts, DPS. Rocking 8.5k attack. Not super impressive, definitely below average when it comes to 4-star riders. There's the double buster, double arts deck. Gains are just okay. Again, nothing too crazy on base. Just whatever, but not trash. Alright, first skill, 5-turn cooldown, 17% attack for the full squad for 3 turns. Just a bit weak. It's nice that they have some AoE stuff going for it, but again, just a bit weak. I am not a huge fan of Charismas, that should be obvious. Needs more. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 10% gauge and then 20% debuff res for 3 turns. I like the team battery, even at 10%, but the debuff, that's just kind of a nothing burger of an effect at 20% really. It's just not going to be reliable at all. I mean, it can stack with passives, but even then, you're still not reliable. So, just the cooldown is pretty low though, but it could at least have 1 more line, something cool, maybe even 2 more lines. It's just that second effect is weird.
It's there to justify not luring second opins.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, true.
You don't even need to max the skill. You only get 10% party debuffers from it. It's not a whole lot.
Yeah, just keep it at level 1.
You could, yeah. Alright, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns and 15 stars on use. This at least is passable. This is like the best skill, but even then it's not amazing. This at least is fine. Helps your supports
has
to
this-
get their MPs, I guess.
He has the same. I know, because like somebody's probably gonna bring it up, so I
Mm.
might as well. He has the same skill icon as Kestori, like the exact same.
Oh yeah, he does. You're right. The same
Yeah,
order
but-
too. Yeah. I
It's
never
so
realized
good, man.
that.
He's
Wow.
S tier.
That's
S tier for him.
a funny tidbit. Okay. Anyway, passives 50% debuff versus fine, 11% quick up. Just one quick card. It's not the worst quick card, but it doesn't do a whole lot. Divinity B, even at higher rank, still doesn't do anything. Anti-archer, there's no niches. Their damage is not good enough to justify neutral, so nope. MP has been buffed, which is nice. So in addition to doing damage, it drains a tick from the target guaranteed. Love that. And then on use, you get 10 stars on base overcharge, scaling up to 30 on max. I do like this MP buff at least, because again, it's not the easiest to spam, but it's semi-spammable, and it does have a guaranteed tick down. So that's at least that is nice. But otherwise, it's just a kind of bare bones thing, and their damage is not super crazy anyway, right?
He's like, I mean, it's upgraded.
But
he
not
is
bad though.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. It's gonna make him sound very bad, but I do think that servant is also a little bit overhated. He's like Rider Orion, like base Orion. You know?
Oh,
like
you mean
the
Artemis? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Artemis. Like their skills are not the best, but they have an upgraded MP that has a guaranteed drain. It is
Yeah, there's some comparison, I guess.
like it's just I think having guaranteed drain on arts is really reliable. And you know, I tend to still like him quite a bit just because the MP is upgraded. Upgraded welfare MPs usually hit decently hard, even though he is still held back by his non-existent skill set in terms of you know, buffing his damage. His damage is like raw is like equal to Rider Kintoki when he uses all his skills, which is, you know, in a sense pretty sad because he has an upgraded MP. So he's basically using the upgraded MP to make up for his lack of skill buffs. But if you use him with supports, he's gonna scale better. Like upgraded MPs, like MP upgrade is like a base damage increase instead of having more steroids. It's gonna scale better with better supports. So
I'm surprised he
I
has all
think
this star focus despite not really having anything to do with crits besides just being a rider. I guess two star bombs.
Yeah,
just for
it's
gains,
just for
like
gains.
crit for gains. Yeah, crit for gains.
Yeah.
So he's not bad. It's just I actually like him quite a bit. But I no longer like him as much as Kintoki. I think I used to like him as much as Kintoki when he first got the MP buff, but I kind of don't value that much anymore because Kintoki has the explosiveness and his like better deck with the crits and all that, and I just
Yeah, the only argument is the MP tick down, I think. That's the one thing he has over him.
and he's
thing is,
arts. Arts is easier to use. But
Yeah, like the one edge that that Kentucky has, like aside from crits, which is largely just because of his card type. Like I mean, if we're gonna count his crits, then we gotta count like
it's just his
Bart's
card type, yeah.
energy here.
His card type, yeah, for sure.
Like the one thing that sells Kentucky for me is like he has a 50% battery, so it's a lot easier to start with them.
Big battery.
But with Ryoma, like he's like whatever. Like the one way, like okay, there's two ways that he outdoes Murasaki. One is he has a guaranteed drain, but she still has a better NP. So kind of funny. But he also has a better extra attack because she has like a 4-hit.
I mean, it's a 6-hitter,
bro. Look,
I don't know why it's so high.
Yeah, true.
I think he is genuinely like, ironically, because he tries to have some party-wide support. I think he's just only usable in like double Castoria against like a caster boss, and the advantage is you have 3 skill icons that look the same. There you go. It's for people who have OCD, it's a really good team. But other than that, I don't know, man. This is kind of.
I think he's still one of the B tiers for sure, though. Especially with the MP upgrade, he's like totally usable and fine. But there are probably still better options.
I think
I would say B plus, honestly.
Yeah, B plus is fine because his damage now is fine with the MP upgrade.
Yeah, and the drain is just nice to have. Yeah.
Spammy drain is really nice because one good thing to bring up there is like Demeter. Demeter, if you don't do anything to mitigate her NP cycle,
Oh, she'll
she'll
just heal
destroy you.
everything. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the timing with her
because
skill
I think it's,
rotation is
like,
going to be
every 3
nasty.
turns.
Oh yeah.
But like if you drain her once or NP seal her once, then it knocks her out of cycle, and that 100% attack buff doesn't apply to her NP anymore.
Yeah.
You can also buff block her, which is pretty good.
Yeah, but you have to get through the debuff immune and debuff cleanse, so you have to time it correctly.
If anything, buff removal is a bit better than buff block on that fight, but yeah, this is drain is also one way to do it.
Yeah, which is where Martha really comes in.
Yeah, you did mention that.
I'm trying to
too.
set up the next character of like it's fine.
Oh yeah, I guess we can just move on. Summertime again, by the way. Writers love summer, at least at this early
the
on.
character people want you to talk about again.
Yeah,
Oh
the annual
I have not
talk,
used this character in 2
or should I
years.
say
Holy
the
crap.
annual counseling session, XD.
Oh my god.
No,
Anyway.
we already had an episode of that.
So yeah,
barely know her.
The funny thing was it was actually reconciling over a different person that he's married to now.
yeah, we have a more complicated situation. Anyway, Summer Carmilla, there she is. So AoE, quick DPS, not really a farmer, right? But she has some cool utility going on though. So 9.6k attack is good though. That's definitely above average for 4-star riders. There's the quick double R stick again. I guess this really is the rider deck, and I'm just misremembering. It's not the double R, it's double buster. This is the rider deck, right? Yeah, I think. Yeah. Makes sense. Anyway, gains are actually decent. They're good. They are good. So she's got that going for her. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. If you max it, 100% chance to skill steal an enemy for 1 turn. Then they get this 50% crit damage defense down for 3 turns. So again, it's only a defense down applies to crits. And then you get 15 stars on use. I kind of like it. It's cool. It's very cool because this way they can make the number higher. So it gives her an interesting little niche here. I kind of like it. I do think that skill steal could be AoE as well since she's AoE. Maybe even the defense down, but yeah. I don't hate it.
Also, pointing it out in chat before someone mentioned it. This is not the same as Khazra Drops. Khazra Drops is better because
it's gains too.
Universal card mod.
Yeah. This is only damage for crits. This doesn't do anything for gains.
Yeah, if you think about it, this is attack up. This is a defense down, but only activates when you crit.
Yeah, and that's why the number is higher.
Is a rainbow resist down, only activates when you crit. So they're neither of them are crit buffs, but they're like different types of buffs that only trigger when you crit.
Yeah, this one still functions as a crit buff though because it's a
crit buff as a debuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's sort of like a team 50% crit if you're up against one enemy.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Are you
what
sure
it
about
is.
that? You sure that's not defense down? It's versus crit damage defense.
Oh, right. I'm not sure. I'll be honest.
Isn't this the same thing as defense down, but it only works on crits? I think the main difference is that this number is higher. That's why. It just made it higher. So this is basically a 50% defense down, but it only works on crits.
That is
I think so. Oh man,
I think it is. I mean, if someone knows better, feel free to correct us. But I think it's just a defense down against crit damage.
Yeah.
I think back at that time they would use the same icon for it because now we have icons that would fit that better.
Yeah, for sure. They would have the spiky border thingy, probably.
Yeah, there's like actual crit resist.
Anyway, that's the first skill. So second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She does this calling card delayed debuff for 1 enemy. So after 1 turn, they get their MP drained by 1 tick. And then also after 1 turn, your party gets 25% the battery. Pretty weird number. And then also the target gets minus 30% crit chance for 3 turns. So that basically eliminates all base crits, which is cool. So keeps you a bit safe. Again, I would maybe like to see some AoE still though, because again, she's an AoE herself, but these are like single target things. It's interesting. I do like the first skill more, but this has some stuff going for it. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Then all enemies get drained by 2k healing, and then she gets the same amount of health that they lose basically as healing. And then here we go. At least this is AoE defense down 30% for 3 turns. So that's cool. We have sub AoE there at least. So yeah, she's very debuff heavy. That's certain. Definitely messes with the enemy with her skill set. Alright, passives 10% crit damage and 8% star gen. Both are good. Sadly, again, no riding. Real shame. Could help a lot, but oh well. Third depends against riders, which may be a thing. Again, maybe not for her own damage, but you might still bring her neutral just for her skills, but for damage, it's not really that big of a deal. MP, no buffs, does damage to all enemies, then does a buff block on them for 1 time, 3 turns, and also after damage, all enemies get a 20% quick rest down for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 40% on max. I kind of like it, it's cute. I like the buff block having, you know, some longevity to it, so even if they don't use a skill or buff immediately, it can still help on a later turn. So that's kind of cool, and it is kind of a form of a ramp up, even if it is after damage, in case you're doing boss, because you're probably not going to farm for her, so yeah, it basically will be a ramp up, even if it's not the ideal one. So I guess I'll let Plushie just evaluate her better, because you probably have the best, you know, opinion about her.
Not anymore, honestly, because like she used to be a very good, like, you know, like you have her die after, you know, she throws down all her debuffs, because she's like the only character who has a battery that functions even after she leaves, right? Like the
yeah, because it's tied to the enemy,
delayed.
Right? It's on the debuff.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
I guess charge per turn. Yeah, charge per turn, I guess. But
good
like,
luck having her leave, though.
But yeah, but like this is the clock also always lands is 500%. That's the only one.
Oh yeah, true. I didn't mention that.
But like she used to be a good like crit support, but because of the defense down thing, like I think back in the day she was more used with Buster, because Buster doesn't really have attack ups. Like Koyan Light doesn't give attack ups.
Yeah, because they're the same category.
Yeah, but like the other thing is like this does cap at 100. So if you use like using her with like Caster Scotty was not the best idea, right? Because you have too many. So unless I'm remembering wrong, and
so they are, even though this is worded differently, they still share the same cap, right? Which is pretty unfortunate.
If this is in fact what I said it is, then yes, it shares the same cap. But
I feel like they could make it a different cap. That could be cool. I feel like that could be a thing they should do if it's not like that, and it probably isn't like that.
Yeah, but she was very good for like buffing, like you mentioned. She's more of a single target, because like skill 1 is a big boost for damage. She is more of a like buffing against. She's helping single targets more of the time, even though she's AOE. She also gives a lot of utility, like the MP again, like you said. Even if you just use it once, is pretty nice. It has the buff block. Sometimes you need it, the quick down. But it's just like there are better low star supports nowadays. I still see her used sometimes, which is testament to how good like her buffs are. Sometimes she is just the best for like gives the most like defense down for cards. But I think there are like kind of power crept in terms of being like a support that can easily leave the field and still provide value. And of course, her biggest weakness is against like high debuff resistance and debuff immunity. Quick has so many supports like this. Kazo Drop is the exact same. Kazo Drop, like all of her supportive effects are also debuffs. Like if you're against debuff immune, it's just completely dead as a support. So that's another weakness. That's just quick supports in general. Even though she's not a quick support, she's actually, once again, I think she's better with Buster. But yeah,
and that's why I think it was Otto who also suggested that a new quick support should have like a party-wide debuff success rate up to and whatnot.
Oh yeah,
that would be pretty cool for me.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah,
and she's
sorry.
She's just like an alright like debuffer. Like ultimately her biggest issues are just she's a debuffer instead of a buffer. People don't like that. So I don't really blame them.
Also, do you feel like they not just change this first skill to be like it's a different cap, just remove defense down cap as is? Why is there a cap? There's no attack cap on attack up. Why is there a cap on defense down? It never made sense to me. it caps at 100%. Is in this day and age is not even. It's pretty easy, honestly, to hit.
It's very easy to cap. Yeah.
So
like,
it's just kind of
Habetrot has
stupid.
50% defense down
Like
on
Carmilla,
one
if you
character.
do her first and third skills, your crits have a minus 80% defense already. That's already almost
Yeah.
capped from this one servant.
Yeah, it's just I don't know why they do that.
Yeah, it's weird.
But it's just weird.
It's probably because of the way the game is coded.
Yeah, this is the easiest cap to hit. The second easiest cap to hit is probably crit cap. But yeah, like it's just not great. But I still say she has some utility. Maybe when you're like class stacking, if you're stacking a bunch of riders against casters, sometimes you can do that. Then she would be a good like support rider class.
Yeah.
Granted, they're not debuff immune, so I don't know. I don't think she's like horrible, but if you use her as a pure DPS, it's kind of bad.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the looping, it's like it shouldn't exist, bro.
Yeah, we can just disregard this one. Yeah.
Yeah, you basically should just disregard it, in my opinion.
Like I'm looking in Atlas, it looks like it is defense down.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's described as down
Unfortunately.
defense, which is the same as her third skill.
Anyway, rank B? What do you think?
Probably B. Yeah.
Man, it's so weird that like there's two servants in the game that have crit damage resist down, and neither of them are crit mod.
It's a good thing though, because like crit is like everywhere.
Crit's, like,
it's so
crit's
bloated.
the easiest to stack.
They always have the highest number as well. Like if you look at like card effectiveness, 50 is rare. Like you got a 3-turn mana.
And usually it's one turn. Very, very rarely would be more than that.
Yeah, but the 50% crit up is like, oh, okay, let's just give this character 50% crit up because who cares, right? Like it's just a lot of SSRs randomly has 50% crit up, and some people have 100 for 3 turns, right? So it is the easiest one to like overflow on in terms of category. So I think it's good that it's not a crit buff, but
yeah. Well, we'll go with B with Summer Carmilla. And you know what's funny? We go again back-to-back summers like earlier. So yeah, next one is a big one though. We're gonna talk about Summer Murasaki. So we got a single target arts DPS, and if anything, her worst thing is the first thing, which is her attack at 8.7k, which is below average, but that's like arguably the worst thing about her. Gains cards, double arts, double quick, and her gains are good. They are good. So that's nice at least. So even if the attack isn't super high, her gains are totally fine. First skill, 6-turn cooldown, 100% chance to seal an MP of the target for 1 turn, and then does a minus 30% defense down on them for 3 turns. I like it. MP seal, always a cool, delay to have. And defense down is just more damage. It's basic, but it's fine. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. 500% chance to do a 100% debuff rest down on the target for 1 turn. So if you're afraid of stuff getting resisted, you start with this and then you're good. Unless they're immune, then yeah, otherwise they won't be resisting. But yeah, then you also get a skill tier for 1 turn and a 30% arts rest down for 1 turn. Obviously it has downtime because they're all 1-turn stuffs. But again, it combos okay with the first skill as well. And it's like a pseudo mana burst in a way as well, but it's like a debuff form that does a bit more. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either, this skill. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 20% gauge every turn for 3 turns and 20 stars on use. Definitely helps in keeping the MP train going, because her MP is definitely the best part about her, so... It's an alright skill set, really. I don't love it, I don't hate it. It's an alright skill set. At least it makes sense. Yes, there's like hardly any hard defense, but she is arts, so I guess there can be a bit of leniency there. Otherwise, yeah, it's fine.
I hate it here, dude. There was at least 3 times as many people asking for the final ascension of Mary Reed.
Oh, you were waiting for people to say something about this.
Yeah, literally one person.
Oh well.
You don't like the cripple one? I like the crippled one.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That disappointed me.
Unfortunate. So the only passive she has is riding B for 9% quick, which is not terrible because she has 2 okay quicks, so it does something. Anti-alter ego is not the best appendo on a cavalry class, unfortunately. There's one exception, obviously, on the assassin class, but yeah, this is not the best, sadly. Would not really bring her. I mean, if you're I guess you could, because you only like you still do neutral and you take a hard damage. You know, you can bring Castor or something if they happen to be anti-Earth. There could be a case, but I would not recommend it too much. Anyway, the MP.
Most alter egos are Earth, so like there's
Yeah, so like it's somewhat of an argument to be made, but
she takes bonus damage.
Yeah. Anyway,
I probably
MP.
just repeated everything you just said. I was only half paying attention.
Yeah, more or less, but it's fine. So the MP does super effective against Earth attribute. It's a flat 150, does not scale, but it's certainly a pretty common attribute anyway. Has a 60% chance to drain a tick from the target. And then on overcharge, does a 20% arch raise down for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 40. It is after damage, but it is a 4 buffer up. The only thing I don't like about the MP is the 60% drain, because it's not reliable. But otherwise, obviously, hits pretty hard, because anti-Earth, or Earth attribute rather, is fairly common. Not sure how many casters happen to be Earth attribute, the best case scenario, but obviously you can count berserkers and whatnot too.
Yeah,
There should be a good
the
amount.
one downside of it being anti-Earth is the fact that she is man attribute. So instead of it being like 50% boost, it's like 35% boost, which is still substantial. Like she still has really solid damage. Her gains are incredibly good. Like she ramps up her arts. I know that her second skill only being 1 turn does kind of suck, but it's sort of like the Assassin Lee situation where it's like sure you only have the 1 turn burst on that one skill, but you replace it with like a defense down
well, he has a bit more attack for 3 turn, but yeah, I can kind of see the comparison anyway.
Yeah, because you're immediately replacing the 30% arts resist down with another 20% arts
It's like
resist down.
Yagyu. Isn't it the exact same as Yagyu?
Kinda, yeah. Instead of him having arts res down, it's an arts up, but yeah, it's basically the same thing, right? So.
And then Yagyu is the arts the arts res down.
Yeah.
Especially since her second skill, I do really love it, and I wish they did it more often. It actually like bypasses part of the issue with debuffs.
Yeah, the order of operations. It's like Karna Lancer, but she has more debuffs, so it's better on her.
It has to be 500% because like it's stupid when it's not.
Like imagine it's the effect that really it's there to make the other debuffs land. Imagine if that could be resisted. That would defeat the whole purpose.
It always misses. It always misses. It sucks. But yeah, it's stupid.
They should all of these effects should be all debuff rest down should always be 500% to land. All of them should be like this.
Yeah, exactly. Or just make it debuff success rate up. Like it's so stupid when you have like 100% debuff resist down and then you just whiff that one.
That's so
like,
ironic, yeah.
It is. Yeah. I mean, really good. I mean, just upgrade.
The small nitpick is that the first and second skill cooldowns don't fully match because you would like to use them on the same turn.
I mean, I think we put our EX last year.
I think we did, yeah.
I mean, it's at least A+ for sure.
Yeah.
But like,
there are 9 1/3 Earth casters, unless you count Solomon. The reason why I say 1/3 is because of Alice, because one of her ascensions is Earth.
Oh yeah, it depends on that.
Man. Yeah.
I would say A+.
I'm still down for EX. I know I'm a little bit biased, but like
we'll see. We'll like fill the list more, and then we can talk about her later.
I do believe everybody got scared by that one Woodwow's Minturn, but
yeah.
I do think the fake 50% anti-Earth. I like the dock points because I also dock points from Needlecris Alter for that exact same reason. I know they're very far away still, but Neocris Alter is a sky with anti-man, and that's like the same thing. And like it does show how like, oh man, it doesn't actually do as much damage as I expected. But still, upgrade MP really strong. It's kind of where do we put Yagyu? I feel like
A+, I think.
So A+. I don't know. I mean, we can move her later.
I feel
she
like
has anti-Earth.
I feel like she's better than Yagyu, though.
I don't think she's better than Yagyu, but I think this archetype is rare in riders. Like that archetype
Yeah.
is not rare in sabers. She is a more exclusive existence amongst riders, but
Also, someone in the chat said you think she's the best S tier arts writer. I mean, even if that is the case, that's not how the tier lists work. We're not going to put someone at the top because they're the best at their role. Because otherwise, we would put whoever we think is the worst at E, even though they might not be worthy of E tier. It's just not how the tier list works.
Other than Nemo?
Yeah,
it's just
there's
her
not
and Nemo.
much.
Like even she might be the best single target arts writer,
It's,
but it doesn't auto make her EX necessarily.
If there are like 5, maybe there's like 2, and
But so are you saying art should be an
versus-
exception? So whoever is the best art should be the top tier always?
Ryoma.
I don't
We
know.
just talked about
It's Ryoma. There's Ryoma. There's Nemo, and then there's Mandricarta. That's basically
Yeah, there's not even a whole lot of
also-
competition, really.
Also, I forgot to mention it while you were talking about her drain. The drain, I don't think it's really that big of an issue because her NP seal helps
true. She has
even
NP
if you miss it on a key turn. Like
Yeah,
you
because
still
on
have
turn
it
1
to
it
go
probably
as
doesn't
bonus
matter at all because there's nothing.
it's
And
just
honestly,
bonus
turn 2
points
as well if
everything,
you land the MP seal. Unless they use a battery skill, then yeah.
Yeah, she just has a very coherent playstyle.
Yeah, it makes
Oh
sense.
my God, her.
It's a good package.
Cannot understate it.
Let's just go with A+ for now, and we'll discuss again later.
Cannot overstate it. Okay, get it backwards.
Yeah. Next one is a good one too. We got Habetrot. There she is. Very infamous as a welfare. Friend point welfare as well. So AoE arts, DPS farmer, but especially has a lot of cool support tools. She's very versatile is the bottom line. So 8.6k attack, not the highest attack. Definitely a bit below average among 4-star riders, but it's fine. She's got the double arch, double quick deck as well, which again might just be the rider deck and I was just misremembering. Gains are not the best, but she does have a giga battery and her MP refund's okay, so you can kind of make do. First skill, 3 turn cooldown, does a 2k heal, gives a debuff immune for 1 turn and 100% star gen buff for 1 turn. I like this skill mostly because it's 3 turns. If it wasn't 3 turns, I would not like it. But because the downtime is not that bad, it's fine.
Funnily enough, I think most people don't remember its cooldown because they just kill her on 1.
And most people only max the second skill anyway, let's be real.
Yeah.
That's also a problem. So they don't realize how low cooldown this is. Alright, speaking of the second...
I will appreciate you if you max her 3rd skill too.
Yeah, definitely. Dude,
max
3rd
it.
skill should be
Skill
maxed.
then.
It should definitely be maxed. People only max the 2nd, but 3rd should be maxed. But yeah, before we get there...
At least 9, but yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, 7 turn cooldown. She gets a 30% arts boost for 3 turns, 80% battery, and does 2k damage to self, which cannot be lethal, which is fine. It's not even that bad of a demerit, especially if you want to heal herself, that you can immediately just offset that if you want to. So yeah, it works. It's, that thing that allows her to use her MP, to loop, if you will go down that route. 3rd skill, here we go. 10 turn cooldown, even on max rank. So if you target a female ally, they get an invul for 1 turn. Then the target also gets a guts for 1 time, 5 turns with a 5k revive. Granted, again, it's female. Gives them a 2k healing per turn for 5 turns. Again, female, but that's a lot of healing. That's 10k effectively. Removes dots from the target and then gives herself this delayed buff for 1 turn, which is treated as a buff, and it's also a super high chance to apply it. And then after 1 turn, that means you get sacrificed. Habetrot, that is. That's not ever targeted. That's always on her. So this is like if you're gonna solo with a female servant and you want an easier time in terms of defense, this is it. This is it. This skill right here. It's a big boost to survivability, needless to say. It's pretty cool. Obviously, if you're using her as a DPS, you're never gonna use it unless you want to rotate her out, which is also something you can do. Because honestly, it sounds bad that, oh, dude, my DPS is gonna die, but it honestly can be a very good thing as well. So to have that on command, like, yes, sometimes it's a dead skill, but sometimes you can just play around it, like build your team as well. So there's so much flexibility with this servant. I'm just scratching some surface here. So much use. Anyway, passive 6% quick up is fine. Her quicks are okay. 8% debuff success rate up. It doesn't do a whole lot for her, does it? In fact, yeah, she doesn't have any debuffs. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so it's just a lore thing. 12% crit resistance is cool, in case you actually want her to stay alive. And honestly, one might say, oh, but sometimes you want her to die. But again, it's not an argument, because you can just use her third skill, and then you can guarantee to get rid of her. Unless she has to die turn 1 before it happens. But it's basically the same thing anyway. So it's just a positive,
Yeah,
really.
it's the same thing.
Yeah. Anyway, anti-berserker in the append is great. If you want her to DPS, very good. MP is also pretty cool. Before damage, she gets 30% MP damage for 1 turn flat. No scaling, but hey, that's a boost. She ignores defense on damage, always great. And then she herself gets a minus 100% star absorb for 3 turns. So again, if someone doesn't know how minus absorb works, it's not the same numbers as plus. If you get a minus 100%, that effectively makes your star weight 0. So you will not get any stars. All the stars will go to your allies instead. And if they get their cards maxed, then you get stars. It neutralizes your star weight. That's how negative star absorb works. And then on that note, on overcharge, she gets 20 stars on use on base, all the way up to 40 on max overcharge. Cool MP. Kind of supporty as well. I mean, she's just so good. She's so good, right?
Yeah.
It's Habetrot.
I mean, that skill 3 played a pretty big part, so I've heard, in killing the hardcore JP solo community. Because it just doesn't matter anymore. When you put this on a female, they would guaranteed live for 5 turns, and you can probably kill the boss or like do so much damage to him. And it's just insane. Like first skill, debuff immunity. There are cases where I just use her as a debuff immune unit and then like kill her off. That's fine. And then of course, you can use her, QP farm, whatever. I use her as an expensive Arash. Skill 3. If you want to somehow DPS with her, you can put it on herself. You need to tank something. Because she revives with 5,000 guts.
Yeah, you can come back from that still, depending on the servant.
Oh yeah, I like it with Summer Bavanshi because her heal per turn I could extend it to like 8 turns. So 3,000 heal for 8 turns.
That's pretty cool, actually.
So it's just I don't know. This character is just like if you need survival, she would like keep your female DPS alive for 5 turns, just almost guaranteed. If you need it, and
it's like the most lore accurate name for a skill ever. They're not lying.
So many uses. So many uses of normal quick looper, big Arash. She doesn't even need starting charge because she has 80 battery.
Yeah, and then you combine 20 from the append.
Yeah, debuff immune giver. I don't know. It's just everything's good. Everything's good. And star bomb, right? Like there are cases where I use her MP to set up a following turn where it's a star bomb, so I get guaranteed crit next turn. It's like it's just there's so many.
And again, you can do the MP, like even if you sack her turn 1, she still has a free MP. Granted, you max the second skill independent, so you can use the MP before she gets sacked on turn 2, and you get the stars as well. So it's also very. It's such a well designed package, really. It makes sense.
It's just almost part of the game where like sometimes there's just like okay. How do I solve this? Oh, I could use Habetrot, right? Like it's almost like it's kind of different that you have a brand new tool for your toolkit if you want to build anything specific. So I just think she's definitely EX. It's just no argument.
Yeah, this is easily the best writer welfare. It's kind of funny because like some people will hype up, or I guess it might not be the same now, but in the past we've seen people hype up Kintoki as the best welfare, and it's like he's not even the best writer welfare. He's like not even like he's in the top 3, but.
And not only is Habetrot the best welfare, she's also one of the most versatile welfares in the entire game. Just flat out, not just among writers. She does so much.
She's a farmer, she's a DPS, she's a support. In all 3 scenarios,
and esports servant too. She's so much.
In at least 2 of those scenarios, she is completely unique and like arguably best at what she does. The farming thing, it can be a little iffy because she's high cost still.
Yes, but here's the thing.
That's it.
Because after Lost Belt 6, she became the guardian of the Black Barrel. I was like, damn, what if they reduce her cost? It's not really strong.
Is
What
it
if
the
they
MP
reduce
ones
her?
who get
Someone write
spoiled?
notes but not have code.
No, I was thinking, what if they reduce her cooldown to 0
Nah.
like Mash? Oh man, Arash is
Nah.
dead, boys.
Oh, so you know what I
Okay,
just noticed? This is funny, but the top 5 writers, 4 of them are welfare so far. But that'll
Yeah, it's
change,
crazy,
obviously,
yo.
but it's kind of fun to look at right now.
Ryder has some crazy welfare quality. We got even more
Mm.
good welfares down the line.
Yeah,
as well.
one is very soon, actually, as well, but... Anyway, before that, more summer action. Oh yeah, I placed Habetrot in EX as well, for those listening in only. Anyway, summer Caenis. So we covered Lancer last week, now time for summer already. So single target Buster DPS. Get the switch from AoE to single target. Although, honestly, even Lancer can do a lot of single target deeps, just has an AoE MP. 9.5k attack is great. That is high on a 4-star rider. Good. Double Buster, double arts, and her gains they're fine. Nothing crazy, but they're fine. So not too bad in terms of the upstairs, if you will, here on the wiki page. I had to clarify to not sound too weird about it. I mean, you've seen the FA, so okay, okay. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. The party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then it's like a different version of the really old skill. So it's not just male allies that get crit damage, 30% for 3 turns. It's also unknown gender. But yeah, this includes herself too, right? Which is the funny part.
Yes.
So it's much better than the old beach flower thingy, because she is unknown gender. So that's
I
cool.
almost treat this just as a self buff.
It really is, because that's 50% just power like buffs on herself, even besides the AoE. It's honestly a good skill, even if it's basic. It's nice. Second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns and 15 stars on use. Just a good steroid, you know? And she's a rider, so stars are always welcome, especially with the crit damage from the first skill. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, she gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and if the map is a water map, she gets 500% absorb for 3 turns and another 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. The absorb part is not that big of a part to miss out on, but it would be nice to get 20 stars per turn instead of 10. But honestly, it's still okay. Is an acceptable skill, even as is, if not great. On water, it's pretty good though. It's pretty good. So yeah, but honestly, having the first and second skill be pretty decent already, it's fine. I like the skill set overall anyway. It's just a lot of offense. It knows what it wants to do. Passives, 12% quick up, highest rank. Sadly, not the best for her with just 1 quick card, but hey, cool. Then she has a useful divinity as well, not just flat damage. She also gets 8% arts, so that's nice. Makes her gains better. More MPs. She's anti-lancer, which I don't think I would use her neutral, so whatever. Then the MP, so before damage, she gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, so she has ramp up. It is flat, it doesn't scale, but it is a ramp up, so that's cool. Then if the map is water, again, she gets 20% attack for 1 turn before damage, so that's not ramp up, but it's a cool boost as well if you have the map. And then also, not that this one last matters, before damage, she gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 100%. Very solid overcharge as well. You can run. So, dude, it's just a nice MP, right? Again, it's full offense, but it just works. I think people should appreciate Summer Caenis more. I think she's good.
50% crit up on MP ramp.
With just 1 MP, you have 80% because of the first skill as well.
Yeah, it is a very, very like premium effect that usually only exists in SSRs. Like we take a look at other characters like Bima. We took a look at 50% crit ramp up.
Yeah.
Richard. These are this is a very SSR effect, and especially for a Buster based servant, I think this is really, really strong. She is just full offense. I mean, she has a guts, but like it's almost like if you trade Lancer Caenis, like the little survival thing she has for like just unstoppable offense. Her MP damage is actually still really good. I think at MP5 raw she has like similar MP damage to like Murasaki, who has an MP upgrade, which is really good.
Yeah, because of all the buffs and the attack that's high on her.
Yeah. and it ramps up, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's just hyper offense. Like I remember seeing there's some people in chat like last time we talked about Lancer Canis, they're like, oh wow, she should have been single target, so she could be like, I guess a mini Bima. But this is literally it. This is like, what if Lancer Canis was
Yeah,
more
now they
hyper
full
offense
went
than
on the.
single
I
target?
mean, again, Lancer can still do good single target damage because of her crits, but
Oh,
now
yeah.
they went full single target this time.
Yeah, I think she's really good, honestly. And I don't think she's gimped in the gains department. Like she has good stars, and she had like her arts is almost 2%, and she has the little passive thing.
Yeah.
So like if she gets like, obviously you can say, oh, the MP doesn't refund because it's a buster MP, but like
Honestly,
if
it
you
is
get her
basically
cards,
2%. It's
it's okay.
1.98, so it's basically
Yeah,
2.
the gains are great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like no battery kind of
Yeah,
hurts.
the
the
start
no
could be better on her to get, but once she gets going, she gets going.
Yeah, but Zenobia is not as good as a crit DPS as she is.
Yeah,
like,
for her, the
every
ramp
other
up of crit is not as good.
thing. Yeah, so I don't know. I think I definitely underestimated her. Maybe the year before last year. I think it was a while ago that I really underestimated
Yeah,
her.
she's been
but
out
she's
for a
pretty
while
good.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's pretty good. Like I like hyper offense servants, but
you're welcome, Canis fans. I helped him realize it.
The AoE argument of the MP? Or what?
I'd put her A to A plus. I just think 50%
I think A
crit ramp is so
minimum for
crazy on a 4
sure.
star.
Yeah. Yeah. Get that people.
I mean, maybe not
But
as good as
people-
Murasaki. But
Yeah, if we bump Murasaki to EX later, we'll bump her to A plus. Otherwise, we'll do it like this, I think.
yeah, seems
Like a
fair.
plus between them sounds good to me, at least.
Glad to see people not complaining about the third skill for once, because it's like it's not really much anything. Okay, you get 10 more stars.
I mean,
but
it's not
it's a
Nemo,
rider.
right? It's not Nemo situation.
Realistically,
Just
yeah,
what a
the
rider
only
needs,
servant that
more absorb.
the only servant that you would like intentionally bring a water side buffer for is probably Nemo. I think
Yeah,
every
it
other
really
water
helps him
side
out a
is just
lot.
like, yeah, every other like ruler Melusine, like you don't really care about the water. It's like, okay, it's sure, but if I don't get it, I don't get it. I don't care. Right? It's just like, okay, but yeah.
Anyway, we'll go with A for now, and again, we'll see if we move subservience later. That might affect her too. Next up, another welfare, and what do you know? It's a good one too, a great one even. Cinderella Liz. Probably pretty unanimous to say that the best Liz gameplay-wise, or at least the most viable one. Obviously, I'm just talking about gameplay here, so I hope no one gets offended if they like Brave Liz or something. Anyway, single target buster DPS and 9.1k attack puts her slightly above average when it comes to 4-star riders. So that's fine. We get the return of the buster, double art, same with Caenis just now as well. Her gains are not as good as Caenis, but they're okay. Still okay. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 3 hits, 3 turns, and then 30% MP gain for 3 turns, and then a poison demerit of 500 for 3 turns. Not a big deal at all, especially, again, even less when the MP is a factor. Very good skill. Very good. That's a good amount of MP gain on a good uptime, and a very solid uptime on the invul as well. Just a good skill. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, gets 30% buster for 3 turns, 50% to anti-wild beast power mod for 3 turns, and then demerit, she gets 10% minus defense down for 3 turns. That's definitely more annoying than the first one, but again, a lot of the times it might not even exist, so it's not the worst thing ever. The wild beast thing is very niche, unfortunately. It's not very common, so especially for bosses, because she is a boss killer, not really a farmer. So, but at least it's still 30% buster on a good uptime, so I don't hate the skill, but it's probably her weakest skill.
She's the one that's missing from Evocation. I was thinking who
Oh,
since
yeah.
we got a very new
Yeah, they should bring her there. She would be a good asset for a lot of people.
Yeah, but I guess she's missing there.
Alright, third skill, 4-turn cooldown, gets 30 stars on use and 30% battery. Then she skill seals herself for 1 turn. Obviously, skill seal can be annoying. Like, even if you use this last, if you happen to be skill sealed by the time the upkeep starts, you don't get cooldowns progressing. But again, we have the MP and maybe some other means as well to deal with this. So again, it's not that bad. But normally, skill seal can be very annoying, especially for longer fights. But it's just a good steroid. just to get you going. You know, we get a lot of stars, a good amount of battery. Is all she wants, really. So while there's not a ton of effects here, in fact, a lot of them are demerits, it's still a good skill set. That's the funny part. Because the effects that we do have, minus maybe the Wild Beast one, the mod, are good. They're just good. Good numbers. Riding EX is their only passive, which doesn't do a whole lot. It is 12% though, so it's the highest rank, but yeah. Their one quick card is okay though, so especially if you have a mighty chain, I guess it's really nice. Anti-foreigner on the append, not really relevant at all, I would say. The MP, so here we go. Before damage, cleanses all her debuffs, which includes all the demerits, because they're all considered debuffs from her skills. So if you just pop everything turn 1, you're good to go. And if you happen to have any debuffs from the bosses or whatever, those are also gone. Granted, they're not boxed. So being able to cleanse yourself on every MP is pretty good to have. Nice utility. And then on base overcharge, before damage, all Fairy Tale trait allies get 20% attack for 3 turns, scaling all the way up to 40. So that's ramp up as well, because she is definitely a Fairy Tale servant. Luckily, it includes herself. Very cool. She's so basic, but so good. Like, so good. Just a really strong single target DPS.
Yeah.
Especially for welfare.
Short cooldown ramp up. It's like a
more 5-5-4, and it's going to be 4-4-3 on the first year rotation with the append.
Yeah, like I think at least that's what I said. I think the first time we reviewed her, like it almost feels like they made her cooldown assuming she's gonna get skill sealed, so that all of it is like 1 turn longer. So it's like 6-6-5, and it's kind of like
but it's also a battery that you use to get your NP, which is going to offset like downside.
And you can also cleanse it. There's even a new command code. I think it's
that removes seals.
No, it's not even new. It's one of the mirrors. It just both MP and skill seals are immune, so you can use that as well. And it's just good. Like I bring her to just a lot of boss fights. Like she's very like first skill is like it's essentially a very short cooldown protection from arrows, and it's better because it's invul. So like she doesn't really take a lot of hits if you put her in a team.
Yeah, it's literally a better PFA, and that's crazy. That's a crazy statement to make.
Yeah, and you can kind of solo with her, even though like if you're soloing, the first skill is basically like 1 turn invul. And it's just I don't know. She's just really good. Like if you need to kill a caster boss, it's almost never incorrect to bring this character. And like you can run normal double Koyan light comps with her, and then she wouldn't. Well, it would be a bit awkward because of skill seal, but like she wouldn't feel like, oh man, I need a lot of protection from other supports. So good standalone. Good in team.
Also, it's better than Marie's invul, which is also says quite a bit, because that was a 6-turn cooldown, right?
Yeah, if it gets
this runs out, but like it's just kind of difficult for like it to not run.
I feel like the 3 turns part doesn't really matter too much though.
Usually, it doesn't matter. There are a lot of cases where she does like really good MP damage still against certain stuff. Like you can use her, I've seen people use her in raids against people that are like counter class, like maybe berserkers or casters. I don't know. She's just good. Like,
yep.
Yeah.
A very good welfare, I should say.
Yeah.
Like
for a standout for real. Yeah.
Yeah, for someone who's lacking like a rider, she can basically take care of everything. It's kind of like a Yuri of riders, I guess. Yeah.
I would say
like
A+ minimum. Yeah.
Yeah, A+ minimum, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I feel like in a lot of I feel like in some situations her gains are like better than Kintoki's. Her arts cards are better than his quick cards.
Yeah, if you get a mighty chain with her MP with crits, that's crazy refund. Especially with the first skill active.
30 gain boost, yeah.
The
30% gain boost.
And the one the one quick card is actually pretty solid, especially with the passive on.
4 hits. Yeah, she's A to EX, I think.
Let's start with A+ for now, and again we might move some of these that we just talked about recently later, but we'll start with A+, but potential room for EX as well. Okay.
Yeah, she's so good.
Time for a permanent. We covered
This is a
summer
buff
last week,
last
right?
year,
Yeah,
I
that
think.
was.
Yeah,
I had to do a
we
double
have like
take there.
4 servants that got buffed.
Yeah,
I think this is one of them. Yeah.
yeah. That's at least cool.
Yeah.
So next up is Dobrynya Rider, the OG. So we got an AoE Buster DPS. Doesn't really farm, unfortunately, but she can do sub deeps. 9.8k attack, more or less, puts her pretty high among average, or compared to the average of 4-star Rider, so that's nice. Double Buster, double Arch deck, and her gains are okay. They're okay. They're not as good as like Liz just now, but they're okay. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a Guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, a debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns, and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. It's just a pretty solid skill. I don't have big issues with this. There's no really awkwardness with it. You can just pop it turn 1 and you're like, yeah, I'm good. No, usually, because sometimes when they mix offense and defense, it can be a bit awkward. This one, not so much. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% Arts and Buster for 3 turns and 50% Dragon Power Mod for 3 turns. Also, just fine. It's no worries there. Just nice having the main card types go up 30%, and then, you know, Dragon is a thing. It's not super rare. It can even exist on normal enemies, and some bosses too, so, it's fine. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 20% battery, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then the full party gets 30% anti-dragon power mod for 3 turns. So she's like, hey, my teammates, you should go slay those dragons too. So she herself gets 80% from the skills alone. There it is. So dragons beware. Otherwise, if you don't land this dragon trait on the battle, it's still not the worst skill ever. It's obviously not amazing either, mostly because the crit has some uptime for it. Passives, Riding EX, again max rank, but unfortunately her 1 quick card is just fine. But there's 1, so 20% debuff res is nice though, because she's mostly used against bosses. High number, cool. Anti-alter ego is again pretty unfortunate. Would not. Maybe there is some. Is there any alter ego that have dragon trait? Does Tiamat have it, for instance?
I'll check.
Yeah, Tiamat.
It may be in those cases, but otherwise, definitely no.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the buffed MP. So this is new, right? To last
Yes.
year. You guys were just talking about it, yeah.
Also, Rasputin.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Big, yeah.
It's
Okay.
because of one of his components.
Yeah, one of their gods. Okay. Anyway, the buffed MP. So it ignores the defense on damage. That's great. Does a 1k burn on all enemies for 3 turns. That's like just whatever. She doesn't have any other thing to do with burn, so it's just a tickle. 20% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns flat. It doesn't scale. It is after damage, but it's cool to have just as a normal effect. Kind of a ramp up thing as well for bosses. Full party gets 10% gauge flat on every MP used. Also cool. And then before damage, it gets 20% buster up for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. That's a lot of effects for a 4-star, and all besides burn are actually nice to have. So, yeah, I actually quite like the MP now. Not bad at all.
Honestly,
The problem is, I
solid.
feel her damage is still not the highest against non-dragons, though, right? But honestly,
No.
she's fine still, right? She's just fine. Yeah.
Like her damage used to be like her big issue, but now with the MP upgrade, it's fine.
Mm.
And of course, it scales better with supports and all that. It's not like the ability. She can single core loop, but like because she has the recharge, she has to start with 60 instead of 50. But like it's kind of. I don't think single core looping is that relevant for her anyways, but
It's like all right.
yeah, she's okay. Like I like the defense ignore a lot. Against certain stuff, she can be pretty good. And it's just I don't know, it's just fine.
Yeah,
Like you don't. Sorry.
There's sorry, I interrupted the end of what you're saying.
No, I don't really got anything, to be honest.
Okay. So the downside is she doesn't have super effective against dragon, which I don't think it's that bad of a thing. I actually like how it differentiates because it means that you're actually doing like more card damage. I mean, we literally went over this exact same thing with the summer version last week.
Well, might
'cause
as well
they both
recap.
do the same thing. But yeah, like I like having the 80% special attack instead because it means her cards are really good.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I want the defense up to
It's
be a
80%,
buff.
right?
Yeah, it's party 30
yeah.
and then sell 50, right? Yeah, but the defense ignore is tied to the MP. It's not a buff. So it doesn't
Yeah.
apply to cards.
Yeah, that'd
I
be
kind
cool
of
if
think
Yeah, that should be one
yeah.
turn if she has power mods on skills instead of super effective.
Yeah,
That would make a
I
lot
think
of sense,
she's
actually.
She's more of a card.
That's a missed opportunity with this buff. Like they
for sure, because
yeah, and her crit damage is no joke. Even against non-dragons, like you have all three types there. You have 50% buster, you have 20% defense down, you have 30% crit. It adds up.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
yeah, I just think she's so card heavy, and then that gives her the ability to fight against single targets.
And also,
but
there's a
then
bunch of competition. Like, even if she can do decent damage with crits and even her MP now, I feel like unless you're fighting dragons, it's still kind of hard to justify bringing her. Even if she does
Yeah, I
okay
agree.
damage, you
I
know?
like the debuff immune
Yeah, that's cool. This is not a bad skill.
scenarios.
yeah, it's fine.
B or B plus?
I think she's better than Rider Ishtar, but like maybe because she's a
So minimum B plus?
Probably B plus.
I probably wouldn't go A, honestly.
B plus or A.
Maybe because of the dragon restriction, I would go B plus.
Yeah, I'm never I'm never disappointed by her DPSing. So
Yeah.
I'll go with B plus for that. It's not a bad rating at all. Okay, next up, who I like to call Mr. Pancakes because of stupid stream memes when he came out. We got Huang Feihu. There he is. He's
I'm
he's
gonna
orange,
need
right?
an explanation
He's
for
Buster,
that.
Single target the Buster DPS permanent as well. 8.8k attack is just below average among 4-star riders. Double Buster, double alerts. Gains are okay on base. So kind of standard stuff up here. Then we get some skills. First skill on 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts and buster for 3 turns. Then he gets this Prince unique buff for 3 turns. So he changes from, because he's by base he's chaotic, he changes to lawful with this. That's what the special trait buff thingy does. So he's going to be lawful for 3 turns. And that's relevant for the second skill. So the 6-turn cooldown, he gets 20% gauge per turn for 3 turns. Guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive. And then there's a check. If he's lawful when you use this, he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. And if he's chaotic when you use this, you get 50% MP gain for 3 turns. Both good buffs, really. Yeah, I guess it really depends on who you're bringing with him. But yeah, both are nice to have. So depending on the order of the first and the second skill, is like, which one do you want? Do you want MP gain? Do you want crit damage? Up to you.
This is the only servant in the game that can be fully buffed by both Sabergil and Domon.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
at
yeah.
once, though.
Well, yeah.
You would have to just order them, but yeah, you can do it, right? If you just order them correctly.
You can't be both.
Can buff him and then change it.
Yeah, and then you do the other supports.
Yeah, you can't be both lawful and chaotic at the same time, but you can be both chaotic and evil at the same time. So, so you like buff him while he's one, and then you buff him while he's the other.
Yeah.
Either Mole or Moriarty.
Yeah,
so
they
like
apply evil.
you have to bring 3 very specific servants, but hey, like
it's probably not worth it at that point, but it's kind of funny, yeah.
He does crit really hard with that, but that's not specifically because of that thing. He also just does good on his own.
There's another tidbit. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Is good. Is full offense. It's crits. It works. Helps with MP damage too. Almost makes you want to go MP gain on the second skill because you already get some crit damage here too. It really depends. Honestly, it's a pretty decent skill set actually. Not bad at all. Very reminiscent of Summer Caenis, if anything. Has a guts too. Yeah, it's good. Passives, we got quite a few. So 12.5% debuff res is not a high amount, unfortunately, but luckily it's another passive that helps. 9% quick up, not super relevant. His one quick is not the best because of his base MP gain, but if you do get the MP gain from the skill, then, you know, it's not bad. Divinity is just whatever, not a good one. 10% buster crit damage. That's nice. You can definitely buster crit, so hey, that's great. And then his unique passive, I guess both of these are unique. The other unique passive gets 2 stars per turn and 10% debuff res further. So isn't this like exactly the same as like the Foreigner passive, but just under a different name?
I think so. Yeah.
That's kind of a slap to the face. I mean, it's great that he has it instead of not having it, but he's like, yeah, but you still can't do Van Gogh synergy. Yeah, but it's a good passive though. Even if it's not doesn't do much, it's just nice to have. It's still cool. Yeah. Good passives, honestly. Good passives. Anti-foreigner. Speaking of which, that's funny. I didn't remember he was anti-foreigner. He's like, Van Gogh, screw you. You can't buff me. Would not bring him against the foreigners, though, and they're rare to begin with. Anyway, the MP. The only effect on normal is just damage. How boring. But then, before damage, on overcharge, he gets a 10% rainbow for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 20%. So the scaling sucks, but it is a 3-turn rainbow, so it's understandable that the scaling is obviously not crazy. It's still fine, right? Yeah, it doesn't have to be the craziest effect-wise, because he still has pretty decent face cards. He's also maybe a bit underrated, honestly, like Caenis. He's not bad.
Yeah, I mean,
he doesn't have any
don't have that
niche
much
or
fun.
like crazy utility, so that's one thing he could have. But just as a general DPS, you can do fine with him for sure.
Yeah, he's basically just Canis, but you have the option in between, like going more crit route or
MP
or
spam.
route. MP spam, yeah. I'd say just generally go with the crit instead because his gains are already pretty solid. He ramps up his arts, and you're using him up against casters. So more crit is usually going to be more valuable. It is a bit of a cool dichotomy because his NP damage is not as good as Canis's, but his crit damage is very comparable.
Caenis might ramp up a bit higher, but he has a better start for it at least.
Yeah. Yui synergy, I guess is that. Because he has a quick buff, unlike Canis.
Oh yeah,
I generally
the MP
still
rainbow.
That matters.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, go
You
for
I
it.
generally still like Canis better, just because like her MP is so good. Like there's, I think spamming her MP gives you a lot more than spamming his MP, but still, like he is still decent.
Yeah, I do
quite
prefer
underrated.
Canis a little bit myself too.
Yeah, but it's just, yeah.
So if Canis is A, he could be B plus. Again, maybe even move. We're gonna move like a train at some point. It's gonna be a big collateral effect. Yeah, he's totally fine. No worries.
Yeah,
and if
okay.
you have because he's permanent, unlike Canis, if you happen to get more MP levels, you might want to pick him over Canis if you have a big
Yeah,
difference
true.
there. So that's an argument, I guess.
That is his biggest advantage.
It is kind of funny that there was a while where D was the biggest tier.
Yeah,
when
true.
D
It was the
usually
biggest.
doesn't get very many.
Dude, it literally looks
Very
like there's a dick coming out of it on the D. It's almost like a dick.
Because at the bottom. But yeah, right. Early year 1 writers are just not the best things, dude.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I don't think that it comes out of the collarbone. Like,
Wait, collarbone? Isn't this like the bottom of the? Oh, well, I guess this would be like the ankle.
I was thinking
okay.
it was the face, and it's just like.
Yeah.
I don't know, unless it's just a massive Adam's apple. That's an Adam's banana. At that
Oh,
point.
did you think like the B tier is like the nose or something, and this whole thing was the face up here? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, then it would be weird. Well, anyway, yeah, that was an interesting comment. I kind of started it though.
Takes
All
so
right.
long wearing it like a necklace.
I didn't realize we only have 2 4-stars left, and the next one is absolutely the best one. No contest whatsoever. We have arrived at peak, and not just peak when it comes to 4-star riders. This is literally peak summer servants. People hated him for telling the truth, but this is what peak summer looks like. You can keep your whatever, Todelicos and Ibukis and whoever, I don't care. This is peak summer, okay? And if you disagree, fight me outside of Denny's. Okay, we got Summer's Suzuka next, hell yeah. AoE, quick, I want to say more of a DPS than a farmer. You can farm with her, but I kind of like her more as a DPS. 9.3k attack. Pretty okay for a 4-star, definitely above average. Double arts, double quick deck. That's maybe my main gripe about her. I would really like for her to have the Kintoki deck, but I guess he's the only one that has it of the riders, unfortunately. But at least the gains are good, so that's nice. Their MP is very spammable, but I kind of would still like the double buster for some crit damage. Anyway.
I mean, her arts cards are really good, yeah.
They are, like yeah. They're really good.
2.2.
They're the best so far, right? And which is crazy because there's 2 of them. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, spam's extremely.
Well, maybe not the best, but considering there's 2 of them, then probably overall.
Oh, Kintoki. Yeah. But Kintoki has 1. That's usually
2.3. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she's got a better deck for NP spam than that.
For sure. All right, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown. The full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then all summer mode ally servants, that's a trait, get 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and you get 15 stars on use. And she definitely has the trait as well, of course, because she is a summer servant. Wow. Great skill, actually. Just very solid. Maybe a little bit of multi-core potential too, sadly. Still not the best overall for that, but it's a very solid skill, really. Good uptime as well. Always works for herself, which is what you like to see. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 20% quick for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then this on attack buff for 3 turns. So when she's critting before damage, she gets 10% attack for 3 turns. So you can get up to 90% attack up, I guess, because since the extra cannot crit, that's the absolute best case scenario from one application of this skill. And I guess if you want to, you can also use cooldown reduction and maybe stack it, so you can get even more, but that's like single use best case scenario. Also a good skill, honestly, just very good on the offense. Good. Even if her deck is still not the best for critting, this is still a good skill. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Gives the target 30% MP gen for 3 turns, -1 cooldowns, and 30% the battery for herself. That's not the targeted part, the first 2 are. Great skill as well, honestly. Just, you're nice to have that utility in case you want to yeet it for your supports, because honestly, she probably doesn't even need the MP gen herself, really. Unless you're farming with her, then yeah, of course. But you can potentially yeet it to support as well if you're doing bosses. Good skill set, really. Not a whole lot of defense. That's the one unfortunate part. In fact, there's no defense at all. But yeah, she goes zoom, at least on the offense side. Passives, we got 10% quick up. Beautiful. Great on her. 12.5% debuff res. Could be higher, unfortunately, but still nice to have. 6% arts, also very solid because she has really good arts cards. And Divinity A, just useless as usual. The first 3 are nice. She's anti-Lancer, which maybe not the biggest deal ever for her, even if she hits the power mod, because the power mod, is not that great. Although, yeah, that's super effective. Well, I'll do it at least, but maybe not the normal user of her. So, the MP. Before damage, Invul Pierce for 1 turn. Nice. Gets 30% anti-lawful power mod for 1 turn. And then does super effective damage against Earth attribute enemies, scaling with the base 150 on the overcharge up to 200, so the standard range for OC. I like the Invul Pierce a lot. It is cool, and again, because it's 1 turn, so you get it for your face cards too. And the MP is very spammable, so you have a very good uptime on Invul Pierce if needed. Obviously, you don't need it a lot of the times to be high uptime, but in case you do, it's cool. So if you're not hitting traits, obviously the MP won't do crazy damage. Even if she has a good amount of buffs in her kit and her attack is fine, you definitely need to hit some of these, either the power mod or preferably the super effective. But luckily it's a fairly common one, so not a huge negative, I would say. But if you're doing bosses and there's multiple enemies, they're probably going to have different attributes as well going on and alignments. So there's going to be some mixed match on who gets damaged more. I still think she's good. Not top tier, but she's good. What do you guys think?
Really? I think she's top tier almost.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I was kind of playing it safe, but okay.
Like her only issue is she just doesn't have defense. Like she has offensive.
Yeah, and the deck is
with
still not the best for critting, but at least it does give the MP uptime, which is nice.
I still like the deck because it means that she spams really easily. Like she doesn't even need much help to be able to like just loop off of cards alone because she has really good arts cards, and then you have the third skill, and then her uptime on her buffs, like she doesn't drop off that much after 3 turns.
Yeah, it becomes a 4/5/5, and it's 3/4/4 with the first or the fifth append. That's true.
So her first skill's up very often, and then you're also stacking attack buffs when she's critting. It's this.
I guess she really has a lot of numbers in her
aggressive-
kit. Yeah.
Indeed, highly aggressive playstyle, and she's
Her
got
skill
good
one
niches.
is actually so much attack. And when you
Her
combine that with the
You mean the
second
skill, second skill with the crit? Yeah.
skill 2 is so much attack up, and then you combine that with the 50% crit. She has she doesn't have the best deck for it, but she has like good steroids for cards.
And it's also before damage. It didn't have to be, but it's nice that it is. It's just that much better.
Yeah, and also what was I gonna say? The double trait on MP, like the 30% is a small P mod. Like I literally complain about it for Durga, but having 2 anti-traits is having 2 anti-traits, right? Like
this is. I want to say this is Sei's MP done correctly. Is what it is.
Like one SE plus 1 P mod is,
and they're both fairly common, and then you have a good utility in there as well.
Yeah, like Pope Joan also has 1 SC 1 P mod. I feel like this is like how they do it kind of recently. Other than Summer Castoria, who's all P mods, but she has like 3. So,
I thought
4.
one of them was
Threat to Humanity is super effective, I think.
No, I think it's chaotic.
Isn't it? Is it chaotic?
It might be divine.
I don't remember.
Hold on.
I don't remember. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Well, we'll see.
I just think she's
actually, no, that's Berserk. I was thinking normal Castoria.
Like, there's only like 30 of these.
Dude, just whatever. Like, oh man, I would be ranting about her when we talk about Berserk.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah, it's Threat to Humanity. You're right.
Yeah, it's the rarest one, but still,
charges.
it is ridiculous. But yeah. Anyways, back to Suzuka. I mean, they're on the same banner. I guess it's slightly relevant. But yeah. I think she's really good. Just so good. Double anti-trade. And
honestly, I was kind of playing it. I wasn't sure how, because I forgot about last year how you guys felt about her. But I'm happy to hear that the appreciation though.
Yeah, I've definitely seen her pull some results this year, but
look, I'm a bigger fan of her than you are. Okay, so
you guys fighting.
All right.
Okay, I might let you have that one, but I don't want it. I wouldn't want it to sound like I'm not a huge fan though. But you can maybe claim the bigger title. Okay, fine.
Well, you really you're gonna let him talk to you like that, Myst?
No, it's probably true though. As much as I would like to fight him, it's probably true. She's still like one of my biggest targets this year though. I'm gonna go for a perfect copy, but yeah, he might be right anyway. Anyway, A+ minimum.
Woodwell's run then.
We'll just go with A+. We'll start with that again. Yeah.
Someone who doesn't even have Suzuka sniped that Woodwell's run.
It feels bad to have somebody borrow your DPS and snipe you, doesn't it?
Damn.
Anyways, that's
well,
weird.
I mean, you need the help though, because the alternative is trying for 24 hours straight.
I would rather do that.
Anyway, moving on. We got Waterboard 4-star, and again, it's not a new one because there's no new riders, but it's a Santa one. We got Nemo Santa. Definitely will do better than Santa Alter. That much is a given. So, AoE arts, DPS, and can farm too. It's alright. 8.7k attack. Could be higher, but it's not really bad either, I guess. There's the standard double arts, double quick deck again, and his gains are they're average-ish. Not amazing, not good. Just okay. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. The full party gets 20% attack and crit damage for 1 turn, and 20% attack for 1 turn. And then group servant allies, another new trait, get 20% attack for 3 turns. And he doesn't have it, right? Which is so stupid.
Yes, he doesn't have it.
Like, you would
has,
think
like,
Nemo
so many
has it.
Nemos.
It makes no sense. I remember being mad about this when I read the first impression. I was like, okay, so it's Nemo. He's gonna have this, right? That's pretty cool. Then I went to look at the traits. I'm like, wait a minute, is this a mistake? Is a bug? But it's still not in the game, so I guess it's intentional. Like, why would Nemo not have a group server? Like, let's see some of the. Let's look at this list a little bit over here.
2 people counts as a group. It's
Yeah,
crazy,
like most of these are 2 people. In fact, besides Daikok, then they're all 2 people, right? Actually, maybe, but well, yeah, Bunyan could be a bit more, but like
The
what?
Bunyan's 3. Sure, dude.
Well, if you
Like,
count the
yeah,
crocodile,
Super
it's
Bunyan's-
4, but yeah.
Oh, sure.
Like,
True.
why? Nemo is literally the most of them all, and I guess the technique is like, they're supposed to be 1 Nemo though. Like, come on, bro. That's just nah, dude. That's a scam, is what it is. Anyway, because he doesn't get this, I'm not the biggest fan of this skill because the other effects have a very big downtime. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. It would be decent if he got the 3-turn buff, but he doesn't. So whatever. All right, second skill on 6-turn cooldown. He gets the guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive. Debuff imbue for 3 turns, and then 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns. Again, very similar to the Dobrynya skill. I like it. It's fine. You just pop it and you're gonna be okay, you know? Not bad. And full 3 turns of debuff immune, actually not bad at all. Good even.
Okay, I posted my Suzuka.
Do I want to see this?
That's
Dude,
probably better.
Dude, this isn't Pheno, bro.
Okay.
Pheno
I'll
does
show it. Okay, I'll show it.
Wow,
All right, there. You
look.
just had to get it in
Look.
there. Okay. How
You
do you
just
have all the
had
pens?
to, bro.
Did you roll money copies?
Yes. No, wait.
Did you roll 10
I
copies for all the
don't-
pens?
I'm planning on rolling some more here soon.
Oh, it's Rider
almost
class
there.
banner.
All right, fair
sure,
enough.
sure.
I'm aiming for
Yeah,
that
no,
on NA as well, but
Posted
yeah.
another one that has 3 pens. I've only got 3 pens.
Uh-huh.
Only 3 pens.
Yeah, only okay. All right, it's
The funny
fine.
I
thing
was
is, though, like,
confused
she has
because-
some of the best- like she has really good pens. Like
Mm.
it's great having more.
Yeah,
having
literally
as many
all
as
appends
well.
are good on her because their anti-trait was not the worst either.
Look.
So yeah.
Look, chat. I didn't have a chance to flex my Summer Dobrynya last week because I got her to be a perfect copy just like a couple hours after stream ended.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember.
Got to make
that.
up for it.
Anyway, now that
So-
Otto has flexed on my ass, we're gonna continue on with Nemo. So third skill, 6-turn cooldown, 30% arts up for 3 turns on self. Then the full party gets an evasion for 1 hit, 3 turns, and 10% AOE gauge. It's not bad. It's pretty good actually. Probably the best skill. This or the second one.
Yeah.
The first one is just kind of stinky, but these two are actually fine. Not bad. Still much better than Santa Alter. Okay. Alright, passive 1, 10% quick up. It's fine. His quick is okay, and there's 2 of them. Ability B, no tags. Then he has a unique passive, 6% arts crit. Sure, it helps a bit. And then if you have a water map or void space, you get 300 damage cut. Not a big deal to miss out on that. It can help a bit, but definitely not a big deal. Anti-saber on the append. Would probably just ignore that unless you just want to spend QP. And mats. MP. Obviously no buffs like most welfares. Does AoE damage. Skill seals all enemies for 1 turn. And then does super effective against the evil enemies. The base 150 to 200 range on overcharge. He's fine, right? He's fine.
He's fine.
Yeah.
He's honestly a really good looper. I think he is a slightly better loop.
Yeah, I remember him
farmer
having
than
decent
Habetrot,
numbers.
but yeah, but outside of that, he's just okay. I think he is like he's okay. He's like a mix of a mini Da Vinci writer, but also not that supportive, and it's just like usually uses single core looper. He's just okay. I don't see too many people use him just because, you know, Habetrot is more convenient probably for like non-single core stuff. But yeah. I don't know. He's alright. I don't have a lot of experience with this character, unfortunately.
Yes.
I think we got him and then I looped with him a couple of times and then
Like maybe in the event where he was released in, where he has a damage bonus as well.
Oh yeah. Actually, yeah. I think one of the caster notes.
And they probably made the
that,
max note as well favor him, like always.
yeah. That I think that actually no. I used him once and then I swapped to like double Taikoubou because it was like divine.
Oh, I remember that. I remember doing that
Yeah.
myself. It was like a node where you use double Taikoubou. Yeah, I actually do remember that one.
Yeah, I think it was double Taikobo, so I kind
Yeah.
of dropped him afterwards as well. But I mean, he's still okay. I think he's just okay well for nothing too like extraordinary though.
Flat B, B plus. What do you think?
How about you, Otto?
Do you have anything to add
I
anyway?
have basically no feelings about this character. Like
Yeah, fair.
this is a fart in the wind as far as servants go.
Yeah. Maybe a flat
just don't
B.
care. Like this is a boring AoE arts writer that does
Yeah,
like
B to B
okay
plus. I
fun.
think B to B plus, but yeah, I don't really.
We'll see if we
mind
bump him up to
either.
B plus later. We'll see. But let's start with B. But also, on that note, hey, we finished the initial placement of all 4-star riders. And now we have a bunch of 5 stars left. In fact, is that 18 I
There's a
count?
lot of 5 stars.
Yeah, 18 5-star riders. So we still have a bunch of list to go through, so buckle up, we're not going anywhere. Alright, let's start. The first one is not a day one, but definitely year one. Very early on release still. Again, pretty sure it's the same banner as Anne and Mary from earlier. Because I remember I got my Drake from it like that. Oh, flex, okay. Anyway, Drake, there she is. So AoE, Buster, DPS, and can do some farming too. But I definitely actually like her as a DPS more. Why did I stutter there? Okay. 11.3k attack, starting us off, puts her ever so slightly above average when it comes to 5-star riders. Double Buster, double Arch deck. Her gains on base are okay, but her quick card is in particular is pretty interesting as well. If you like overkill crit with that, it just MP goes pretty funny. But yeah, they're fine on base, but her skills definitely help as well. So first skill, the worst skill, 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 17% MP damage and attack for 1 turn. Just weak, very weak. This should be buffed. There's no reason for this not to be buffed, but yeah, it's just weak. Second skill though, 6-turn cooldown, she gets 45% MP Jed for 3 turns, 20% Buster up for 3 turns, and ignore defense for 3 turns. Nice! This is solid. Now this is an offensive skill, very reminiscent of the Fujino skill that she has. I like it a lot, it's great. Good DPS helping buffs and utility in the form of ignore defense. So it's up like half the time, which is nice. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, gets a 50% battery. Now also Invul Pierce for 3 turns and 10 stars on use. So she gets both Invul Pierce and ignore defense for 3 turns. And both basically up half the time minimum. Unless you get like crazy skill sealed that you can't deal with for some reason. It's a basic skill set, but it's pretty effective, I want to say. It just goes. I just hate the first skill, but I'm definitely very okay with the second and the third skills. Passives, 12.5% debuff res is fine, but definitely could be higher. 8% quick up. Normally, for 1 quick card is not a big deal. And it's still not a big deal for her, but her 1 quick card is pretty funny. So if, again, it just makes it even better. Anti-archer on her is pretty relevant. I would not neutral with her at all. MP has been buffed, but it's such an early buff, they only buff the damage, which is a real this is an absolute crime that it doesn't do anything else. This is an SSR MP that's buffed. It only does damage, and then on base overcharge you get 20 stars, max 40. That's it. 1 effect on a buffed SSR MP. What is that? It does okay damage though. But man, that's such a boring and not great MP effects wise. But Drake is fine. She's good though. That's the funny part. She's still fine. No big, big issues.
Yeah.
Like I still think she's fine.
She can actually spam her MP really easily. Like
Yeah, when the
we
MP
mentioned
gain
on
is
top of
up,
her
it's
skill set.
easy to get gains.
Yeah, and like ignore defense, invoke Pierce is a good combo. She just doesn't have like amazing damage, and also doesn't have any anti-trait. I don't think she's really good at looping either, just buster looping, just because she doesn't have like stackable stuff. Realistically,
her buff values are pretty low too.
yeah,
Yeah, the
it's
buster
just
could have been
damage.
30% too, and then the MP should have something besides stars on it.
She just has low damage, but if you can pump enough buffs from external sources, I think she could be.
She's
fine.
she's a good card DPS. She has Domon synergy because of chaotic evil.
Pirates.
And, once again, they do fit together because Rider and Alter Ego.
Mm-hmm.
I just find myself not doing a lot of damage with her in general, but then again, a lot of times I do like to, especially for SSRs, I like to bring them into like neutral territory just to test them out. And obviously against like other neutral, especially busters, they have a lot of good buffs, and then she just has like no buffs on her skill set. So when you use double coil and light, it really feels diminishing. But she's okay. I don't know. I guess it just committed the cardinal sin of pairing badly with Koyan Light. But it's fine.
I'm thinking
I don't know where to put it.
B plus or A.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's probably fine. I think a lot of other AoE writers are more interesting. Not necessarily like always better, but I do think they're more.
Yeah, she's just she has the nice combo of the Invul Pierce and the ignore defense, but besides that, there's not much going on.
Yeah.
Besides just okay numbers.
With AoE Buster writers, they sort of have their own groups they're relegated into. Her thing is sort of like offensive utility, and just NP spam. Whereas we're going to be seeing like one that's more damage oriented, one that's more just general utility and damage, and one that's really defensive. Yeah, so on and so forth.
Yeah, definitely a lot of examples to come. I'll go with B plus for now. We'll see. All right, time for a story locked one. Still year one for sure. We got the Medb. There she is. XD memes. Single target buster DPS. 10.2k attack. Not very flattering. Definitely way below average when it comes to 5-star riders. A double buster, a double arts. Gains on base. Not very impressive either, but not trash. So yeah, the internals could be way better to start off with. But luckily for her, she's got a lot of buffs. So they're trying to at least fix her. Or Nasu is probably. He's like, hey, can you buff my favorite again? First skill. Maybe her best skill? Probably her best skill. 6-turn cooldown. She gets debuff imbued for 3 turns. 1k healing per turn for 3 turns. 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns. And then all male or male or Fey allies get 30% battery. And obviously she's neither, so she doesn't get that. But it's kind of a spread 30 anyway, which gives her relevance. And I've actually used her a lot in farming as well, post this buff, since NA has it too. She actually, with this, she can be used in farming. That's the fun part. So it's a good skill though. It's a very nice skill. Second skill. 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. And then again, the male allies get 20% attack for 3 turns more. So they get 40% total. And then she gets a 2k heal herself. Honestly, if this since this was the first buff, I believe, if this was buffed now, they would also make it male or Fey, right? Surely. Kind of a shame because the order, because, you know, they didn't have the Fey thing until LB6. So not a big difference, but it would be nice to see the Fey here as well. Just the thing. It's okay. It's just okay, but nothing crazy. Third skill, 7-turn cooldown. 80% chance to charm a male enemy for 1 turn on base, and does a 30% defense down on them For 1 turn! Why is it 1 turn? That makes 0 sense. It should be 50% minimum is 1 turn. Why though? The charm dim can kind of be fixed with the MP. I'm not super mad about that. I am mad about the defense down. This is a buffed skill. Why is there a 6 turn downtime on a single target defense down? That's an illegal sentence in and of itself. It's just not good. Yikes. Okay, passive, 17.5% debuff res. That's pretty cool. 10% quick up. Not really all that relevant for her. Her 1 quick is like whatever. She's anti-lancer. If they're male, you could maybe consider it. Otherwise, forget about it. Buffed MP. Pretty boring buff though. No effect besides damage on the normal effect. But dead on overcharge. Anti-male, super effective. 150 to 200 range, the base thing. And then also against any target, she does a debuff rest down, 20% for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 60%, or mental debuff resistance down, that is, which obviously works as a charm buffer as well. So if you land the base one, which is 20%, her charm would be 100% on base. But again, it might still not be 100% if they have resistances, so you might have to add some more overcharge or something else. I don't know. So at least it helps with the charm, but man, this skill still sucks, bottom line. It's not good. I don't know. You would think that after 4 buffs, she would be like top tier. She's definitely not top tier, but she can be used. Again, I guess male, she does decent damage. Her cards still suck, but her MP does good damage. And, you know, she even can be used in farming because of her super effective and the spread 30. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think she's okay.
Yeah.
Like, she's able to, like, at this point, it's sort of like that the big thing she does is farming. Like, she's good in multi-core. The one issue I have with her is she kind of sucks at getting her own NP, but like, she charges the rest of the team if you're building the right type of team.
It's the exact same issue I had with Don Quixote. In terms of the multi-core argument, where he has trouble getting his own MP.
Yeah, I can see the comparison.
They both also have charge per turn as well. It's actually extremely similar. But she does give, like, also her charge is conditional. It's not like Don Quixote is not for everyone. But
yeah, but her team buffs are better.
Yes, the 40% male attack up is really strong. I have seen multiple comps that really they really needed that like 40% boost in order to make the farm actually work. So, you know, it does kind of ended up being relevant. As an anti-male servant, because she has an MP upgrade, I also think she is not bad if you can supply her lack of self-damage buffs with supports. But then again, it's just okay. Like, her anti-male role would die the moment Tamamo Lancer gets an MP upgrade. I think Tamamo Lancer kind of like sometimes still you might use. I mean, they're different classes, but like I don't know. I guess not that fair. They're different classes.
Yeah, you probably still pick class advantage.
But yeah, yeah, it's just
it is
just okay. Oh, sorry.
Like I don't know. First skill is still just really good. Like the only downside is a lot of the premium supports are female. But
Yeah,
that's the game's fault. That's because
the immune is
people
good
like
as well.
women.
Yeah, it is.
Immune is.
Oh yeah,
But the healing can be
for
decent too. It's not nothing. It's not a lot, but it's not nothing.
It's just that she has a lot of things. It's also really funny how like her charm is so ineffective when she's supposed to be like an irresistible like person to at least men, but it's not 100%, is it?
It should be 500% against dudes. That's more accurate.
Funny.
After 1 NP though,
then it's barely 100% on base.
This speaks a lot about FGO when the 2 lollies has like guaranteed charm against males.
Wait, who were they again?
The Uriel and Steno.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, true.
Like, I mean, yeah, they're goddesses. Yeah, right, bro. Yeah, right. It's totally because they're goddesses and not because they're minors. Anyways,
also,
that's
also gonna pivot away from that really fast, or whatever the fuck that was. So this skill is also the reason why Fergus has debuff resistance down on his NP. There's like
Oh,
no
yeah.
other reason I can think of that he would have
Lore
it.
wise,
Gotta be the big simp, yeah.
Bro, Fergus.
I think she's like B plus to A still.
Yeah,
Because
that's
she still
fair.
has many uses, even if she's not
Yeah.
amazing in anything, really. But she can be used, especially in farming, I think is the main role for her now.
Yeah,
I've used her,
there are
even on
definitely
NA, I've
farming
already used her a
comps
ton in 90 plus plus.
It depends. Like I've seen like really whale comps with like 6 CE, where like you need to push like every single
Yeah,
bit of damage.
literally in the
then
last lottery for
then
NA,
you'll-
I the only reason I could do full CEs is that I had a big
Oh, yeah.
Maeve on my team that
Yeah,
I have
exactly.
myself.
Yeah, so I think
fine
she's
with
still
A.
solid.
Yeah, let's go
Yeah.
A frigate, dude.
Yeah, I
Whatever.
think it's
Let's
fine.
go. Okay. Right, moving on. Iskandar alert. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Should probably be way better than what he is, but at least nowadays, they're trying. So he's not the hopeless case anymore, which is nice. AoE, a Buster, DPS, and I guess you could even farm with him. Sure. 11.5k attack puts him above average among 5-star riders, so that's not bad. Double Buster, double arts. His MP gain now is okay. It used to be not so okay, but now it's okay. So yay. The only time they've ever changed someone's base MP gain ever. They should do that more. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, ignore defense for 3 turns, and he gets 30% battery. So this is new, right, compared to last year. This is the big difference here, if anything.
Yeah.
Not only does it make him farm, it also gives that nice little ignore defense utility on command. So it's obviously it's a very good skill now. So that's great. Has a very modern, great SSR skill. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. So now, this also being AoE the first buff, is also nice, because he just likes his teammates that much more with this first skill buff. Not a bad one, even if it's only 2 effects, it's still full AoE on good uptime. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, he gets 50% Buster for 1 turn and then 50% Stargen for 1 turn. Was it really worth increasing a mana burst cooldown by 1 by adding that 50% Stargen? Yes, his MP has multi-hits and he could generate stars with this, but was it really all that necessary? That skill is just not good. Not good. If this ever gets a nice buff, he could actually be super good. This is the one thing I just don't like about him. This frickin' skill. But the first skill is great now. It's really good. There's not a whole lot of effects going on, but a lot of it is AoE though. That's the saving grace. 12.5% debuff rest is fine if you're doing bosses. 11% quick up for him is not very relevant. Divinity Cease just doesn't do anything. Anti-Lancer on the append, nah, don't do that. Alright, buffed MP, so sadly only does damage on normal effect, but then overcharge wise we got minus 10% defense on all enemies for 3 turns on base after damage, scaling up to 30%, and then also the same 10% on base for crit chance down for 3 turns, scaling up to 50% this time. The defense down definitely could have been 20% if it's after damage. That's not ideal. The crit chance is kind of cute. See, it scales pretty okay. Not that you need it to scale very high to begin with if you're doing bosses. Because, there's not a big base crit chance anyway. But if they happen to have some crits to their kit, MPing multiple times with them can block some crits. I mean, he has a use now, which is nice, right? He can be used in, he can even have used in multi-core. And then he offers some nice utility for some bosses.
I actually did use him as a support.
Yeah, that's a use, yeah.
Yeah,
these two skills, they are some stuff, yeah.
Yeah, Sherlock is, in general better in terms of like the additional value, but it's just a click of a button. It's convenient, and he does have.
You know what the funny part is? You can actually use him with Maeve as well in farming.
Oh yeah, true.
It's not a bad combo.
Yeah, it's not a bad combo at all against like casters and
yeah, because they
whatnot.
buff each other, and she gives him more battery too.
Yeah, just big damage. Like sometimes big damage is big damage.
Yeah.
Like and he did like you said, like the recent skill buff does make him no longer just big damage, which is pretty important. And overall, I think he is in a decent spot.
Like he of all the riders that don't really have any damage niches, he actually does have some of the higher MP damage available.
Oh yeah, he has like one of the highest neutral single core looping, like trait list or something. I forgot what it is. It's like if like nobody hits any traits or something, and he has like so much damage just because.
Yeah,
of
like
the
even on the
steroid.
Zard, it's just by far the highest when it comes to just raw numbers.
Yeah, it is how it is. So really good. Yeah. Anyways, I like him. Now.
Yeah, he's actually solid now. Imagine that. For the longest time, he used to be like just so forgettable.
Like even outside of like Buster looping, he's still got some of the highest traitless damage out there.
Raw, yeah. If you look at the rats damage.
Oh, I thought you said wrong for a second. I was like, damn,
it's like wrong.
I said
you're wrong.
Raw.
The only ones that beat him are it's Aoko, but you have to NP twice to do that.
Yeah.
Whereas he only needs to NP once. And then there's also Gorgon, but that's against one target for.
Does Semiramis beat him? With poison?
I think he beats her still.
Damn, bro, assassin class. Holy shit.
Feels bad, man.
That's what happens when.
But she also doesn't have like many. But she has a great anti-poison thing, but she doesn't really have any buffs otherwise.
No, she has 50. She actually kind of has mana burst, 50% buster.
Yeah,
down.
it's a weird like mana burst. It is a lot of buster is down.
Yeah.
But yeah, Iskandar is actually good. What are we thinking? One of the A's? Actually?
I think A is
just A,
okay.
just A flat A.
I would be like B plus to A. I think A is fine.
Yeah,
honestly.
probably A then. Goes next to Maeve, makes sense. Again, not a bad combo. There you go. What was it last year? Let me check actually. I have the thing up on my second screen. He was B flat last year, which I think it makes sense now. Yeah.
Yeah,
this is a nice
really
buff.
Patched up a lot of stuff. Yeah.
It's like the same thing with Karna, really, if anything. The change.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, now a big one. The good old reliable. We're going to talk about Ozymandias, the pharaoh himself. King of gods.
Yes, the reason why Rio isn't here this week.
Yeah. He made it very well clear last week that he does not like this man. Anyway, single target buster DPS, the GOAT himself. 11.9k attack puts him very well above average, so that's a great start. Double buster, double arts. Okay. I meant to say base gains. It's okay. Base gains. They're fine. They're not amazing, but honestly, his quick card is actually pretty impressive, if anything. But yeah, they're totally fine. Nothing really too big of an issue there. Freudian slip, okay. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. And then if you have a very suddy field, you also get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for all party members for 3 turns. Very cool. And then the MP, I mean, you know how it goes. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. It's an Imperial Privilege. So 60% chance to get 40% attack and defense for him for 3 turns. And then a 3k heal on use. The only reason I don't hate it is the third skill. 6-turn cooldown, full party 20% battery including himself, and then full party 40% buff success rate after 1 turn. So obviously use that, then use this, and then hey, you got 40% big buffs. They are obviously not exactly shared on the cooldown, but you know, considering it's Ozzy, it's not the biggest deal ever. And you know, supports too. So it's basic, but it's a good skill set, really. It's kind of all that it needs to be, because he has so good internals and his MP is just, yeah, it's a thing. Passive, 17.5% debuff for us is pretty good. 11% quick up. Actually, considering he only has 1 quick, it is actually very solid, so this 1 quick is very good. Divinity B doesn't really do anything as always. Anti-archer, not really super relevant for him. And then the MP. So, does damage to an enemy. seals their MP for 1 turn, 500% chance to get a sun map for 5 turns on just 1 MP. Reduces his cooldowns by 1, all of them, yeah, they go down. And then after damage, does a 20% defense down target for 3 turns, getting up to 60%, which is also higher than usual, I think. That cooldown thing is so OP. It's so OP considering how easy it's to spam this MP. That one line is so huge.
You combo that with the Imperial Privilege.
You do,
Bro.
yeah. Like, he can just stack so much stuff. Oh my god, this man. This is still to this day one of the best MP buffs they've ever done in terms of how much it improved the servant.
I don't know why they had to do the cooldown reduction. I mean, I guess kind of it adds a little flair, but like it's just...
It's a really strong... That's a crazy line.
He is basically...
That should be on Astolfo's MP.
I would say in general, like maybe not literally in like some setups, but like generally the highest damaging neutral.
Yeah, just because of how crazy he ramps up.
He does like... I very often see people bring him against non-casters. Like, he is just a good buster single target. Like, you can just bring him against everything.
The one awkward thing about him is the first skill, because you ideally want to MP before you use it. But honestly, it's kind of fine, because you're only losing on 20% attack if you want to save it. Granted, you do lose out on cooldown as well. Later. But to be honest, I guess, yeah, you just probably pop it turn 1 anyway. You don't really care, do you? Like, yeah, you don't get the crit damage and the stars, but, you know, you're going to get it back sooner than later anyway.
I mean, yeah, depends on...
But in any case, both are fine. It's a bit awkward, yes, but it's not at the end of the world, regardless.
And also, I mean, honestly, though, like, another thing is there are a significant amount of battlefields that are sunlight. Like, just
it's one of the more common map attributes, I want to say.
It's not a super obscure one like water side. Like sunlight is a lot more common.
Oh yeah, it's more common than water. Wrong, I'm pretty sure it's more common than water.
Yeah.
In fact, what is the most common map trait? Is it sunlight? It could be. It could be, because there's not that many map traits. It could be sun that's the most common.
I think it might be
city.
No, it's not city.
I think sunlight is more common than city, but I could be wrong.
It's probably sunlight. I think city plus dark is more. Because I think when I did like the Alice review, I think if you cover all of her fields, it is more than like one given field. But yeah, I don't know.
Also, yeah, Append 5 made him even better as well. That's the fun part.
His cooldowns are just so short.
Yeah. Like, I mean, they obviously made everyone better, but it's so nice even on Servant who has innate cooldown reduction too.
Yeah, it's so much. Oh man.
I mean, we probably don't have to talk too much about Ozzy. It's probably pretty unanimous. He's still the GOAT.
Still
The
GOAT. And then we got the sad one. Sad one right after.
Oh yeah, they were back to back on releases for 5 stars. All right.
I remember when people thought this one was better than Ozzy.
Honestly, before he got his 2 buffs, especially the MP buff, they were very interchangeable, I want to say. Yeah. But then the Fire Nation attacked and all that. So yeah, Quetzalcoatl next up. Also single target buster DPS. She actually has a little bit more attack, 12k. That is probably actually one of the highest among 5-star riders, so that's great. Good. Double buster, double arch deck, also the same deck. Gains are fine, they're okay. Her MP get on base is very high, even if her hit counts are not. First skill, 5 turn cooldown, full party, 21% attack. Take that, Ozzy, plus 1% bitches. 25 stars on use as well. It's alright. I don't hate this skill. It's obviously it's above skill, but you maybe expect more, but I still like it. It's a good amount of stars. Second skill, 7 turn cooldown. It's a targeted skill, gives the target a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 1k revive and also 30% buster up for 3 turns. I kind of really hate that the buster up is tied to the guts, because now the cooldown is much higher and she doesn't have the cooldown reduction, so it feels even worse. That's a lot of downtime for your main card type steroid. Third skill, 6 turn cooldown. She gets 600% absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit dash 1 turn, and 30% battery. This could easily be 5 turns or even lower. No reason for it to be 6 turns. Or just make it 2 more. It could use a buff. Yeah, so it's not the worst skill set ever, but man does it... Because you don't even get the cooldown. I can't help but think about the cooldown reduction from Ozzy's MP being so OP. So yeah, it's an okay skill set still. I don't hate it, but could definitely be improved still. They could buff the second and third skill for sure. 20% debuff rest, great. 12% quick up. Her quick up and or quick card is not as good as Ozzy's either, so that's not the best thing ever. Good divinity, so she gets another 30% debuff rest. So this is a very nice thing about Kets. She has 50% debuff rest on base, so it's really hard to debuff her. So that's at least one really nice thing she has going for her. Anti-Foreign on the append is not really relevant. Again, also a rare class to fight to begin with. The MP seals the target like Ozzy for one turn. They share that, but then insert the mod check meme, like, where's everything else, bro? We have a burn for 1k on base overcharge, 5 turns, get up to 3k. Like, where's all the where's the other effects, bro? What are we doing here? Like, you look at the MP side to side, you just want to cry, right? You definitely want to just cry. It does okay damage, though. That's the thing. Because again, her numbers are good, so she can do some okay damage, but it's just not much going on, really. And she doesn't really have any big like niches or utility or anything that would make her an entire. Because again, she's just a neutral DPS. There's no power mods, no nothing.
Like the one thing that I like is, okay, we got the NPCL.
Yep.
He has the NPCL too.
Yep.
Why do they both? I don't know, man. Like, they do that a lot with.
Honestly, even
with
before Ozzy's
writers.
MP buff, it was still better because the defense down is better than the burn. It was still better before the buff.
Yeah.
Dude, like, I always joke because like people were really expecting her to get a buff during Lost Belt 7, because I mean, obviously
She's had so many opportunities. Every Valentine's as well, when she has a rotation, is also a chance.
They took what they were gonna give to her as a buff and then added on to like, oh, spend 10 stars to upgrade skill for Cuckoo.
Yeah.
Yeah. They accidentally put 2 skill sets into one character and left her with nothing. They actually updated one thing about her. Really weird. I don't know why. I forgot. I don't even know which patch it was, but when you use her now, when she uses the chainsaw, there's a very big screen shake. That's it. And she got new voice lines. That's it.
Right.
Oh yeah, I remember when they did that. That's probably the same time when they updated King Hassan's and they made the screen shake with his, because his were like, he had like meaty animations, but the camera sort of just sat there, so they didn't feel like they had as much impact. Unlike someone like Ushi who jumps off the top of the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's already. I thought it was a more recent thing because like I think I saw a patch where she got like a little bit updated, not obviously not gameplay wise, and I was like, oh, maybe the next event's gonna be about Kets, because it was like before the Serpent event, I think.
Oh,
and I was like, oh, you know,
that's
Serpent,
cool.
right? Like
That's cool, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, oh man, it's gonna happen. They're gonna touch Kets and then maybe have both Kets and Cuckoo like be in an event or something. But no, they didn't use it. So
like that, I don't want to sound too harsh. I think she's still fine, but it's so sad to look at her when Ozzy exists.
Yeah,
and one of the, she's story locked and he's also permanent. So a lot of more people even have Ozzy as well by default.
Yeah,
like she's still fine, but it's just like sad. I think she's one of the Bs, maybe a B flat or B plus. What do you guys think? Like she's still fine, but just
I'm gonna be a bit harsh on her just because like, oh man,
she's just generic damage too. It's fine, it's decent damage, but you'd probably prefer to hit some kind of niche anyway, or at least have some utility on her, like, you know, a debuff immunes or something to give her a role to be on the boss fight besides just doing generic damage. I would say maybe B then. I think that's the same as last year as well.
Yeah, the 30% battery is still pretty nice. Like, I know he has 20% AoE, which is really good, but the extra 10% I like that. It starts you off sooner. You don't need another 10%.
Yeah. It's something.
That's the last I have to say about that.
Well, you did make her look a little bit better.
Yeah,
all right.
You're welcome, Kets fans. I know you don't really... You probably want her to look as bad as possible at this point.
Nah, they can still do way worse. All right. So I briefly mentioned her earlier because of the motorcycle, I guess. But yeah, now we're going to talk about another summer servant in Maid Alter. So single target quick DPS, rocking 10.7k attack, which is a good amount below average, unfortunately, among 5-star riders. She's got the double arch, double quick deck as well, and her gains are just fine on base as well. Nothing crazy, nothing terrible. Her skill 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns, and then the full party gets 20% quick for 3 turns. Actually not a bad skill. That's a good amount of, damage for herself too. It's fine. And then the funny second skill. 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill, -1 cooldowns for an ally. Then they also get 50% star gen for 3 turns, does 1k damage to them that cannot be lethal, and then gives them this delayed buff for 1 turn. So after 1 turn they get 3k max HP for 5 turns. I mean, it gets memed on because the buff was like they just added the max HP one, but honestly the skill is not that bad in and of itself. You're probably going to use it on herself, let's be real, because you want her cooldowns to come down, and the star gen is probably a bit more useful on her as well. So it's still okay. I don't hate it, I don't love it, and you also the max HP can be used on full HP. A heal would be potentially wasted. Third skill is the funny one. 3-turn cooldown. She gets 30% quick up for 1 attack 3 turns. So it's like it's meant to be like they're doing like they did the sniper thing so much better with Sugitani later. It's not even funny. And they even Tametomo has a better mechanic. Like this is just like okay,
Sugitani,
dude.
Sugitani's known for missing her shots.
Maid Alter has like a laser sniper from the future with like servant versus deck or something. She's like a half sword magic weapon, but yeah, this is a thing now.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. Why have we gotten multiple assassins who are famous for not killing the person they tried to kill?
I guess maybe that's why, because they it became a famous thing that they fucked up.
It's so funny, bro.
It's like making.
But to be honest,
like,
they also tend to be low stars, right?
It would be ridiculous for them to do something like John Wilkes Booth, and he actually succeeded.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
I mean that might be that could be a Bunyan event sermon.
Anyway, this skill, I do not like this skill at all. Yes, the cooldown is short. Yes, you can double stack it on turn 1 if you use the 5th depend on the second skill. But they're both still, if you use double stack it, they're going to be consumed on it. That's the way it works, is that the first quick that gets used consumes it. So yeah, I can make your MP hit harder, but it does nothing for your face cards. Granted, she has a bit more quick already here, but this skill is so bad. It's just so bad. I get what they were going for, but it's not a good execution. Anyway, passive 17.5% debuff res is fine. 8% quick up is very nice. 12% crit damage is also very nice. Honestly, her passives are pretty good. She's got that.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-saber, no. Don't bother. No. MP no buff, sadly. So damage, then refunds 10% flat, no scaling on the overcharge for once, surprisingly. And then the overcharge is minus 30% crit chance on the target for 3 turns on base and max 70%. So even the first base hit probably neutralizes crit, so that's cool. FX-wise, it's very bare bones, but it could be a lot worse. People like to say like Maid Alter does like a crazy amount of damage, but I'm wondering if they're factoring in this for the MP, because this is kind of cheating. This is not.
It is just
I don't like.
with the MP, honestly,
it's this with the MP. Because it's not going to be good for her overall damage. It's not going to help the face cards much at all.
Oh, dude, I got a Brave Chain this turn, and I have Buster Arts quick. I guess I'll just not Brave Chain because I want to do 30% more damage on my NP in 2 turns. Like,
it's just not
great.
very.
Also, the only crit damage she has is the passive. I would like to see more crit focus on this kit too.
Like she's not even that good of like there are servants who I call like blank slates, where they're very good things you can throw buffs onto with your supports. She's not even like that extraordinary in terms of doing that. Like Ryder Kintoki's probably better at doing that. So it's just like, I don't know. It's like, if she wants to go for like, I have nothing but damage, then you upgrade her MP.
Yeah.
but they didn't. So it's just like
Yeah, she needs a buff for sure.
She is she like it's how quick Keds? I don't fucking know, or like even worse. Is it worse? I don't know.
Would it be
Maybe.
worth if the number was crazy, like 100% or more? I think that could actually be a fun. They could just giga make this, like just absolutely max out this number. It could actually work to an extent, if they want to go down that route still. But 30% is not enough. It's just not enough for a skill like this.
Honestly, better idea. Just make it 3 turns quick and make it like every turn she gets like 10% NP damage one time.
Yeah, like just give her constant quick buffs. And like, you know, Tabeto, he gets those MP damage buffs every turn. It's like the reload mechanic. They did it way better there. This is a beta version of it.
Yeah. And we even complained Tametomo's a bit
and
slow.
lore-wise, Tametomo is way slower at fire. It takes him ages to wind up that shot. Maid Alter, she just bolts the cock of the gun and she's good to go. That takes like less than 5 seconds for any good sniper out there.
I don't think they call it the cock of the gun.
Oh, it's the bolt. It's the bolt.
He said it the other way around.
Yeah.
Cocking the bolt.
Yeah, I said bolt's the cock, but yeah, cock's the bolt. Yeah. Okay, that was a small little brain fart.
Like, I'm not a gun expert, but I don't remember that part of the gun.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, I don't know. It's like I think realistically probably even worse than Kets, right? Like
I would probably say yes.
Yeah, Kets just feels worse because like
I've seen so many people defend Maid Alter that say she's fine. I'm like, I don't see it. I'm sorry. I don't think she's very good.
Nah, I don't think she's very good. I think she at most is beside Cats.
If she even had like a battery, she could maybe have a little bit of multi-core potential because of her first skill, but even then it's like,
Yeah, the one thing she has is she is better than Geronimo sometimes for double cost drop.
Then on paper, then yeah, Cats is also very like probably not that bad. It's just like in the face of like once again, Cats looks so bad. It's just because Ozzy is ridiculous, right? Like she doesn't even have the Kintoki deck. Like I don't know. I only have her on NA. To be fair, I haven't used her in a long time, and she didn't feel that bad on NA all the way back when she came out. But like, I like compared to some modern single,
she's been left behind so much.
Like, dude, so like modern single target quick servants are just like miles ahead. Like one skill is like equal to her entire skill set. You know, it's just like obviously I'm talking about top tiers, but it's still like this is not great. I just think she could, as a character who's known for damage, you better like live up to it at the very least. You know,
dude. There was a point of time where she was like, okay, her kit isn't as good as Ozzy's, but she does more NP damage. Now he does more NP damage. Like, yeah. Why her?
She doesn't even have higher scaling. Imagine if she had a better scaling because she's a salter.
Yeah, they should have done that again. Since apparently she's never getting an MP buff anyway.
At launch, but yeah, like right now, I think she definitely needed that. Something like that, yeah.
I think I'm gonna go with C plus as the lowest SSR, and that might actually be the lowest as well in the entire list.
Ooh, that is low, but I guess
I think she should be below Cats, unless we want to bump Cats up. I think she should be below Cats.
Sure,
we'll go with that for that. Okay. Next up, big boy in more than one ways. Let's go. My man, best last build king for sure. Well, maybe hard to say after 6, but I still love this guy a lot. He's cool. Also after 7, it's hard to say. Why is my page not loading? Okay, there it is. Yeah, we got Yvonne next. AoE Buster DPS. Can do a bit of farming as well, but I definitely prefer him on bosses. This bad has some good tools for that. 11.6k attack is a great start. Puts him above average when it comes to 5-star riders. It's got double Buster, double arts. Even on base, his gains are fine, but they get much better with his skills. But even on base, yeah, they're actually totally fine. Good stuff. And then the first skill, here we go. 5-turn cooldown. He gets 50% MP gain for 3 turns, 30% battery, separate damage mods for lawful and chaotic for 3 turns, 30% each, and fully cleanses his debuffs. Now that's a skill. That's a good skill. Like compare this to like Gilgamesh's golden rule, you wanna cry, right? You definitely wanna cry. This is a nice skill. Like come on, bro. It's such a good uptime on the crazy MP gain as well. Like when that's active, like the gains on base are fine, but when this is active, You crit with one of his arts cards, boop, goes the bar. Yeah, it's a great skill. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns and 40% buster up for 3 turns. Yeah, it's an irregularly high card steroid on a good uptime. You love to see it. The stars is not the biggest thing ever, but it's nice because obviously he wants to crit too. But yeah, that's a lot of buster up though. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets an invul for 1 turn, fully removes all enemy buffs that can be removed, AoE, and then all enemies get a minus 20% attack down for 3 turns. Ooh. The only reason why, like, this skill is sometimes awkward because you want to save it for the invul sometimes, but otherwise, ooh. That does a lot of stuff, huh? Wow. Very satisfying to press the skill if you hit multiple buffs that are removed. Yeah, it's a good kit. It has offense, it has defense, it has utility. It's a great kit. Passives, 12.5% to debuff rest could be higher, but you know, it helps to have some. 12% quick up is not a huge deal for him, but you know, when his first skill is active, even that one quick can go crazy. Anti-Avenger, no. Even if I like him a lot, I don't think I would neutral him though. The MP, it's been buffed, so does damage, and then after damage, minus 30% buster is down on all enemies for 3 turns flat. And then before damage, 30% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 70%. This ramps up pretty well. Yeah, it's a lot of big red hits.
The fact that they upgrade this MP before so many other people is kind of wild, bro.
It is. But I'm happy because I like him a lot. But yeah, needless to say, I think Ivan is just fantastic. Ever since he got his MP buff, and I mean, that was even before this buff happened, I'm pretty sure. I was always hyping him up a lot. But yeah, this buff in particular is also super good. He's
Why
just
did
so
buff
nice.
him twice already? What the?
I mean, Lost Build King privilege, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know
both
what
of them happened before Anastasia's.
It's kind of insane. It's just I don't know. Like when he launched, he wasn't like bad or anything.
Yeah, he
He's
had
just,
good
like,
stuff.
okay.
His damage wasn't the best on his MP, but he was still fine.
And then they buffed him like twice with the upgrade MP, and then the
2 really
traits.
good buffs too.
Yeah, his
Yeah.
MP is like his numbers are just like pretty highly tuned. Is like 30% buster resistance down to 30% MP damage. You always see like 20% in those instances.
Yeah, one of them ramps up too.
And then you usually see a 30% buster instead of a 40% buster.
Yeah, 40 is very rare. Very rare. On a good uptime too. Very good uptime.
It's a shame though that the one enemy that had a chance of taking damage from both of his for skill effects is not capable of it because he can't be both.
Oh yeah, I guess that's the one thing. It's just coverage instead of having the potential to double.
Plushie, no, it's 30% P mod against most servants.
No. What do you mean? Oh,
because you know
Yeah,
it's
it
one
doesn't
it's one
overlap.
from each of the halves, so chances are you're gonna hit one of them no matter what. You're gonna have to be really unlucky if you don't hit one of them.
Yeah,
I guess, I mean, it's 30.
I mean, it still adds up though, and you can stack it.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying like
that's just on top of all the other high numbers he has.
Yeah, I think the MP upgrade.
Like he definitely doesn't need his power mods. They're just a nice bonus.
Yeah, battery looping. Oh, he's just good.
And yeah, I like how his skills are portioned out. Like if you need the buff removal, it's gonna be attached to something that isn't like. Well, I guess the buff removal. Maybe that's not the best one to.
Yeah, this is the one awkward thing, the third skill, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's good that you don't have to use that skill if you're trying to do damage, unless you're trying to remove offensive buffs. But not offensive, defensive buffs. But I feel like that's where his third skill shines. That's when the enemy has like a bunch of offensive buffs. You can just remove their ability to do stuff. It's also kind of funny because it's very lore accurate because the way the lore describes that skill is basically if you don't have a charisma of at least A, you get
you bend the knee basically.
And that's so unless you have 20% attack, you lose 20% attack.
That's
So,
funny.
it-
Gameplay is so
it's-
different from lore, yeah. Also, someone asked, how is his CQ performance? It's amazing. It's really good. So
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
He
I
has
don't know,
everything he
I don't
wants
think
from a
AoE
DPS for his CQ as an AoE DPS. It's
Yeah,
so
his
good.
Buster Loop is still fine, but like I
Yeah,
would definitely
he
say,
main
'cause,
use is for bosses. Farming is okay, but bosses, this guy is really good.
yeah, the buff removal and it's just so good. I don't know.
I'm saying
A
EX.
plus the EX for sure.
I'm saying EX personally.
That's fair, especially amongst writers, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
feel
I
like it's
still think
undervalued.
like as a DPS, yeah, like obviously supports I do usually value more, but as DPS probably like the one of the best.
Yeah, he's not even super reliant on supports because of his high number and all the utility he has.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we'll go with that. All right, next up, another fairly solid servant actually. We got Achilles, AoE quick DPS at farmer, and much like Ivan, I actually kind of prefer him as a DPS as well, even though he can do both. 11.8k attack, pretty solid again, much like Ivan as well. Take a shot every time I say that. Yeah, puts him quite well above average among 5-star riders. Double arts, double quick, back on the menu, of course. Gains on base are totally fine. Get even better with some of the skills, but yeah, even on base, much like Evad, haha, got him again, is fine. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, gets 30% quick for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. I feel like the crit damage could have been 50%, but otherwise it's just a decent DPS skill. Nothing great, nothing terrible. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, it gets an invul for 2 hits, 5 turns, and 20% defense for 3 turns. It doesn't do a whole lot, but I liked both of the effects, and I like that both of them are defensive, so it's not awkward to use ever. You get what you pay for every time. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. It gets a taunt for 1 turn and a 30% MP gain for 1 turn and a 30% battery. Obviously, the MP gain gets a little bit more value as well because he's going to be hit that turn, so it helps with some of the defensive MP gains as well. So while his kit doesn't have...
That's the sad thing about...
oh wait, the taunt.
Yeah.
It disappears. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
If it's not a defensive buff, it doesn't last until
yeah, true.
the enemy turn.
Well,
I wish they
it
could
is.
fix that.
They should do that. It wouldn't be a big difference, but for servants like him, it would be nice.
It would be kind of nuts on base mash though, because
Oh yeah, how high is it again? 200 or something?
It's like 300%. I want to say.
Yeah, it was in the 3 digits for sure.
Manual overcharge to full every time, Jim. Please. Yeah.
I mean, it just means you don't need the arts card to do it.
Yeah, but yeah, his skills are not as low as Ivan, but he has some good stuff here as well. But if anything, he really shines on his upgraded MP, I want to say. But before that, passives, 15% debuff res is cool, 11% quick up is very nice on him. Divinity, nah, doesn't do anything. Anti-archer, not really relevant for him. Alright, the buffed MP. So there's AoE damage, does a confusion on all enemies for 3 turns, which gives you a 30% chance individually on all the targets to get them skill sealed for 1 turn. And then overcharge before damage gets 20% quick up for 1 turn, scaling up to 60%. And also 50% crit damage for 3 turns, scaling up to 100%. That's the real reason why I think he's a very legit DPS. He also has that really nice quick ramp up. I think he's a bit slept on. After that MP buff, he's actually very solid, I would say. Not sure how you guys feel about him, but...
ramp up, not quick ramp up. It's unfortunate, but yeah. Yeah, he gets a bunch of crit.
Yeah. It's a good effect for an AoE. Like, it's a good single.
And he generates a good amount of stars constantly, so even if he doesn't have like star bombs or stars per turn.
Yeah, it doesn't have the best. Again, I keep coming. Okay, I'm gonna stop because like this gets annoying. But like again, no quick riders have that deck.
Yeah, the double buster, double quick.
Yeah, but I do think it's fine because like, one of the big reasons you want a Buster card for Summer Scotty is because it's 100% crit up, right? But he has his own crit up, so it's not the worst thing ever. You can kind of provide him like his quick card crits very hard, right? But I do think it's it really is just kind of the MP. And
the crits have to get some MPs going.
I'll be honest, I feel like Khazra Drop really gave a performance boost to that type of deck.
Oh yeah,
because
for
like
sure.
50%
Not
arts is
yeah.
it's very impactful for a lot of servants. So
Yeah. It's just a rainbow buff, so it's really good.
yeah, it's
So
gonna affect like the other cards more than it's gonna affect Buster cards.
I don't know if I'm crazy. I keep flip flopping on this character. Like I went from like he's insane to like he's a little bit washed to like he's actually pretty good because I see a lot of performance with him where he just crits very hard, like even with like just one buster. But then again, like I'm not 100% sure. There's another thing that is like super niche that just ignore me on the most part. But like if you are hypering a character and you have like, their class score maxed out, quick servants will accidentally cap on crits the most because the way they did class score was they have quick crits at 60% total
Yeah,
to
it's the highest of
compensate
the
for its
three.
lower damage. Yeah, so it's a very niche thing, but I don't know. But yeah, I keep flip flopping on this character. I'm not sure how to rate him. Sometimes he seems so good. Sometimes he
Hmm.
seems
To me, he's like a
eh.
B plus or an A for sure.
Yeah, I guess
I'm
that's
fine with
fair.
them
Yeah,
around there.
yeah, that's fair. He's
I
not
might
even
even
full off
go
it.
A,
Yeah, but
honestly.
like, but like, if you want to taunt like Rider, we have a better one. Taunt Quick Rider, like who can still
I
honestly
feel like
do
the taunt
damage
for
at
him is
least.
just a bonus. You definitely don't bring him for the taunt.
Yeah,
It,
yeah. There's one where you
uh,
actually bring her for the taunt.
well,
Um,
well, with him, you use the taunt to help him loop his NP, and that kind
Yeah.
of functions the same way she does, but
yeah.
she does it like more
Mm.
dedicated. But yeah,
I'll go with A for
I
now, I think.
actually still like him better than Drake. Weirdly enough, just because I don't know.
It's probably going to
He
be a
has
bit
more
more
damage.
consistent on the damage, even if he doesn't have some of the utility.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Basically that.
Right. Oh, next one. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
I will never not simp this lady as well.
Yeah, good one.
Alright, we got Reines next. Support. The first full support when it comes to riders. Okay. So, 11.4k attack, not that it really matters too much, but it's actually also above average when it comes to 5-star riders. If anything, it would be nicer maybe to have more HP. So, for once, maybe you would see rather see the opposite, but it's not a huge deal anyway. She has a lot of defensive tools. She's got double quick and double arts as well, and oh boy, her arts card is really good, especially after UMP, and especially if you UMP multiple times in a row. Yeah, she has the best gains of all supports, I'm pretty sure. Even if she doesn't have triple arts, which is the funny part. If you crit with her, which you can because she's a rider, you're gonna see that gauge jump a lot. Very good. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 25% defense up for 3 turns, 400 damage cut for 3 turns, and 10% gauge. I mean, it's just good. It's a great defensive skill that also charges the team. Good. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, 1 ally targeted gets 20% gauge, 40% attack for 3 turns, and she herself gets minus 20% attack for 3 turns as a demerit. One, you're not gonna DPS with her, although unless you're meat, then you do that sometimes, but most people will never DPS with her, so that demerit means nothing, and her MP cleanses it anyway, so it's not even a demerit, it's a thing. Good buff. It doesn't do a whole lot, but definitely charges your DPS in terms of the numbers.
40 is 40.
Yeah,
Like,
the
it's
numbers
pretty
definitely
high.
carry the skill, yes. But I mean, like, FX wise, their numbers are good though.
Yeah.
Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. So she get another target skill. The target gets edible for 2 attacks, 3 turns, 30% debuff res, and 20% MP gauge. Just a great skill as well. Also, for someone asking, do I stream this on YouTube as well? I do not. If ads bother you, I'm sorry this is going to sound toxic, but either subscribe to support the content, because, it would be great, because I do this for a living, or just wait until a day later and you can all watch this on YouTube. Like, literally less than 24 hours from now, this will be up on YouTube. I don't want to sound too toxic, but I feel like those are both reasonable statements. So, I'm sorry,
chat
but it is what
member,
it is.
if it makes you feel any better, I have to get my own subscription too.
Wait, that's very nice of you, though. Anyway,
I had a
this
Prime sub. I'm not subbed to anyone else, so yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
As well.
Anyway, this skill set is really good. It's really good. It just does everything it needs to do. Defense, offense, yeah, we got it. Passive, 17.5% debuff res is good. 8% quick up. Actually, not bad on her. Her quicks are okay too. 8% art stop is very good because her arts are very good. She's anti-rider, which again, you're not going to DPS with her, so that is just irrelevant. Then the buffed MP. Oh, the buffed MP. Oh, let's go. So, first of all, 150% chance to do, well, let's just talk about MP1 for now, I guess. 30% defense down all enemies for 3 turns. So again, unless they're immune, they're probably not going to resist that. That's cool. Then your party gets this ignore class defense disadvantage for 3 turns, so meaning all hits against you, unless there's some really crazy mechanic overriding this, will do neutral damage to you, or weak damage, depending on the class, but nothing will hit you for weakness. That's cool, especially for Berserkers. Then, again, MP1, the full party gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns. The full party gets overcharge for 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns. She cleanses all her own debuffs. And then all enemies on overcharge. Again, 150% chance, 20% crit chance down on base, all the way up to 60%. Yeah, it's a loaded MP, huh? And again, that's just, even MP1, it's already good numbers. When they debuffed this, I was so happy to see that they put the MP gain as a scaling effect too, because I'm a simp, so I have an MP5 and then some. So if you actually have a crazy copy, imagine 50% defense down an MP gain from 1 MP. That's insane. That's just insane, right? But even on MP1, that's still really good. Very good. And it's so easy to have a good uptime on this MP. Yeah, you might have to pick some cards from your, like pick less of your DPS cards, but sometimes you might not have them anyway. It's just very easy to get this MP. Even if you don't target her own single target batteries on her, trust, very easy to obtain this MP. I mean,
and unlike Achilles, this is because it's 3 turns, so it does affect defensively.
Yeah. So
right?
I'm just gonna say this. I always think Reines is one of the best supports in the entire game. I bring her on every challenge quest ever. She's never gonna let me down. She's amazing. If Castor didn't exist, she would be best. I don't care if that's a hot take or not. Yeah, she's amazing, and everyone should have Reines.
I mean, I agree.
That's my take on her.
It's just very easy to use. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the spamminess of the MP is really, really insane. It's just like the MP helps itself spam, and like if you're against like people with like maybe a high hit count, it's just like the game boost with that is just even defensive just gives you so much charge. The defense down spam this very good damage buff, and the attack up is 40% is big. Skill 3 is good. It's just everything's good. Like very, very top tier support that can fit into any.
Yeah, because she's not tied to any card type. You can bring her on anything. I especially like bringing her with Berserkers as well, because you get that targeted invul, the defense up, and the class defense neutralization.
Oh yeah, the defense neutralization is actually a very interesting thing. Without spoiling anything, there's a new set of quests where the boss, you cannot counterclass the boss. Basically, if you do double damage to the boss would also do double damage to you. Like it's mirrored. If you want to take,
and it works on that too, right?
Yeah. So if you bring Reines, it's technically the only way to like bring DPSs that are frail to the boss, but also you can do super effective damage, and Reines can make them not frail. So like it's just very good. I don't know. It's just like everything about her kit is good. I use her just as a damage buffer for min turns, because 40% attack up plus I think I have her MP2 plus 40% defense sounds already good. 50 charge as well. I use her in stall teams because of everything I just said, and just overall super solid.
I mean, on that note, yeah, obviously for those that don't, she can be used in the Immortal team as well. Obviously with the MP buff, it's so easy. So she's something that can be used there too if you're into that. I never do it myself because I find it very boring, but she can be used like that as well.
Yeah,
her NP is just gross.
Yeah,
it is.
Again, if Castor MP didn't exist, this would be the best support MP in the whole game.
Yeah, you just use it before.
Unless we count Van Gogh, then we can make an argument, and we probably do count it. Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Van Gogh's
maybe tied for second.
Offense.
Yeah.
For offense.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like 30 to 50% attack. It's basically 50% team attack, 30 to 50% NP. gain. I mean, you use her with an art servant. It's like you don't even like even if you don't have a lot of art support, like it's gonna help boost refund, and then she just boosts the overcharge even further. So
It just feels so good to pop this MP whenever it's up. You're always gonna feel very good.
and it's so easy to get it
Mhm.
back to back. The first time might be a little awkward, but like you get a like you get an arts crit and you're back up most of the way.
Yeah, it's just one art skill is already so much of her gauge. It's crazy.
Yeah. And
Well,
least
I feel like this is a pretty unanimous EX tier. Not much to say about it. Yeah. Right. Moving on. Anniversary. We got writer Da Vinci. Okay, so AoE arts DPS, and I guess farmer as well. Although her farming is maybe not as appealing as it used to be, but certainly for a lot of bosses, she still holds relevance because of, well, mostly her MP really. But yeah, she's an interesting case still. So 10.8k attack puts her a bit below average when it comes to 5-star riders. She's double buster, double arts, with her gains being actually fairly solid, actually very good even on base, but her skills and MP help even better. But yeah, gains are the one thing she actually does well. MP spam is easy. So first skill, 6-turn cooldown, she gets a debuff immune for 3 turns, 1k healing every turn for 3 turns, 20% gauge per turn for 3 turns, and then also the full party. Is this a new buff, by the way? I think this is new, actually. Yeah, this is new. This didn't exist last year. The full party gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, so that's a lot of stars. Because it's like the Jinako thing, where everyone gets applied it, so that's this is now a really, really, really good skill, needless to say. Honestly, sometimes you like the 20% gauge per turn is like overkill, if anything, but I mean, it's still nice to have, of course. It's just a very strong skill now. It's like a fuel tank that just keeps going. Even if her, own crit potential is not the best, it's just nice to have a bunch of stars. You're never mad if you get stars. Anyway, second skill, 4-turn cooldown. She gets an evasion for 1 hit, flat, no duration, just 1 hit, and then 50% crit damage for 1 turn. So again, it's the same skill that Summer Ishtar had, basically. It's okay. If anything, it's even easier to pop on her than Summer Ishtar because she's arts, so you can just pop it for the crit damage, to get more damage out of her when you have a nice Brave Chain coming or something. It's still not a great skill, but a bit more usable in this scenario. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns, 10% gauge, and overcharged by 1 step for 1 turn flat. No time, so it's just 1 turn. MP damage is quite high, actually, considering it's a good uptime. Otherwise, just kind of standard effects. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's alright, mainly because the MP damage itself is a good number. It's an okay skill set. It's fine. Maybe not the best SSR skill set ever, but it's totally fine. Passives, 8% quick up. Not super relevant for her, but it's okay to have. 6% arts up though. Now that's nice. Then she has a unique passive that gives her 20% debuff rest and 20% star gen in the same package. Cool. Actually a pretty good passive. It's funny because it's an E rank, but it actually does quite a bit. That's cool. Anti-alter ego is a pretty unfortunate append for her, though, because she doesn't have any niches that would warrant bringing her against alter ego for any reason. MP hasn't been buffed, but, it's the good old. So the full party gets a 20% refund after the MP, including herself, and before damage she gets 20% arts up on base overcharge for 1 turn, scaling up to 40%, which just helps with damage and refund even more. So yeah, her MP is so easy to spam. Is so easy. Like, the one thing about her that's not like amazing is just the damage, right? She just doesn't do the most damage out there, but yeah, she's so safe. Her MP is spammable. She charges your supports, your Castorias, everyone. Just super safe servant, right? Even if she's not the craziest DPS, so she's still kind of good.
I mean, I tried DVR with like Tamamo and Castoria. I don't know how you lose.
Yeah.
It's just like you just kind of like never triple MP.
You triple MP all the time with that comp.
Yeah, it's just like yes, she has. Like people obviously very much like to like emphasize how bad her damage is, but I don't actually think
It's not that
bad.
bad, honestly. Yeah.
It's like lower
Yeah.
than some other units, but like its frequency very much like kind of.
And I guess we can
makes it
also
not
bring
feel-
that she can easily black rail as well if you want to go down that route, because it's very easy to do on her.
Yeah, it's just like she's always getting, and like she can also manually overcharge, you know. So it's
Mhm.
like the art sub is slightly larger.
Yeah,
as
so
well
such a
sometimes.
safe servant.
Yeah, she's like art servants that help the whole team like cycle their
Yeah,
bat
she's like an AoE
get
version
their
of the
MP.
Trunk sisters.
Yeah, like art servants that help the entire party get their battery is good, and she is sort of the logical endpoint of that. I mean, if they buff their MP, it's just kind of over because she's
Yeah,
still gonna be
then we
spamming it
would
every
probably see
single turn for
EX
free.
immediately.
Yeah, it depends. Like if even if they add like more support effects on MP or something, it's just gonna be
They could
ridiculous.
just load it with damage and that would be fine.
Yeah, load it with
This
damage as well.
this servant fits the arts mold perfectly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all about that MP spam.
She complements the arts like art supports and she loops extremely easily. So yeah.
If you don't care about like fast clearing or pushing damage, then
If you just want a
I
good safe option, she's always going to be fine.
yeah. So it's just,
A to A plus?
Mm.
What are we
I
looking at
think
here?
she
I'd say A.
is. Yeah, probably A.
Mm-hmm.
As much as we praised her, I think.
Yeah.
I think like her
I think
supportive effects are good, but like maybe she can use like one more.
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Overcharge.
ultimately that's kind of a problem with a lot of AoE writers. There's just really not very many servants that have as far as like anti traits, they're just kind of sparse.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like yeah, I just counted, and as far as AoE writers go, there's only 4 servants that have like a super effective. All of the rest of them are either like high neutral damage,
Yeah.
like Iskandar and Ivan, or like sometimes they have little special attack buffs. So
Yeah. I
Yeah.
guess writers don't like
So-
super effectives too much.
yeah,
Well,
it's funny because like the single targets are pretty
True.
high,
It's the
damage,
opposite. Yeah.
but the AoE are just not as much.
She's better than the other A. Is she though? She's
Not
amazing at
really.
refunding and, staying safe, but that's the main selling point. Like Iskandar will do way more damage. She has multi-core potential. Achilles crits way harder than her. Like
Yeah.
his face cards are
She-
way better.
She's
Maeve
basically
has multi-core potential.
I would say she's like phased out of farming a lot of times. Not
Yeah, I
because
would
her
just
damage is
delegate her
really
as
that
a
low, it's
safe
just like
boss killer now instead of farming.
yeah.
Unless you have a Giga copy, then by all means you can even single core maybe. But yeah,
Well, sure, but
okay.
that's
But yeah,
just
that's
most
not
servants, so
criteria
yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll go with A for now. We'll consider A plus later, but let's start with that. And next up, another permanent one. We got Granny Europa.
Ooh,
Definitely doesn't
okay,
look
this
like
is
a
new
granny
one.
though, but yeah. Apparently that is the lore,
A
of
new
course.
buff at least.
Yeah, well,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, I
new
forgot
buff,
about
yeah.
that. True. Anyway, we got an AoE Buster DPS. You probably won't farm with her, so yeah, let's just talk about a DPS here. 11.7k attack is pretty good. That's quite a bit above average for 5-star riders. Double Arch, Double Buster on the deck, and her gains are just fine on base, but not really impressive either, really. Just okay. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 3 attacks flat, and also 100% debuff rest for 3 turns. That's just a beautiful defensive skill, right? I mean, come on. Like, you're not gonna get debuffed, most likely, and you're not gonna get really damaged a lot either. It's just really good. Like, is probably one of the best vanilla defensive skills a DPS can have in the entire game. So she's got that going
Similar
for her.
to like Medusa Saber skill 3. I mean, worse, obviously, but like
yeah,
she
it's very
just has
good.
an immune, right? Yeah, but it's kind of similar. And this, yeah, anyways.
It's just really good. Basic, but really good. second skill, 6 turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns and a 30% battery. So there you go. You know, it's what the doctor ordered. You want to do some damage, you want to get your MP, use this. Helps. And then the buff, yeah, okay. So yeah, this is the new one, which is also the only buff she has, right? So on a 6 turn cooldown, 60% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn. So not tied to any trait, but still RNG, okay? Then does a 20% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns. 20% crit chance down on enemies for 3 turns. And then all allies get 30% anti-earth power mod for 3 turns. And also 30% anti-charm power mod for 3 turns. Pretty interesting.
Her buster looping damage, if you're against Earth and you land the charm, is actually pretty high on turn 3.
Presumably,
yeah.
I assume we see it in the sheet as well, but it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, but it is.
Obviously, you can only use. Wait, you can use it twice per farming. Now there's a 6 turn cooldown, right? Yeah. Okay. So wave 2 is gonna be the in between point because you don't get the defense down and you don't get the charm.
Yeah.
But wave 1 and 3, you might actually do some good damage. But again, it's RNG though, so that's ooh.
Yeah, it's just you need to land the charm.
Yeah, and 60%. I don't like my odds, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like my odds there.
60 is a bit low.
You can use the Loud's Curse. See, it's like what 15% more, but it's still nowhere near consistent.
A pretty big.
But I kind of like this buff though. It's cute. If anything, I like it more for bosses still than farming, because farming you want farming to be consistent. For bosses, you can have some inconsistency. So it's an interesting buff.
The good combo that people keep bringing up for like farming is Summer Kama. Summer Kama can kind of like hit. I mean, she still has to land the 60, but at the very least, Summer Kama has a turn of guaranteed, and then it would buff her because these are both party wide, right?
Yeah.
So So there are some multi-core potential because of Earth as well.
Honestly, this skill, just the skill itself now on a 6 turn is actually pretty strong. This has to be the best AoE immobilized skill in the game now, right? For sure. Even if it's RNG.
If it lands.
Yeah, but like this has a bunch of stuff.
It's insane, man.
Like just the debuffs alone are pretty cool. Like this skill was honestly not. It was already. The funny part is, and sad also for Shuten fans, it was way better than Shuten's already because it had the crit chance down.
Yeah.
So it was otherwise the same, I'm pretty sure, but it just had another effect anyway, and then they added more with this buff. So that's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame. Every AoE charm servant, they have RNG except for Summer Kama. It's kind of funny.
Yeah,
Everyone
totally no
has, like,
favoritism there.
60%, and then you have Ranmaru who's like 40% for some reason.
Yeah, and also this doesn't help base Kama, by the way, like because base Kama just has the charm on her MP. Yeah. So it's just
no. They changed it so it's before damage now.
Yeah.
Yes, but it doesn't matter because she's gonna charm it anyways. Oh, you mean the power mod? Yeah, true. Yeah,
The
tiny power mod for the. I'm not gonna say it's tiny. 30%.
Well, if you hit Earth, it's actually then it's considerable.
Yeah. If you hit Earth, it's 60%.
And then you get the defense down too. Then you do more damage.
Yeah.
Anyway, overall, this skill set, I think it's actually not bad at all. I think I quite like it, honestly. I hate the RNG, but otherwise, actually not bad. And the defensive skill in particular, I really like. Alright, passives, 50% debuff res, cool. 11% quick up, not very relevant for her. Divinity C, not relevant for anyone. Anti-ruler, now that is a shame. And rulers tend to have quite a bit of debuff res on base as well, so no.
This is Zeus.
It's like the absolute worst case scenario. Well, obviously Assassin would be, but no one's gonna have that. Anyway, the MP is interesting, I guess. So before damage, she gets 50% defense up for 1 turn. And then also before damage on base overcharge, 20% buster after 1 turn, scaling up to 40. It's kind of a weird MP. It doesn't do the most damage because there's no ramp up. The buster up is just okay. And then the defense, the defense up is kind of cute if you can redirect damage. She doesn't have a taunt. I feel like she should have a taunt. But yeah,
but they kind of gave the same thing to another character then. But yeah,
the MP is probably one of the weakest parts about her, unfortunately. They should buy.
It does make her very tanky, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know about the taunt. I don't think I'd want the taunt because one of the appeals
turn 1
first skill. Well, one of the appeals of the first skill is like it just sits there until she takes hits.
I think
If
rather
she
than
taunted, it'd just be gone immediately.
rather than the problem with like not having time, I think the first skill and the defense up on MP just not really that well with it.
Yeah, true,
Like,
because
unless you're
this is going to
soloing.
cover most of her defensive needs as
Yeah,
is. So why would you need a big
yeah.
defense up for one turn? It's
Yeah,
kind of a weird choice.
I do think that is kind of weird. Yeah. But she's okay though. I think the buff really.
I would
kinda
not
gave her a
farm
little
her
niche.
with her because of the RNG, but bosses, she can do some stuff for sure. Maybe bring
I
two
mean,
DPSs as well.
Yeah,
Like, including her?
against Earth, I could consider using her multi-core like for Earth, just like party buff.
Yeah,
and
the
then,
boss would definitely have to have anti or Earth attribute there for it. So then you can maybe land a
True.
charming at 60% power mod for your other allies as well. Then it's actually not bad.
I guess Assassin Kama is the best because she always lands her charm and then she would always.
Yeah,
get
again,
power
it's a
mod. I
legit
guess
support for her actually.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I guess Assassin Kama.
You should do runs like you should try.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say, Steno is pretty decent with her if you're looking. Well, if you're using her against one target.
Oh yeah, she's divine, so she gets the
divine,
attack with
yeah.
double attack too.
True.
Yeah, she can
nice.
actually spam charm unlike most servants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Quite like it.
So let's see.
It's basically down to how many points I want to dock for the RNG.
It is annoying though.
Yeah.
And it's not even
B
factoring in
plus to
innate
A.
resistances. I think
Look,
last
B
year
plus to
apparently
A.
we had her on B plus, and that was before the buff, which
Really?
that was maybe a bit too high.
No, I guess.
Is she
I
B
don't
plus
know, 'cause,
now?
like, I like her a little bit better than Drake, but that's just because I like power mods and anti traits and stuff. I'm not the biggest fan of someone who has like nothing.
So at least B plus, right? At least.
Yeah, I think okay, at least B plus. Yeah, at least as good as Drake. I like her better than Drake, but I don't know if she's a tier above.
Drake is the better DPS for sure.
The 60% charm really just it pisses me off a little bit.
Maybe we'll go with this for now.
Yeah, I guess.
All right. Europe. All right, so keeping it going. More Greek servants. We got Mr. Odysseus. He's pretty cool. AoE, arts, DPS, and farmer. But again, I definitely prefer him as a DPS over a farmer. But he can do both. 11.7k attack puts him also quite a bit above average. That's nice. Double arts, double quick, of course. Gains are very, very good. So hey, he's doing pretty well on the upstairs. That's good. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. The full
downstairs.
Well, okay, I see what you did there. All right. Full party gets 20%.
The page.
Yeah, of course. 20% arts and quick for the full party for 3 turns, and then it's like a targeted skill. The one you target does not get a taunt, so the all other allies get the taunt except for the target. So basically you choose who you want to protect. You're probably going to throw it on your support, most likely. So there's an interesting application. Not a bad skill actually, even if it's kind of basic. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% gauge, he gets 1k absorb for 1 turn, and also charm immune for 5 turns. So he basically, unless some weird skill seal stuff happens, he's basically charm immune. So that's something, that's cool I guess. And you know, a lot of charms happen to be anti-male, so him being male and having this is kind of cool as a bonus. It's an okay skill. There's a bit of downtime for the other 2 effects, but I don't hate it, I guess. Just if you can't make use of the charm immunity, then it's like just not very amazing. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, he gets an invul for 1 turn, 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn, and also 30% defense for 3 turns. Another just pretty solid defensive skill. It's not as good as the Europa one, but it's good. Very good. And the defense up can also work on the invul turn in case they have invul pierce. So it's not just necessarily for the 2 turns after this skill. Not bad. So that's the whole skill set, but honestly, it's not even terrible. Like, sure, it doesn't have the most effects on it, but it has a game plan, though. Passives, we got 17.5% debuff rest, that's nice. 9% quick, also very nice. He's immune to Pigify, so that's literally the only servant that does that is Cersei, because of lore. And then he also gets 10% arts from that, which is awesome, because his arts cards are really good. So passives are actually not bad at all. He's anti-rider.
There's like a boss fight with BB.
Oh, did she do a Pigify as well?
That's long in the past.
Oh, I forgot actually. You
I
might
mean,
be right.
that's in the one of the advancement quests though. It's the gauntlet where like if you hit them, they cycle through different. I don't know if you remember that. I use that for testing a lot. So
yeah, but if you do that one right, you don't have to worry about BB.
Well, I mean, if you don't have a counter class against the leftmost, then you would.
Well, I mean, you can like cycle through them and just take your pick, basically.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, the art stuff at least makes it very good. Anti-rider not really relevant for him. The NP is pretty nice. So before damage, he strips defensive buffs from all the enemies. That's always great to have. And then before damage, he also gets 30% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 70 on max. It's a basic MP, but it's good. Does damage, has good offensive utility as well. I feel like in a lot of ways, he is very similar to the Vinci Rider because he's just a safe DPS, right? He's just a very safe DPS.
Yeah, but he doesn't spam nearly. It's not even
He does
close.
not, yeah.
I think he has spam issues. Like skill one's interesting because like what you can do is
his face cards are still really good though, honestly, for gains.
I don't
guess so.
no, I guess he might not be as spammy as her, but
I mean, that's Da Vinci, so it would be very hard to one up that anyway. But yeah, I still think he spams well, honestly.
Yeah, but like, okay, so his first skill is interesting because you can like taunt 2 people, right? And then you switch one of them to the back. You can keep that one for the 3 turn because I do feel like taunt is sometimes better to like focus on one.
I don't know. It's kind of nice to split maybe some damage, and maybe even if you use Castaway, you can split some special invul hits, so it might make one of her other MPs
I mean, then just don't
a bit
taunt.
less awkward.
Isn't that better?
No, you want the cards for the card types for sure.
Oh well, yeah, but like I don't know. It's an interesting tactical skill, I'd say. But
what you oftentimes do with them,
protective.
you taunt like one and by taunt
you taunt him and then someone else, right? Because he's very defensive.
Yeah, because like he's got his own invuln and then the defense buff, and that's just a really low cooldown skill with like a lot of defensive value.
Yeah,
he's able to protect himself pretty.
I just find myself like every year my opinion of him just keeps dropping though, because like I'm not sure.
My opinion of him has always been that he's just pretty solid. Maybe not top tier, but he's just solid.
He's solid, yeah, but like it's just I don't know when I need that much defense. Like he's so tanky. He's like maybe against.
Well, if there's a lot of buffs, then I feel like he's always a solid pick.
Yeah,
I guess but it's defensive buff removal. It's just it's good. He can bypass stuff, but I don't know. I just like maybe I like more like a clear play because like I'm not just hating on him because he's a tank because I really like. I'm just not gonna hide. I really like Andromeda's playstyle, even though I don't think it's top tier. But like it gives me a clear direction of what to do. Sometimes he's just like you said, he's like safe, but like I kind of don't know what I want to do with him a lot of times. It's just like I don't know. I just like bring another writer to like do something more dramatic. Like he just spam or for damage or for he just I don't know. This is me. I
almost prefer him to Da Vinci Rider because he spams well enough, but he also has that buff removal utility and he does more damage.
Yeah, it's like I think that was my take like last year, but I don't know why.
But I would probably still place both in like A tier personally. Like it's mostly interchangeable, I would say.
Yeah, I personally like him less, but that's just me. But
I don't have much.
You left your What? Who's somebody asked me something? You left your Andromeda phase? What do you mean?
What?
Me? What are you talking about? I don't have an Andromeda. I think he's worse than DVR, but yeah.
Mm.
What do you mean my Andromeda? My Andromeda phase is like what? Because Lack retweeted one run I did. Like that doesn't really count as a phase. Anyways, sorry, that's beyond the point.
I think I'll go with A for now. Even if some people might say he's worse than a Vinci, but I think it's mostly interchangeable. Alright, let's see. We got Nemo next. Briefly mentioned him earlier when we saw some water maps, because, you know, he's the first one that comes to mind when it comes to water maps. Yeah, single target arts DPS, 11.4k attack puts him just above average among 5-star riders. He's double buster, double arts. His gains are good, so he's got that going for him at least the arts cards. Both of them are very good. Per skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 12% attack and MP damage up for 1 turn. And then if there's a water map, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. Water or void space, rather. So yeah, again, much like that, if you don't... This is such a sad skill if you don't have the map. Like, it's such... Like, the only real good effect is the map one. And even then, it's not the craziest, but it certainly would make this skill a lot better if you land that. Unfortunate. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown. He gets the guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 3k revive, 30% battery, and then this on guts activate buff for 1 time 5 turns. So if his guts is procced, he gets 50% gauge. Pretty cool. Although he's an art servant, so proccing guts, you know, harder than you might think, unless you just bring a really scuffed team. It's not a bad skill though.
Just a better version of Shun's third skill.
Yeah, pretty much.
I compare everything.
And this is not even a buffed one. Like this skill is still fine. The guts has a good uptime, which is nice, and it's not a bad revive either. I'm okay with this skill. It's way better than the first one. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown.
Better than Mordred's.
Full party gets 20% arts up for 3 turns, and then hey, if you're on water or void map, they get another 20% for 3 turns, and then you get 15 stars on use. Man, 40% arts up, that's pretty yummy. If you get it. If you don't, then it is what it is. Yeah, that's only 2 examples, and man, you really feel it if you don't hit those 2 already, and that's not even all. That's not even all of the effects. Oh no. Anyway, passives, 11% quick up, not very relevant for him at all. Divinity A, not relevant for anyone. He's got 10% arts crit. That's cool. It doesn't rely too much on crits though. It's mostly a bonus. And then again, if you're on water map or void map, you get 500 damage cut. Not nothing actually. 500 is an okay amount. So you would want that as well. Granted, you take hits. If you don't, then I guess not. But yeah, it's something. It's good. Anti-archer in the append, even against super large. Is there even any archer that's super large? Probably not. So I would probably not mess with this too much. Oh boy, the MP. So again, once you guess it, if you are on water or void map, you get 20% MP damage before damage, and also sure hit. You get those if you have those maps. Otherwise, you just do super effective 150% on super large enemies, and also 10% MP damage for 1 turn before damage on OC base, getting up to 30. It's just so sad if you don't have water or void map, right? It's a lot of effects you're not getting. Even some utility, mostly damage and gains, but even some utility that you and some defense, I guess, from the passive is such a big difference, really. He's the worst example of the map effect.
Here is because he is decently strong. He's like actually very strong if he's in water map.
I agree.
So there is a really like when I see people do like stuff with him, they unironically bring Zhang Jue, the 3-star caster that can set all 3 fields. Like it genuinely is a good support. 4.
Yeah, because he gets a lot from being on a water map.
Being that guy today.
Yeah, he genuinely is. Wait, isn't it burning forest and water side? What's the 4th one?
Is he not water?
Sunlight as well, I believe.
Does he set sunlight? I thought it's just. Oh, he does. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he
Um,
doesn't set night
Zhang Jue
time,
sets the
though,
field
it's
to
just
self
like
only.
Yeah, but that
No,
means it's the whole
it's
map. As long
everywhere.
as he's on the field,
Yeah,
the map is active.
yeah. So people do like unironically bring him and Zhang Jue, and then you can farm his bond. He's a 3-star, and then get his bond C, so it's no longer RNG. But yeah, it's a lot of work, but I do see like
Yeah,
Nemo pulling those some crazy.
fields work. It says it applies the field to self, but that means that he now possesses the field, but the map buffs are global. So as long as he is on the field, doesn't matter if he only has it, he applies it. If you swap him out, then you lose it, yeah. But as long as he's on the field, it is applied. That is a current map effect. So that's how that works.
He's basically a product of like, because like ever since Arcade, they fixed all the map fields to like top right.
Yeah,
Like,
they're displayed
like
there under the turn
Nidocris-
counter.
Yeah, like Nidocris Assassin. You can actually use him with Nidocris Assassin. Nidocris Assassin sets water field, and it's on the top right.
Oh
So
yeah,
she
that's a
can-
new
she can
buff,
do-
right? We're gonna talk about that in a couple
that's
of weeks too.
Yeah, Nidocris Assassin. Obviously, if you look at like Dante doesn't set water, but like Dante's like heaven or hell's fields is also on the top right. So like and Lohis darkness is on top right. So like they
Should show
I
like a
don't-
default map effects there too, right? If a map has sunlight, why not just show it anyway?
true.
Dude?
I
Like
agree.
it only
Yeah,
shows the
this-
ones that are artificially put up there, which is kind of
Yeah,
stupid.
you can like box them and then put them on the right.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
to
box,
show,
just
yeah,
box them. Then we could get the like the
then
distinction.
you'd know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like Zhangju is kind of like a kind of outdated product. Like if they buff him, I hope they also like quality of life him, so his field now is on the top right, so he can like go away, and then it will still be there. But yeah, like legitimately, it's worth bringing a field support with this character. I feel it's just the only one as well. I don't think any other.
Yeah, it gets more attack, arts, MP
maybe
damage,
Sunlight
defense, sure
with, like,
hits.
Ozzy.
Yeah, it's worth.
Yeah, but like for Nemo, definitely Zhangju is like worth. So it's hard because like when you have him and Zhangju and you're hitting like super large, boy, he's crazy, he's so crazy.
Yeah, his potential is massive, no pun intended, but sometimes he's just really sad in comparison to a lot of other single target riders.
So hard to evaluate. I think
Yeah.
Zhangju definitely made
Void
him,
field
like,
is you almost never see that, but again, there are options for
Yeah.
waterman because you only need one of them, so you can mostly
Yeah.
just scratch out void field because that's so rare.
like how good he is very much ties in with like how good the best field support is almost like water field support. So it's kind of hard to evaluate. I think right now we don't have like Zhangju's good, but like he's RNG. If you don't have Bond 10, we don't have like the best water field. Like if in the future they gave who's a like a good support but not meta. I don't know. Like not like meta. I don't know, like Jean.
Waver.
Waiver.
Yeah,
if,
Waiver
if they
is
give
one.
if they gave waiver, I mean, there's a legend of him like scamming people with ships, scamming their arrows with a ship. So like, what if they give waiver? Apply water field. Then suddenly Nemo would be a lot better, right? Like then you'd be, oh man, with waiver he's fucking crazy. But right now it's just kind of.
I think he might actually come up from last year.
I think yeah. I think yeah. I don't know.
We were kind of harsh on him. Like it's not the hardest thing ever to hit, but you do want to hit it. Otherwise, you don't bring him. There's no point.
Please no. Please don't make Castoria apply all fields. Holy shit.
The avatar.
If Castoria applies water, Nemo would instantly be an EX.
Yeah, he would be like the.
Oh my
he would
God.
probably he would do more damage than Ozzy at that point.
Oh no, that'd be crazy.
All right, I would say maybe. Do we go? Is B plus or A?
It's very crowded.
I
I think he's better than Kets. I like him better than Kets just because he can
Yeah,
become good.
the potential is not the hardest to hit, and at that point he's way better.
I feel like B plus is all right.
Yeah.
B plus.
Like
Yeah, he has potential.
He's just way too reliant on the map.
More water side supports. Like
Yeah.
right now, it's basically Zhang Jue with an 80% chance, and then Tlaloc is basically the next most
Van Gogh
supportive
should
one.
apply Void.
That's an
Oh,
interesting idea,
shit.
actually.
Van Gogh apply Void, yeah.
Why did actually that
Okay,
should have
but
been
they
her
do it
buff
the
instead of the one
Lancer.
that she got. They should have done that. And then, although I guess they wouldn't do that for another character because Van Gogh has no void field synergy, and the only character that has any synergy is Nemo, so that would be kind of weird. Although, would it be weird? They were introduced in the same event, Imaginary Scramble. Maybe it would make sense to be a lore buff instead. You know, maybe it could have been a thing.
That would have been cool.
Yeah,
that could have been a thing.
Anyway,
they could have also made Ket's scale with Sun. Actually, no, dude. The more I think about it, it's so sad because it's like Ozzy and
sunlight on the field, the more damage she.
No, let's say that if the map is Sunfield, she gets like a permanent attack up every turn. That's like 10% or something. That would be sick.
Oh boy.
Like something like that. That would be so cool. Like just permanently gain buffs every turn. Maybe some small numbers, but they could be cool. They should just shit like that. She absorbs the light. Anyway, we'll go with the B plus for now. Oh boy, next up. Oh, this is a big one. We got Taikoubou, AoE, quick DPS support farmer. He can do many things. He's very similar to Dome on a lot of things. 11.6k attack puts him above average as well, which is cool because he can DPS himself too or farm, so attack being higher is nice. Double arts, double quick, and his gains on base they're fine. They're not as good as some of the other ones, but they're good. They're still fine. First skill, 7 turn cooldown. The full party gets 15% quick attack and MP damage for 3 turns. Now that is a nice trifecta. Yes, the downtime is real, but man, when you have these, you are 11 life. Also, a reason why double Taikoubou is also a thing sometimes. You just stack all the different damage buffs. Let's go. Honestly, still a good skill despite the downtime, just because of the nice mixed buffs. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get skill sealed for 1 turn, and then he himself gets 50% anti-divine and 50% anti-demonic damage for 3 turns, separate power mods. Also, I guess this is the reason why people gotta try to farm with Bazette, because of you can skill seal twice. If you bring 2 Taikoubous. It's mostly coping, but yeah, I wanted to just mention it.
If you want to do that, you're better off with Arc. Arc actually charges her more.
Oh yeah, probably.
Oh yeah, true. Like I actually did use Bazette to farm a couple of really rough foreigner 90 pluses.
15% on 7 turns kind of. I don't think so. All of these apply to MP. That's 45% damage on team wide. The only downside is the bad thing is the downtime. But man, that's a lot of buffs. You might seem low because individually, but you gotta this is a full AoE 3 of X, right? It's not smaller. It's actually huge, if anything.
Yeah, for multi-core, you could we all double Taikoubou obviously, but you could also just use him as single. I've used him as a single. Just mid-wave clear, not even hitting trade with his second skill, but that's just because I have a quick single target that's taking care of 1 and 3.
And also, like I said, these are multiplicative buffs. They're in the different categories, so it's even better for damage. Yeah. Anyway, the second skill, back to that, both divine and demonic actually common, so chances are if you're farming with him, it's not even rare to hit one of them. You're probably not going to hit 2. You can sometimes hit 2, but you're probably going to hit one of them, and 50% ain't nothing to scoff at, so it's actually not a bad skill still. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets 30% himself, and then the full party gets 20, so it's basically a 50 for him and 20 for everyone else. It's just basic but good. And again, if you bring 2, it's pretty easy to just spread a lot of batteries. It's a basic but good skill set, really. It just works. Again, there's a game plan here. Only passive is 11% quick up, but at least it's a good one. It's a really good one for him, so could be worse. He's anti-forder, unless they're demonic and divine, I would probably not do it, or they would at least have to be divine because of his MP.
It's a meme. It's just anti-Koyan Dark.
Oh yeah,
because Koyan Dark's divine.
Oh wow, that is funny. Yeah. Oh shit.
This is actually anti-Koyan Dark.
You know who actually takes more damage? Shooting caster. He wouldn't use.
Oh yeah, because counterclass, of course.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely a meme.
Welcome to the club of being the one servant that takes bonus damage from literally everything.
Shooten and Ibukis, man, it's so good. Durga hits double trade. It's so good, man.
More so shooting though, because she's also Earth, and there's so
And
many
Oni.
anti-Earth servants.
Yeah, good luck with that.
But then she's not giant, I guess.
Right, the MP, it's very basic, but it works. So does super effective against divine enemies, 150 flat, no scaling. And then the overcharge is base minus 20% quick res down for all enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 40. It is after damage, but it's a good OC though, especially for bosses. That is some ramp up right there. It just works. I mean, against divine, he hits single target damage. He even better, honestly. He just hits really hard against divine, this guy. That's why he's so relevant in multicore. He has spread buffs, spread batteries. He's just really good. Like even as a DPS, he's good. As a farmer, he's good. Multicore, yeah. He's just really good.
Yeah. I think he was one of my like top recommended for like SSR ticket just because.
Oh yeah, because he's permanent. You can pick him. Yeah, he's a really solid pick.
Yeah. It's like maybe not overall because like he in terms of like if you want to use him as a main DPS when you're not against divine, it's kind of hard. Like even against demonic, sometimes it feels a little bit hard to justify because like he has like long cooldowns and a lot of party wide effects that doesn't really help Scotty. May a little bit with the charge, but like but like in terms of like just owning a copy or two for like just convenience sake, like oh what if suddenly there's just gonna be this one like lotto farming or something and he's gonna be super good and then you're gonna feel like man
surprisingly often usable in farming.
Yeah, because there's so many divines. This is like random divine crap.
Also, somebody in the chat said most of the foreigners are divine. Append 3 is excellent for him. I disagree because foreigner is still a rare as hell class. All the other 4 appends are way better on him. You should pick those first. So unless you have a fat copy like fully maxed out, I would pick the anti-class last. I guess you could swap, but I still feel like all the other 4 are just better.
Like if I'm farming, I'm swapping the cooldown reduction one to the foreigner maybe. OC4 is like 99.9% ruler theme. It's Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, now that we got foreigner class go early as well.
Yeah, it's just not gonna be foreigner OC. I'm sorry. But yeah, he is. I don't know if it's like I think he's at least A+. But like,
I would make an argument for EX still like last year.
Yeah, it's like
oh I forgot we put him in EX.
We did.
It's hard because like as an overall servant, like he's not as good as Ivan like overall, right? But like in terms of like usage, he's
more flexible and versatile.
He probably beats Ivan because of farming, right? But so it's like difficult. It's a difficult question. If they buff him, if they made him like the de facto quick spread charge multi-core support, like I've been waiting for that for the longest time for him to get a buff and for him to be like the quick like Tez or Koyan Dark, and then they made Lohis.
But it would make sense, right? Because he's literally Chinese Merlin. He says he could be a Grandcaster as well, right?
Yeah,
like he's Chinese Merlin, so it wouldn't be. They should make him the big quick support.
Yeah, maybe they could make him like party wide 30 at least. That would kind of distinguish him from Lohi. Like it's give him the Tez charge.
He's just like everything you want for multi-core at minus 10% charge.
Yeah. I even with Lohi exist, I almost want to still put a bit EX.
Sure, I agree. I think it's fine.
I like him a lot.
I don't care. Really.
It's a low EX, but an EX nonetheless. Okay. Oh dude. Boy. It's time. Oh. This is the biggest change in the entire freaking list. Most servants may be a plus, up, minus, or some even a full tier up or down. This one is gonna be the big change for sure. Okay.
Bro, my savior. I use him so much.
We're gonna talk about Constantine in a very different tone. Someone should make an edit of like the our segment from last year of Constantine and then this segment right after. It would be so funny. Anyway, there he is. Michael himself. 10.9k attack is not the highest, but most people at this point would just bring him as a support anyway. I was kind of trying to defend him a little bit, saying, yeah, he can do a bit of DPSing as well. I still think he can do a bit of DPSing, but especially now, you probably just bring him for a support, which is totally fine. Deck-wise, double Buster, double Arts, and his gains are good. That's very great, considering how much you want his MP now. So, hey, that's nice. Good gains. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 50% MP gain for 1 turn. a taunt for 1 turn, and 20 stars on use. Again, much like Achilles, sadly, the MP gain doesn't help with the hits from the taunt, but it definitely helps with his really good MP gain on base. So if you hit some arts crits with this, yeah, it's over. You're good. Stars definitely help with that too. And taunt obviously great for him because he has a lot of defense in his kit, including the MP, most notably. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. The full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% buster for 3 turns, and all Roman allies get 30% crit for 3 turns, including himself because he is a Roman. But even if your other allies are not Roman, they at least get that 40% from the attack and buster combined. Still pretty good. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets 30% gauge, 30% crit damage, and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. And then this on death activation buff for 3 turns. So if he dies, the ally it's like so when it says last, it's always the one closest to the right. Is it right? Instead of, because the first is from the left and last is from the right, right?
The rightmost. Yes.
Yeah, so like a lot of these effects are from the
from
the left because they're the first, but he's actually from the last. So whoever happens to be the rightmost servant, they get 30% gauge, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So they copy the effects basically and refresh them on whoever happens to be the rightmost one after him. So it's interesting. Can have some esports use as well in case he dies. He's kind of hard to kill though, to be honest. He's pretty tanky. Yeah, so it's mostly just a bonus if it happens. But
you need bosses with like buff removal on attack.
Yeah,
like that happened recently, but like,
and you would have to bring him on like an assassin node, which you can because again he's picked as a support. So
yeah.
Also, someone says, does it work with guts? It does not. This only works on death. So unless if you're still alive, it doesn't work. You have to perish and it works.
Yeah, you can't farm this. Give him a bunch of guts. He keeps farming this. It's kind of funny.
Anyway, the skill set is fine. It's not crazy. It's fine. It works. The MP is the real prize here, if anything. All right. First passive, 9% quick up is okay. Helps with getting that MP a little bit faster. 18% debuffers is fine. Granted, you want him to stay alive and avoid debuffs. 7.2% crit. If you DPS with him, sure. If not, it's not very relevant, is it? Anti-archer, again, would not DPS on neutral with him. But you might bring him on neutral anyway, just as a support. So it could be a bonus, but you probably want the other appends anyway. Before that. So then the MP. Okay. So full party, let's talk MP1 first, I guess. 30% buster up for 3 turns. Full party gets an invul for what attack 3 turns, and this is a special kind of invul, not Castoria special invul, that stacks with other invuls. That's really cool. And then all Roman allies get a 5k damage cut for 1 turn, so unless they get hit by a really hard MP, they aren't going to take any damage, including him, by the way, because again, he's Roman. And then overcharge, full party, 100% defense for 1 turn, scaling all the way up to 200%, so yeah, you're pretty safe unless they ignore defense. And then full party 20% MP damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling all the way up to 40%. So what do you know? He actually gives your party members a lot of damage now. Between the second skill and this, that's quite a bit of buff. And you get the trifecta of attack, buster, MP damage. And he's good at keeping people alive too, which is nice. So
the interesting thing about the invul, because I specifically tested it, number one is the one that more people know is if you use this with Cuckoo, it turns into like the special.
Yeah, it still works
invul,
like that,
and it stacks with her special invul as well.
Almost said it.
And the second thing I think is actually more relevant is this is always shielded by other invuls. So if you
it doesn't, you don't get scammed basically, right?
Yeah, and then you use Merlin's illusion afterwards. The Merlin's illusion would shield these because these
so
last
like turn-based invuls would always take priority regardless of the order. Is that what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
I think I tested it by like using the MP and then having some of them not.
That is actually a big difference in a good way. Yeah.
So I'm like 99% sure. I might need to retest it, but I remember testing it when this first came out, so it's really good.
Yeah, this would be a shield or MP, like someone in chat says.
Dude, it's like the craziest glow up.
It is.
Go. Like one single buff, and then he just went from everyone, or almost everyone, disliked his gameplay to him being like arguably the best buffer for Buster NP damage. I know people will argue Oberon, but like in a
I mean,
vacuum, this guy gives more than Oberon.
Mhm.
this is like Himiko, but with like defensive support. And it's so if you look up my there's a chat I specifically talk to people when like discussing how to minturn something. The most thing I ask for this year is, do you have your MP5 Constantine with the overcharge boost CE? I ask for that all the time. It is so useful. Like whenever I need to push MP damage, it's just this. And then like there are like if you have certain units, like I use Cohen Dark a lot, she has like party charge. She gives him overcharge as well. The party charge can help him use his MP multiple times, and like his taunt also helps him use his MP multiple times. Like
and his
gain
good
boost doesn't
gains in
apply.
general.
Yeah, his good gains. He has a battery himself. There are so many runs.
He's
I
a
did this
rider.
year.
He gets crits easier for better gains.
Yeah, it's only possible because I had Constantine. Because like there's no other way to push MP damage for a Buster unit as much as this character. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It's such a insane I mean, I guess it's to be expected. They made a self-buffing servant, like all the self-buffs, AoE, and then they added another effect. Right? Like he didn't have any MP damage of
Yeah,
Odyssey.
this overcharge was a big addition.
They added so many effects. This is insane. It's crazy. He can help you tank like info pierce MPs just because the 100% attack up, the defense up. Sorry, crazy.
Yeah, great damage
The
support,
invuln-
great protection.
The invuln, like it functions so well with his first skill as well, because what you do, like you use it, you use his first skill and you use his NP, and then like he gets his NP between like the NP gain buff and cards and getting attacked, and he's the only person that takes any of the hits. So next turn you
Save
can
it.
either NP again, and then your team has 2 hits of invuln,
Yeah, you can stack
or
it with
you
self.
can take an AoE and P
Wait,
and
this
he
is-
dies.
Yeah,
It functions
it's
so
well. It's a nice train.
Wait, does it stack with itself? I actually never tested that.
I would
thought
assume
it's
so.
other.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it
Yeah,
does.
I assume
I
this
thought
line
it was like
means like it's the
stack-
same as
true.
guts. Like if you have stackable guts, you can stack it with
true,
other
yeah,
stackable
yeah.
guts, and it still would function with the normal guts afterwards.
True.
It's like
Because
it's
they
just
fixed
it's
the-
fully stackable. There's no cap, right?
True. I think Tyra used to have like specifically the stackable guts doesn't stack with the stackable guts. But
Yeah,
then I
if
think
they would have
they
to
fixed it.
specify it separately if there is a limitation to the stack. But if it
Yeah,
says
they
stackable
fixed
with invuls, there is no limit to how much you can stack this one with other invuls, including this by itself.
Yeah, true. It's just insane. I did this is like premium.
So,
Buster support.
what do you guys say then?
I mean, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
I am.
That's so crazy, right?
I'm considering MP5.
That's so
but it is
funny.
5%
Like
more
that's
Buster,
this
just
is
two
this
more
is the
copies.
biggest glow up ever. Like Otto was saying, so funny.
Yeah,
Insane.
yeah, I'm
crazy.
down for EX.
He went
like,
from a laughing stock to a really desired support.
I mean, to me personally, I mean, obviously that's because how I play the game. He is the best writer.
Last year he was, I believe, B plus, and that was only because I really wanted to give him a nice.
Yeah, that
these
was,
guys wanted to see him
people
even
thought it
lower,
was
and I don't
too
blame them.
high.
He wasn't the best. That was mostly because of me.
Hey! I was defending him too.
Oh, you
okay?
were? Okay.
Like,
I don't have to get into this because I think I was full on shitting on it.
I mean, that's fair to be honest. I don't blame you for saying that last year.
Is he better than Reines?
Yeah.
I mean, Reines is easier to spam MP. Like Reines is like
If you
easier to
need
spam
more
per
red
MP.
damage, you pick Constantine.
Yeah, Constantine's for like damage. Like even though he still protects your team, like he gives the most like Buster MP damage. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, we did it. There he is. It's crazy. All right, with 3 more
Insane,
to
bro.
go. Next up, we're going to talk about Bakin. Someone in chat asked if we already covered Bakin during that. So, yeah, good timing for you, I
I
guess.
forgot she was after him.
Yeah. They were pretty close by, I'm pretty
Here I
sure.
am with a 120, and I forgot.
I mean, Constantine basically released this year right? Like, come on, he didn't really
Okay,
release.
dude, okay.
I'm joking.
Anyway, yeah, Kyokte Bakin, AoE, arts, DPS, and a farmer bit, but I honestly, again, I kind of prefer her as a DPS as well, especially because there's some probably better farming arts loopers out there. Attack-wise, 10.7k, sadly not very flattering. That is a good amount under average when it comes to her peers. 2 arts, 2 quick on the deck. Gains on base, actually not very good looking. But yeah, it is what it is. 6 hit extra though.
She has some of the worst gains that we've seen here.
Yeah,
Like,
unfortunately.
as far as hold on. I believe. Wait, I gotta do the math right quick.
Oh, I can keep going meanwhile.
She has a worse quick card than Astolfo, unfortunately.
That's wild. That's so wild. Oh no. Luckily, her kit at least is way better. So it's nice.
She has more. She has things that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to make up for that. Speaking of which, skills. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% battery. Allies besides her get 10% and then 15 stars on use. So it's like a mini Taikoubou third skill with a shorter cooldown and some stars as well. It's alright. You know, not bad. Everyone gets something. Second skill, this is the fun one. So, 8 is the meme with her because of Hakken and the 8 dogs and whatnot. Got 8 effects. On a 6-turn cooldown, you have a targeted skill. The target gets a 20% rainbow, 20% crit damage, MP damage, 1k heal. They get a evasion for 1 hit, 3 turns, and debuff immune for 1 time, 3 turns. I mean, it's pretty good. It's just a lot of stuff that's nice. Yeah, and it's pretty cool that it's targeted. It didn't have to be, but yeah, sure. It's a good skill. It's good. Not even a bad downtime, to be honest, considering how much you get out of it. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, so more arts if you so choose to. Then she gets this on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she uses an arts card, including her MP, it's not just normal cards, the full party gets 5% attack for 3 turns. Sadly, after damage, I think with 5% it could have been before damage, but oh well. So it's like everyone gets a little bit more attack when she just presses her favorite card. Is pretty cool, but otherwise just not the best skill ever.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not just like 10% for herself.
Yeah, why is it it's fine that the second skill is targeted, but if this is like, why is this a full AoE in particular?
But good thing about it though is it works on her NP. So
yeah, it does work. Even if it's after damage, it still does proc another 5%. Yeah. Overall, the skill set is fine. It's actually not bad at all. It's okay. I don't hate it. 8% quick on the first passive. Well, her quicks are not the best, so, but something. 17.5% the debuff res is pretty cool. Divinity C doesn't do anything at all. She's anti-forder, which I don't know about that. Well, I guess some of them might be evil. Then you might be like, sure, you can try something. But yeah, otherwise, nah. The MP, so before damage, she gets 30% anti-demonic power mod for 1 turn. She gains 8 stars on use, because again, there's the 8 again. And then she does super effective against evil enemies. 150 base on overcharge, 200 max, the standard range. I mean, anti-evil is not the worst thing to have, I guess. It's alright.
Good coverage.
Demonic is also okay. Granted, it's not a huge amount, and it's only 1 turn. I feel like they could have made that ramp up, for instance. But oh well. 8 stars is also not a whole lot, but it's a cool bonus, I guess. I think Bakin is fine, but I don't think she's like anything remarkable in any area, really. Not sure how her damage is against evil. I'm assuming it's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, at that point, she's probably worth picking. But I'm not sure. Would you pick her without evil on the enemy?
She has Yui synergy.
Yeah, her Yui synergy is no joke. Like, her being arts with rainbow buff, it's
yeah. I think the best Yui synergy has always been arts with rainbow, just because like Yui gives a lot of crit and arts don't have a lot of good source from like arts doesn't have a good source of crit buffs like Avalon 1 turn. Pope Joan only crit buffs, nothing else. Like
for arts.
yeah. Anyways, yeah, for arts. Yeah, it's not generic. Anyway, sorry for cutting in. Go.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I kind of struggled with this a while back because like you look at what she like how she compares to the other two, which is uh like you got
Odysseus and Da
Odysseus,
Vinci, right?
who's more offensive utility, and then you got Da Vinci, who's more team support and team spam, team NP spam, and then Bakin is like her gains are just like definitively worse. Her refund isn't that it isn't that great. It looks a little bit better because you use her
Casters,
against
right?
casters, but it's just like it's kind of meh. Um, and it, but what I ended up reconciling it with is like she's just really solid at damage. Like even though her second skill is a lot of small numbers, it adds up to be pretty good numbers in total.
Mm-hmm.
And then like also Yui, you throw Yui on there, she gets a lot of crit damage. She gets a lot of like it's a good boost to her
MP
MP damage.
damage. Yeah.
And then she has super effective. She has special attack buff on her NP. It's like, and then it also harkens back to something I said earlier. There's really not very many servants in the AOE art, AOE writers in general that have like niches that help them push damage really hard. And like that's her thing. Like she's able to do that. And also you can force her niche, which I can't really say about the other ones.
Oh,
I
Moriarty.
guess
Yeah, ruler Moriarty.
look,
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 here's the sad part.
might.
Here's
It's
no,
not
here's this.
that much of a meme, okay? Like,
Honestly,
No,
it's a little
not
bit
a meme.
better
I
because
agree.
he's even better with
His
art turns
arts.
because of his AOE
Yeah.
art shred.
No, I was just laughing
and his
because
first skill.
if I was gonna use an AOE arts with Yui, I'd just use Moriarty.
Oh yeah, he has the rainbow
Because
too. Yeah, yeah,
he
yeah.
has an upgraded
Well,
MP.
you see, that's the thing. You can use them both. She buffs the whole
Yeah,
party.
true. Oh yeah,
So
true. Actually, it's not like a
Honestly,
single
that sounds like a
trigger or
fun
anything.
comp, if anything.
Yeah, Yui, Moriarty, the Bakin. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fun.
yeah,
So
might
I
do
feel like
something
honestly
that.
she could probably be A tier as well. Like these three are semi interchangeable. Like she does the most damage out of the three. Her gains are definitely worse, but at least she does more damage than the two. So it
I
really
like her the
depends
most
on the
because of
fight
damage.
scenario. Like which one do you prefer? I feel like they all have their cases, you know.
Yeah. She does need like external synergy and hitting traits, so it's like technically circumstantial, but it's still really good. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go with they as well. Look at them. They're a nice little trio over there. 2 more to go, so now we enter servants that NA does not have. Someone I'm kind of hyped for this year as well. We got the Mr. Takeda Shingen, the man, the myth, the legend. AoE, a buster, DPS. I guess you could try farming as well, but I can like DPS more here this time. 11.1k attack is not the most flattering amount. It does put him ever so slightly above average, but nothing impressive. I guess he's the only rider that's full buster, right? Yeah. Unless there was a low star. Yeah, there's no low star like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's full red. Very rare for a rider. His gains cards are both good. There's obviously only 2 of them, but they are good. At least the arts card is very solid. So there's that. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack and targeted -1 cooldowns. Pretty cool. I would say this is worth the +1 cooldown compared to a normal charisma. You have that nice utility. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% buster for 3 turns, 50% battery, and 20 stars on use. I mean, it's just good. All the stuff that he wants, right? He wants to crit, he gets stars. He wants to MP, you get gauge. He's red, you get red. So yeah, it works. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets an invul for 3 attacks, 3 turns, 600 damage cut for 3 turns flat, and then 30% MP gen for 3 turns. I mean, that's just another really solid defensive skill that's not awkward to use again. Like this, Europa, and Odysseus, some real solid defensive skills right there. Very good. It's a pretty good skill set, even if it's kind of based on the effects. Just a lot of good shit. And especially if you use the cooldown on himself, it's a 5/5/5. So at that point, it's actually definitely solid. Good. Passives, 10% quick up. Not the biggest deal, but cool to have, I guess. But wait, so wait, why doesn't Summer Carmilla have this then? Because he also rides a car? I don't get it. Well, maybe I guess
he rides a horse.
Yeah, I guess there's horses too. So it's like it's really like it's like if you ride only one vehicle, it's not enough. You need to have like a vehicle that's a boat as well, or you ride a horse as well or something. Then you get a riding, right?
Does
It's so
Kenshin
weird.
have riding?
I don't know actually.
She rides a motorbike that turns into a horse. Actually, no.
Wait, does Koya and Light have riding? No, right? She has a motorcycle on her extra.
No, she does not. She
Okay.
has,
So
she
yeah,
has, like,
motorcycle is
5
never
passives.
enough for
Oh wait,
riding.
no, she does. She has riding.
Wait, she
V.
does. Wait, so now Kintoki Rider is even more dumb then. Okay, whatever.
No,
I
she
give
has
up
a
on this
tank.
trade, dude.
Someone,
No, bro,
someone,
tank.
Oh,
someone
it's
said it
the other
earlier,
vehicle, yeah.
Someone said it earlier. Apparently in lore he traded it for a blessing or something.
Oh.
Okay.
I
I haven't read the story. Maybe they
don't
mentioned
know
it or
how
something.
works,
Yeah.
but
Where's the blessing, bro?
Well,
Where'd
he
it
got
go?
an A rank passive,
it's
so it's
magic
something.
resist.
Yeah,
I
speaking
mean,
of which,
okay, 120% is pretty good. I like the resist. Anyway,
yeah, 12.5% debuffers. There it is. I mean, it could be higher, but it's something. Then he gets 5% arts up and 10% crit resistance. Not a bad passive, actually. I actually like this more than a normal territory creation in him, because yes, it's less arts, but he only has 1 arts card, so I'd rather have the crit resistance as well then. He's anti-ruler, which is very unfortunate. Let's just say that. Thank you, Kenshin, for that. For those that don't know their rivals in, like, history.
why not Lancer, bro? At least.
But it has to be Uesugi. It can't be the childhood version. It has to be Uesugi, okay? Because they're the ones that match the age and whatnot, okay?
Yeah, it can't be.
They're the ones who
Kagetora.
fought. He didn't fight Kagetora when he was a kid or whatever. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, the MP then. So before damage, funnily enough, it doesn't have to be, unless we get a C at some point that gives you like seal damage or something. All enemies get MP sealed for 1 turn. So it's guaranteed AoE seal. I mean, it can still be resisted, but 100% on base. That's pretty cool. Then also before damage, all enemies get minus 20% rainbow resistance shred for 20% 1 turn. It's down to 40%. It's not ramp up, but it's before damage. It's full rainbows. That's pretty cool, actually. It's not bad at all. And I like the MP seals, so 8 hits is also not bad. He can actually generate a good amount of stars from his MP as well.
Yeah, and he can like kind of spam if he gets some mighty. Like I
mean, mighty is like an auto refund almost on him.
Yeah. I tried it, but like I like his triple buster, even though he doesn't have a lot of tools to get like hard damage in his kit other than the star.
Yeah, crit damage is the one thing that's missing, really.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
I mean, it's not like Buster really needs. It's not like Buster supports are lacking in crit damage, but
yeah, I guess
he's interesting. He's a bit overlooked a lot because
I think he's a bit underrated. Yeah, he's actually not bad at all. Yep. He doesn't get. I never see anyone talk about him.
He can also do the Aresh BG loop, the double Oberon thing, because he has a 5-turn cooldown, 50 battery.
Yeah.
You can do VOO. I don't know. Yeah, OOV. There it is. So I'm not necessarily the best thing ever, to be honest, but like, hey, it's a thing. It's a thing. Kid's playing. Yeah, he has like 3-hit invul. It's like, and generally short cooldown.
He's a good safe buster AoE DPS really because of the third skill.
Yeah. And his gorilla deck allows him to push damage, which is what I really like. Just being safe but also having the ability to push damage. I actually like him better than like Francis Drake, for example.
I think I prefer him to Drake as well. Yeah.
It's
is he A tier?
Wow,
as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's A+, but
yeah,
that's a lot of A's. Maybe
I mean, it is what it is. Rider is not a bad class, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just a very
I like
basic
him.
and straightforward class, but it happens to have fairly good, average standards.
For the record, I would have put him down half a tier if he didn't have Gorilla
Damn.
Deck.
Yeah,
Put
it's
him
nice,
down like a
honestly.
dog.
Well, I would have put him out of his misery if he didn't have Triple Buster. I'm just
Okay.
joking.
Damn.
Did you have
No,
anything
I
to
mean-
add, Otto, to Takeda?
I don't think I have that much to add. I mean, I know people hate double Oberon, but like when it's going from 0% to 300% instead of 100% to 200% to 300%, then it can be actually worthwhile. He's all right. We didn't give him a very favorable ranking on our tier list, so I'm kind of
Oh.
surprised.
What did you
I
put
don't
him
know,
I
on?
maybe
forgot.
Rio
Where do we
has-
put him?
We put him on
I
like
for-
+1.
Wait, what does that
Oh.
mean? What is that scale?
No,
it's
it's 0,
like
1,
0 through
1 to
5.
4. Oh no, there's
Or
no
4.
0, 1 to
4.
4, and he was a
Yeah, there's 5
1
ranks.
plus?
No, we put most people in 1. I think. No,
Unless
I think
zero
it's
is the
Sony.
best
we
one. Is
put
that the
most in
best one?
2 or 3.
No,
It's-
Auto. It's
Dude.
not class. It's all Buster AOE's. Of course, these are
Okay,
one.
okay, then it's
Dude, we
maybe
have like
fine.
Cuckoo, Koya, not Koya. Well, yes, Koya, but like
Okay, if it's
Cuckoo,
all
Todiko,
servants ever for Buster AoE, then yeah, sure, maybe.
Arjuna
Okay.
Alter, yeah, he's
Yeah,
the one out of
okay.
all Buster AOE's.
Is the standard that low for AoE?
Okay, dude.
Right? I mean, dude,
Better
look,
rest.
if you think of all the broken AoE busters, we touched a little bit of them in archers. We barely touched any in sabers, and we also didn't touch any in riders. Like when you when you think about broken AoE buster, it's all in like berserker and extra class. It's like insane. It's fucking power.
It is
power creep.
sad,
You got
but it is what it
Tiamat.
is.
You got like what the fuck? We got no, we did no Lancer. We touched a lot of Lancers there, right? Melusine and Romulus, right? Like Eresh. Like we
Yeah, I
we
feel
touched
like-
a lot of high tiers in that. But
I
like
feel like Ivan's pretty good still.
yeah, I mean we did. I mean Ivan's in EX. We didn't put him in 1. He's definitely not in 1. He's like a lot higher than 1, I think. But
Also, someone asked why is Serve more in D? She only has refund. You don't need refund in 2025. You can do so much better than that. Upgrade your
can put her
standards,
in-
man.
you can put her in D plus. But I'm be real.
Nah, I'm not putting her in D.
I
plus.
like. I'm gonna be real. I'd rather put
Yeah.
Santa Alter in D plus.
They're all
No,
nice and
I'm
D,
actually,
okay?
I'm not joking. Actually, by the way. Anyways,
Mhm.
but
Damn.
yeah.
Anyway, we got
Yeah,
one
that's
more
very high.
servant to talk about. I feel like we all kind of like her. I hope. She's gonna.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not. I'll be honest. The gameplay wise, I know I'm not necessarily. I like it, but I mostly like her because she's a hot tan blonde waifu.
oh, true. Drawn by lag.
Yeah.
I actually really like her gameplay. It's just like.
I
it's
mean, I don't hate the
satisfying
gameplay either,
getting
to
a
be
bunch of
honest.
crits.
But I mostly just like her because of the aesthetics. Although third ascension is way too dank, bro. But 1 and 2, hell yeah, bro.
I love
Okay.
1. I think 1's my favorite. The wings.
I'm not sure which one I
Weird.
prefer, 1 or 2, but both are cool. Anyway,
think I can-
Andromeda then. Yeah, last servant we're going to cover today. So we got an AoE quick DPS. I guess you could buy farm with her too, but I feel like most people would just pick her as a DPS, right? Sadly, the lowest attack, right? Ever so barely
I
above
think
10k,
so.
but luckily there is some things to make up for it. But on base, 10k is just very unfortunate. Double arts, double quick on the deck, and her gains are fine. They're fine, at least on base. Yeah, they're just fine. First skill, 6 turn cooldown. She gets 15 stars on use, 15 stars per turn for 3 turns, 1k damage cut for 3 turns flat, and then a 30% battery. I mean, that's just a nice skill, right? I mean, come on. What? That's just actually very solid. 1k damage cut, that's a lot. Battery, we got stars instantly and quite a bit regen. But yeah, it's good. It's a good skill. Second skill on also 6 turn cooldown. She gets a taunt for 3 turns, yes. Then she gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive. Then this on defense buff for 3 turns. So whenever she takes a hit for these 3 turns, she gets 10% gauge and 10% crit damage for 3 turns. Very cool. So this is also one of the reasons why her attack is low, I'm presuming, because this can offer some good ramp up for damage, most notably for crits. Pretty good skill. pairs nicely with the damage cut as well. So unless the enemy crits you hard or somehow has class advantage over you, you're probably not going to feel too much pain because they both match the cooldown and they're both 3 turns. So it's just, oof, it feels good, man.
Mm-hmm.
All right, third skill then. On also 6-turn cooldown to complete the trifecta, she gets 30% arts and quick for 3 turns and also 30% MP damage for 3 turns. I mean,
it's actually good, I guess.
I think it's a good skill. You get her main card types and then the MP damage as well to help with the low attack. Like, honestly, it's one of the better dual card buffs we've seen, I think, which doesn't say a whole lot, but I still like this skill. I think it's good.
I mean, 30-30 and then MP damage is nice.
Like, if it was all 20, I would be like, but it's all 30, so I'm like, that's the difference.
Thank you for the amazing insight.
You should see the camera movement as well. Okay, but yeah, I think her kit is actually very solid. It's one of the better SSR kits we've seen for riders. Most of the riders have kind of boring kits. This one actually not bad at all. Okay, passive. We got some passives too. 11% quick up, great. Main card type, love it. 15% debuff rest. Also bonus value because again, single target debuffs land on taunts. So nice to have some resistance. Then she has this on guts activate too. So whenever a guts is procced on her, she gets 10% attack up. So another reason why I'm pretty sure her attack is very low. Pretty nuts as a passive, right? That's just a permanent effect. So yeah, okay. Sure, dude. And then, what is that? Oh, yeah, she had a water. I forgot about this. So if you have water map, you get 5% gauge per turn. It's not a make or break, though, like Nemo. It's just nice to have if you have it, but it's not like, you desperately need that one. All right. Anti-Berserker on the append. Love to see it, of course. Very good. Although tanking Berserkers is a bit harder, but still, you love to see it for the damage side. MP. She AoE damage. Then she does a skill seal on enemies for 1 turn. She gets 50% defense up for 1 turn. Again, great with the taunt. And then before damage, minus 20% defense on all enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 40. Love that it's before damage, because again, she needs all of this stuff to compensate for the lower attack. But she has a lot of compensation for it, so that's great. Actually, it's just a kit that has a lot of synergy, right? Yeah. It's just so much synergy. The skill seal here is
intentional as well. So
because then they hit you, so you get more benefits from the on-defense buff. Yeah, very good. That's a tight package for his... like, normally we see, like, synergy between skills, but this is not just skills. This is the MP included. It's the whole 9 yards. Like, it's just so much synergy. Like, she protects the team, and then she ramps herself up at the same time. It's a cool little concept that just works, right? I feel like when she was released, I'll be the first to admit, I don't think she was all that amazing in my eyes, but I feel like now that I'm looking at her better, I think she's actually pretty good. Like,
she's very fun. Like she can, if she can tank, like if she can like not die, which I mean, damage cut plus defense up is the golden.
And
combo.
The guts helps too.
Yeah, and then she would just basically spam MP every turn. Right? Like she doesn't necessarily even need to like pick like a brave chain. Because like enemy charges her a lot. And she gets a lot of crit up from it, even though she doesn't have the Buster deck to do it. But maybe she wants ours for MP spam. It's just like. Oh, sorry.
It's just she's got a good her deck actually works. For what she does, she ramps really good. Like she just builds up her damage over time because she's getting
defense
like
down as well.
crit per turn, then 30% defense down per turn. And she's just really good for damage, and she defends the team at the same time.
Her problem is just like I think against casters you would never have to worry, but like her problem is like. When I try to use her against neutrals, sometimes she still gets beat to death through the defense. But I mean, I guess that's my fault for bringing her neutral against like a critting boss or something. But
honestly, another thing I like about her is that from the team protection role is again, remember she's quick, and quick tends to be one of the squishiest card types, especially for support. Like Scotty they don't have. I mean, Ruler is like the class if you bring her, so that's something. But that's basically it. And especially if you bring Caster, she's even more vulnerable, besides that one-hit dodge and the small damage got from the MP. So it's nice, especially as a quick servant, to have this thing going on.
It's another servant that I think benefits a lot from Khazar Drop, because Khazar Drop's going to enhance the cards, but she also her NP is also pretty synergistic because it's got attack down and it's got
Oh, but the
stun.
stun fucks her up sometimes. Well, I guess when
Well-
she's not taunting, you can stun.
Yeah,
Yeah, she
you'll
doesn't always have a
downtime.
taunt up.
Yeah, true.
That's usually how I use Cosmo Drop anyways. She covers downtime on other skills.
She can like even tank like single target caster MPs sometimes, just because.
Yeah,
how
she gets a
class
lot of
advantage
defense
and
up from the
defense up
MP.
interacts.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the high HP helps.
Mm.
It's I
Khazra's
think
not over, bro. You have not used Khazra with a quick DPS, bro. You have not used. She is insane. She makes like even arts card. Like I would say the card that you want to click the least on a quick servant is the arts card, and then it's just like full refund. It's does good damage.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, that's for a way later tier list actually. But
That's gonna be many weeks in the
Scotty is
future.
better. Scotty is not better for damage. No. Like you have not used a single target quick with Cosmo Drop. Like genuinely, you have not. That's all I can say.
Dude. like
it's
I mean, it's also like we can. You can
look at numbers.
You can also have 5 here. Like
okay,
you
look, base Scotty 30% defense down, 50% quick up, 100% quick crit up, right? Cosmo Drop 50% defense down, 50% quick up for MP, 100% quick up for quick cards, quick crit cards, and then 50% buster and arts. So it's just bigger numbers. Anyways, debuff immunity. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
That hurts caster Scotty too. So like, okay.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to get too deep into this because this is not today's topic. But yeah, it is. Is wrong.
She'll come up eventually.
Yeah. But yeah, meanwhile, we should place Andromeda. I'm thinking A or with a chance of A+. What do you guys think? Maybe A?
Ooh, A+ is going to be spicy because if she's better than all of these characters...
maybe that's a bit spicy.
But I do really like her. I don't know.
Is she
I don't know.
better or on par with Achilles?
Achilles?
I think Achilles has
offensive.
a bit more damage potential, but she does other stuff as well that he doesn't
I'll
do.
be honest, I feel like
I like her better than Achilles.
I feel like she's better than Achilles. Like she ramps up her damage in a more
I guess ramp up wise she might be better actually.
Down. And then
we can put more people in A+ anyways. A+ is a bit empty.
Oh, I mean, one or two of them might not stay in A+ anyways. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I guess. Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna put her in A+ for now. So that will conclude the initial placements of every servant in this list. So now we're gonna do the usual. Take some time, think about maybe moving stuff around. Now that we have the whole picture, chat can talk, you guys can talk, I can talk, and then after a while, I'm just gonna say, "Frick it, we lock it." So here we go. Enter chaos mode. Well, hopefully still chill, but yeah. Okay.
Right. Well, while we're still talking about A+, there, I'm just gonna look biased, but like I feel like there's 2 A+ here that can go up. I think Suzuka is.
You actually, you would say Suzuka is EX. Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. I can understand Murasaki maybe not going up, but I still think she's really strong.
Wait, you would say she would be even more easy to go up than Murasaki? I thought Murasaki would be like, you would be pushing that even harder than Suzuka.
Okay, I think they're both pretty great, but I feel like, I don't know, Suzuka, I feel like if you're looking for just like hard offense, she outdoes most of the writers here. Maybe I'm a little biased here, but
maybe because
I feel like EX is. I was already. I feel like A+ was slightly pushing it as is.
I don't think A+ is pushing. I think A+ is fair, but
as much as I don't think I can do EX on her. I'm sorry. As much as I like her as well.
EX is a bit because you still have to consider. Oh, I don't know actually. Do you consider? You shouldn't consider 4-star stats, right? Because it's separate.
Well,
Yeah,
I
we don't
think the
compare them
4
to
star
5 stars directly.
yeah.
Unless they obviously they do better or equally, then yeah, sure, you can do that. But
Doesn't she
otherwise, it's
also
kind of
loop the
unfair.
best out of the quick? I mean, I don't think that's too relevant to be
Well,
honest,
yeah,
but like
but that's kind of because the bar is a little low.
quick
But
rider. Yeah.
I
Wow,
need
this
to
is
stop
hard.
saying I'm biased. Yeah, yeah, but like, I gotta be honest if I actually think I'm biased here. But like, I do have a lot of experience with her. What she is able to do, like, she's just able to NP spam really hard. She's better at pushing her damage capacity than most because she has the basically the best super effective of anyone. Like at least the AOE's here, and then she's able to ramp up her crits. She's just like, yeah, like she just keeps going. She
Hard,
has
hard.
high uptime on all her.
Murasaki?
Okay, anyone
So how
else?
about
Meanwhile,
Murasaki? Okay, hold on.
It
Okay,
sounds like we're moving on.
okay.
no,
Look,
I
me
just I want to think about some easier because that's a really hard decision.
Okay, this is not gonna be easier. People are gonna shit on me, but I still think Odysseus is a bit worse than the other two.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, or you
I
said
can
Odysseus.
kinda
Okay.
I can
I think
kinda
the
understand
trifecta,
it.
Maybe.
like me
eh,
personally, I like Bakin over DVR over Odysseus. I know some people would like DVR over DVR most because of the spammy. I just think Odysseus's tankiness is a little bit.
I guess
don't
on
know.
arts in
I don't know if
particular, it's a bit diminished value.
DVR, dude, DVR doesn't suck that much. Okay, I think DVR is fine. DVR is her
She's
damage
always
is
a
not
good
actually
safe
that bad.
pick, even if her damage is not super
Her
high.
damage is not like really that much lower than Odysseus, dude. It's like almost the same.
I think
damage.
I think I'm okay with moving him to B plus. Sure. I'm not too sad about that.
Even they could do damage.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else?
I don't think it's negative damage, dude. Like I
It's
feel
not
like you're
negative.
too harsh on her.
No, he's like half joking.
Yeah, I
Hold
think
on.
I feel like Rio just a man of hyperboles. Like he just always likes to bring out the extremes, even though it might
She
not be all
doesn't- She
accurate.
doesn't actually count as a little girl.
Andromeda at A plus.
Do you think she should come
She's
down or
faking
what?
This is hard
Uh,
because like move down Carmilla. I mean, I don't. No, Carmilla's not.
No,
Carmilla-
come on. That,
No, I don't think.
all right.
No, I don't think Carmilla. Carmilla, it's hard.
Maid Alter is better. Is she though? Who is she better than?
Maid Alter's better than what? Dude, Carmilla can support stuff. Okay, we can't use that as an excuse.
Santa
as sad
Nemo
as
up,
I,
welfare with super effective. It's not a
as
bad
sad as
argument.
I am
I
about
don't-
that.
I don't know about the Santa Nemo one. Like
Well,
I
it's
want
better.
I want to compare him to Bakken, but it's 5-star to 4-star because they're
Because
both
the argument was that should we
AOE
move him to B
right.
plus because he has a free
Debuffs
welfare.
aren't
He
a
has a
great
decent
playstyle.
super
Dude,
effective.
okay. Yes, debuff. Okay, if they're the same numbers, then obviously I take the buff. But like the debuff has bigger numbers for a reason. You know, like Khazra has better numbers because it's not a buff. Like if Khazra gives rainbow 50% to a character, even if it doesn't apply to MP, it'd be ridiculous, right? It's just
because if we translate it into buffs, what Khazra Drop does is she gives everyone 50% quick. Like that is broken. Like even if she doesn't have battery, that is a tremendous amount of value. But then she
Ishtar
gives
too
another
high.
50% quick.
Is she?
Ishtar too high?
I don't think so.
I don't think
The new
Ishtar's
buff, I think she's fine there.
She's
The new
fine
buff
on
was
loops,
good.
right? Actually, yeah, I was wrong. I think she loops better than Suzuka, right?
Right. I keep forgetting she
Yeah.
exists.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
she actually loops
as-
better
like
than
yeah, if
Suzuka.
you have a ton
As
of
far as
options,
the
she might not be the most appealing thing, but she will carry an account pretty far, I would say.
Kintoki feels a bit underwhelming. Really?
Does he though?
I don't think so. He's not an A plus. He's already an A.
Yeah,
I think if he's an A
is
plus,
he's like
maybe
he's
an A,
good.
bro.
You know, he's good.
If he becomes A plus, then we gotta move Murasaki.
Oh yeah, we
I
already
think
talked about that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was a
like,
stipulation.
because like
Murasaki.
she's better for damage. She's better for.
I'm thinking,
spam.
who else can we move to A plus?
Someone said we should
in
move someone
A?
from D to D plus because they hate the gap there.
Sure, move. Who's the best out of all of them?
I would say
I
maybe
think
Maid Alter, but
unironically-
I don't know.
Not Santa Alter, but like, yeah.
Oh yeah, not
I
not Maid
actually
Alter,
kinda
Santa
wanna
Alter.
Say Astolfo
Astolfo.
out of the three of those. I know
I
it's
don't.
versus
I think they all
suck, but,
suck. I have a grilled Astolfo on JP as well.
Cats really is 2 tiers behind Ozzy. Yes. I think that is the most firm thing I can tell you. I'm not even sure if she's in. B,
Y'all say
but
Mordred just because she's your favorite waifu. Fuck off, dude. You don't think her gameplay is that good. She only refunds, okay? Come on. What? Just nothing else. Maybe back 7 years ago, why arts refund? Yeah, it's poggers because no one else does it. Nowadays, everyone does it, and then they do other stuff too. Mordred doesn't do anything else besides refund.
Can we justify Iskandar in A plus? No.
I don't know.
I think I'm not ready for it yet. I could be maybe ready for it in the future, but I think today is not that day.
Are you ready for Maeve in A plus? No. Actually, no. Are you ready for Canis Rider in A plus?
Canis A plus. I'm in convinced territory for that.
Yeah.
I'm in convinced territory.
Are you? Yeah, Canis Rider maybe. I'd argue she does
as much
abysmal
as
that
I
way.
dunk
Who?
on Kintoki, I'm just like being a little careful here because like like the thing he does, he's just like able to spam and he does good damage from that. But I guess
got good
Canis is
deck,
a lot more
bro.
self-sufficient.
Yeah, Canis is more self-sufficient.
Yeah, her skills do stuff.
Yeah, you know
when
what?
she
Yeah.
spams
Yeah,
it, there's
Canis-
an incentive for her to spam other than the MP
Yeah,
damage.
And she has ramp up
And
on
yeah,
MP
you know
as
what?
well.
Canis is better at single target damage. Yeah, she
Should
might
we
not
A plus
spam
her? Should we
as
do it?
easily, but
Oh man.
it's
Okay,
just the battery. Like
boom.
the only thing that is holding me back from saying, yeah, this character can move past him is he's got a 50% battery, and that's it. If he had
did
a
it.
30% battery, I would not be hesitating.
Is there a world where Maeve goes to A plus as well?
Maeve, I think Maeve. There is an argument, but like it's very farming, heavy.
But it's not even that rare of a case.
Yeah.
Nah, maybe A. I don't know. That's a tough one. Is there any easy thing here? Or are we gonna be most of the placements, I guess?
I mean, if there's an easy thing, that means we fucked up.
Yeah, true.
Ryoma? Is Ryoma an A? I don't think Ryoma is an A.
As much as I like the MP upgrade, it doesn't do a whole lot besides that. But it's still fine. I mean, B plus is not a bad rating.
Maeve deserves to be an A plus more than Canis.
Okay.
She has an MP upgrade, maybe. Oh.
Okay. So
For sure, Drain.
Ryoma
It's
and
arts, bro. Why do you give a
do-
shit? It's arts. Rio.
do Ryoma and Kintoki deserve to be on the same tier?
No.
Because I feel like they're fairly like both of them like on their own are just like kind of
Look, I'm gonna just
okay.
come out and say it, man. I am so scared of taking an MP as an art servant, bro. I'm so scared, guys. Do you hear me trembling? Do you hear me trembling with my around Avalon? You know, just spamming in the background. No, I don't. I don't care. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's not a bad thing, to be honest. I like Drain, but I do think I like Kintoki more.
Demonic Bodhisattva, so she just doesn't buff remove you. I don't know, man. It's just maybe I'm pissed because I hate drains when I'm trying to do a demonic Bodhisattva run. I actually hate it. I hate how Dante has.
Some people have said that Drake should go to A, like several people during this segment.
I mean, Drake is like, when do you use Drake? Have you?
Well, honestly,
do you
is she
do you
a
actually
tier and a half below Yvonne? They're kind of similar. That's a big gap.
She is though, because like,
I mean,
look, okay.
a full tier would still be a lot, even if she was A. That's still a full tier, right?
I guess she has an MP
Is she on
upgrade.
par with Iskandar?
Yvonne too high. I mean, look,
She has her nice utility though, but and she
Okay,
has a
look,
big
feel like I could make
I'm
an
not trying
argument.
to insult, but like I do think if there's one EX I want to move, I'm not saying I want to, but like I will say if there's one EX I want to move down, I would probably move Yvonne just because fun.
I feel like I should just move Drake to A instead.
If there's an EX that I'd move
What,
down, it'd be
Taikoubou?
Taikoubou.
Yeah, I feel like he's the lowest of the EXs. He was a light EX.
I mean, depend on usage. Like he has like good usage, but like overall not that good of a not.
I'm gonna bump Drake into A plus, or A rather. He was B. She was B plus. Yeah. Okay.
I was about to say.
No,
I think that's
A tier
not
for
a horrible
Drake.
idea. Okay, should we bump other 4-stars into EX? I think this is hard, man. This is. I think the biggest contenders are Suzuka and
Murasaki.
Murasaki.
I don't think the others will go there.
Or Rider Liz. Is Rider Liz EX?
We did it last year, but I feel like now A plus is fine.
Because last year we were still in the everything else MP1. Like welfare's get a lot.
Yeah, that was a free boost. A plus. She's still really good, but I don't think EX.
Oh, okay. So one more point in Suzuka's favor. So she has good multi-core. Because
wait, let me check. I don't remember.
Because her first skill, it's like 20% attack, 20% NP damage for summer allies. And then she also has cooldown reduction and targetable
With summer
NP
only, no.
Yeah, that is definitely limiting.
Well, okay. So it works for Tonal Eco. Because like the cooldown reduction, it works for double Khazra drop because cooldown reduction, and she's also like summer mode in her.
Oh yeah, she's summer mode for some fucking reason. I forgot.
Oh, it's the one with the banana, right?
Yeah, it's the banana. It's the banana.
It's the one thing I remember from it.
Yeah, only the banana is summer. I don't know.
Why would you use AoE with AoE? I don't know. Why do you use two Khazra drops together? They're both AoE.
Well, no, okay, using two Khazras together is because it actually works. Using two Khazras makes her battery 100. That it's mandatory.
Yeah,
it's actually mandatory.
So does using her with BB. You know?
No, okay, two Khazra drops is like it's the same amount of buffs to MP as
I'm being
Scotty.
facetious here, okay? Like I'm just saying that because
you think of using Suzuka and replacing her somewhat. Wait, really? Who? Like,
yeah,
you mean as a writer?
And then you replace her with Geronimo, not because she's worse at it. But
does he mean support or DPS? No, I don't even know does he mean support or DPS? I don't even know what he means.
I don't think he would ever bring Suzuka as a support, so I assume DPS.
Ibuki. Okay, he is talking about support.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
isn't that kind of redundant though?
I'm not talking about support. Like Summer Ibuki's is the best one usually, but I think Murasaki. If I were to pick one,
if I were to pick one, I would pick Murasaki as well of the two to move up.
I feel like she's not as hard to argue because because I've been trying kind of hard for Suzuka here.
I do. Well, honestly, Suzuka still went up from last year. I'm pretty sure. So she still stonks.
Is she?
I think so. Okay, no, she was A plus last year too.
Swap Caenis and Andromeda with Dude. Who the fuck is Dude?
Wait, where's Dude?
What, Kintoki? Wait, who's Dude?
I don't know.
What's the joke? Dude? The dude? Oh, Iskandar? What?
I don't know who Dude is either. Is Iskandar? I don't know this meme either, actually.
Why?
Also, I think people hate way too hard on Andromeda. I think she is a solid A plus. Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Honestly, she might be one of the weaker A pluses, but I'm not mad about her being an A plus.
Andromeda genuinely only started to like show problems to me when I start bringing her against like berserkers, which is probably my fucking fault. So
it's a bit ambitious. It's doable, but it's way more ambitious for sure. I might move Murasaki to EX and keep Suzuka at A plus. That's what I'm really thinking right now. I know I don't think I'm moving Suzuka to EX. Not this year. Maybe next year. But we'll see.
Fine.
I think I might move Murasaki up.
Yeah, probably.
I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah.
Oh, 2 tiers apart, Murasaki and Kintoki.
I don't think that's the
Damn.
worst
I
thing
mean,
ever. It's again, it's not 2
technically
tiers. It's 1
motorbike.
tier. It's half tiers.
Oh, 1 tier, 1 tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Half
Well, every
tiers.
year we stray further from the motorbike, man.
mm,
The motorbike, man.
since it
Yeah,
cannot be an
Motorized
X,
cycles.
Myst
Dude,
isn't
if
that
anyone
big of
is
a
the
fan.
dude, it's him,
You're
okay?
kind of right there. I think that guy's right.
I see what you're talking. I see the comment.
Look,
Okay, dude.
If anyone is dude, it's him. It's right.
He is him.
The dude.
He is dude. Okay. Well, I actually really like Maeve, but I don't know. I
like
see
her
a
too.
lot of
I've been
problem with
using her
Maeve.
farm, but I think A is fine. Voice crack.
If Maeve has a self battery, then she's A plus. If Maeve
Yeah.
just has like self 30 and then male 30.
Oh yeah,
and
then
fake
for
30,
sure. Like full spread 30. Oh yeah.
Yeah, conditionally spread 30. I bet Canis should be lower. Her and
Oh,
Feihu
you know
and
what?
that-
You know what? If we moved up,
I
Canis,
guess yeah.
I feel like
I guess
Feihu-
Huang Feihu.
Feihu isn't a whole tier below her.
Feihu should be
I
A.
feel like they're at most like a half.
Actually, yeah, Otto, I completely agree. Put Canis back in A.
Oh.
Put her back. Put her back in A.
Do we do
Put her back
that?
in A. Put it back.
Wait.
Why
Wait.
though?
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
Why would we do that though?
I don't know. I don't know.
You were so
You
bad.
don't
I
know?
meant about
Okay,
his answers.
so
I don't know.
ignore him.
I don't know.
He doesn't
He don't
care.
know.
Okay, no.
He don't know.
Put her back. Put her back. No, put her back. I agree.
Yeah, but
Put her
what's
back.
the
Put her back.
justification? You just keep screaming about it.
The justification.
See, I can
is
actually make my justification, but it's still not enough. All right.
50% crit ramp sounds so ridiculous to me, though.
And it is. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
I think they are a
I
full
mean-
tier
I mean,
apart. No, I think they're a full tier
I
apart
don't-
just because.
Wait, who is?
Dude,
I don't
dude,
think that.
dude, if I use 2 MPs, I have 100% crit up, bro.
Wait, who
where's
are
your
you
crit
saying
up?
are full tier apart?
Actually, no. I did. Okay, I need to reread Huang Feihu's.
I have no idea what
haven't
plot she's
used it
even
in a
talking
while.
about
rather
anymore. I think we've
Suzuka or
lost the
Canis?
plot.
Rio, last week you were complaining about how we tied servants together arbitrarily. Okay, like this is the
Hold
same
on,
thing.
let me check Huang Feihu. Huang Feihu second skill.
He ramps
is it
up
50?
his.
What rainbow?
I like that no one
Yeah,
knows
he
who
ramps up
dude
his
in all
ramp. It's not a
capital
big
is.
ramp, but he spams way easier because he has like battery per turn.
Yeah, but like
I mean, it's not arbitrary. This is completely arbitrary.
Huang Fei dude. Okay, fine. Huang Fei dude, fine. Dude, Huang Feihu in A.
But if I
Really?
had to choose,
Kintoki
it
in the
would
same
be
tier as
Oh,
Huang
wait,
Feihu?
are you saying he should go down? I thought you meant Summer Caenis.
No.
Oh, okay,
no,
yeah,
I
I'm
just-
okay with this.
yeah.
Yeah, we can do this all day. That's fine. I don't care.
Ah,
I thought you were saying
No,
like
no,
bring Caenis down to his tier.
No, not to his tier. I don't know if they're full tier apart. I think I just don't use Huang Feihu because he's a Chinese man and I'm also a
Huang
Chinese
He
man.
who?
I'm joking.
no. No, you're a Taiwanese man. It's completely fine to call yourself Taiwanese. All right,
It's
You're
not
among
fine.
people
No, we're
who
banned.
respect
We're
your
banned.
nation.
Banned by Xi Jinping. All right. Anyway, hold on. Shit. Okay. Look, I'm gonna stop inputting on this because I don't have enough experience with Huang Feihu. I don't know how good he is. I think Canis is
I
very
have
good
experience with him. He is good.
Good
because
input.
she hates
Great.
Chinese man. Okay, good.
He NPs more often. He has more.
So
immediate
Otto,
threat.
are you saying he should be B plus or A?
A,
I think
A,
he's
right?
A.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
think
fine,
he's A.
fine. I'm okay with that. Okay.
Dude,
Okay,
this dude is as
I'm
canned
about
or
to lock this
Chan?
in. This is getting off the rails. I'm about to lock it in.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Are
I
you
don't-
you
I
better
don't
not talk
really-
about
I
Summer
don't really
Suzuka
care
again.
anymore. I don't really
No,
care
I
anymore.
was about to. Wait a second. Is she a full tier?
He's just dude, Canis.
Above,
Dude, okay.
Above Dobrynya.
Suzuka or who?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
She's
I mean, for sure.
I think
Yeah.
yes. Bro, they're basically
Is
the
it
same. He's
more
just
than a
dude
tier,
Canis.
though?
They should be the same tier. First of all, Canis can be a dude. Second of all, dude, Okay, I use 2 MPs. I have double his crit ups. What do you mean? I use her MP
but-
twice. I have double his crit ups. What do you mean?
Okay, but have you considered?
Dude, this tier list should be, the subtitle should be Rider tier list 2025, the mystery of the dude. Who the fuck is the dude? Who is dude
Okay,
in all
wait,
capital?
Otto, what's your question about Ryder Canis?
No one knows.
Like no, like
Was I-
Otto.
was I-
You're gonna
was I asking a
say
question?
yes.
don't
You're gonna
remember.
say something about no because my retort is I use my MP twice and I have 100% crit up.
Yeah.
How do you catch up
Yeah,
to
I was saying, have you considered Yui?
No, not on the
Get-
Buster 7. No, not on the Buster
No,
7. I don't
he
care.
has
No, I assume he's talking about
He has-
Feihu with the
he
rainbow
has
MP.
Rainbow.
Yeah,
on
he
his
has Rainbow.
MP.
I can also use Koyan Light and just use his 50% crit up twice. Actually, hold on. That's a good
What?
point against my argument. Fuck.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a good point against my
there's that too.
argument. Because you can reduce his cooldown by and immediately double cast it. I forgot. Because Koyan Light.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know
Okay,
anymore.
look.
I think this is a
I like
lock angle.
Canis' nipples more than Huang Feihu. Okay.
You know what? We're gonna
fun.
go with that. I am locking it in. That is the main reason.
you.
If you don't
Thank
like
you
that
so much.
reasoning, let us know in the comments if you don't like that reasoning. I'm done. This is it. This is locked. Boom.
Plushie,
boom.
I don't know
boom.
if you know this.
It's locked.
I don't know if you knew this or not, but Huang Feihu has nipples too.
Yeah, but they're
no,
not as nice. Okay.
I don't like his nipples. Okay.
Okay, there you go. We're done.
wait.
That is the Rider tier list of 2025. Let's go.
Wait, why do you know about his nipples?
Ask
I
me
don't
the
know,
real
I
questions.
thought
Okay.
because you said
Are we
I thought
gonna
because
end
you
with
said that
qualifications?
does he not have a bare chested ascension? Oh, he doesn't. I thought his third ascension.
Okay,
was,
okay. So there's another mystery
No,
besides
he's
the
wearing a
dude.
chest
Okay, we don't know why Plushie knows about his nipples either. There's a lot of
He's a
questions after
Chinese
today,
man.
that's for
He's a
sure.
Chinese man, I would know.
Okay. Anyway, we're gonna wrap this up before this goes any more off the rails. So hey, there you go. If you're watching this on YouTube, watch the screen right now. There's the list. Yay, Pog. Do let me know how angry you are in the comments, by the way.
Thank you, patrons.
Not yet, but soon. But yes, if you're watching this on YouTube and you enjoyed it, and hopefully you did, press the thumbs up button. Also, if you like... Apparently, can I even say that? I probably have to blurt that out. Okay. Also, hey, do subscribe not to miss out on future videos because again, we're not even halfway done with these tier lists. So a lot more to come. Plan is to do Caster next week. That's going to be definitely longer than this. This was maybe the shortest so far. I don't know. It was supposed to be. Not sure if it is anymore, but we tried. Also, hey, shout out to my awesome 2 co-hosts of Otto and Plushie. Yeah, check their channels. They're linked down below. You have anything else to add?
Well, next week is going to be me and Rio.
Well, there you go. Something to look forward to.
Yeah.
Also, hey, now especially, shout out to my patrons on the screen right now and Suit for being a big YouTube tier member supporter. And with that, yeah, we are locking it in. Hope to see you next week. See you then. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.